Did you catch my "We're Live, Pal" today on the air?
No, I don't think I heard it.
Oh, was it? It was for extra content. We came back and nobody knew, and I was like, "Yeah, we're live, pal."
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yeah, we'll do it live. I'll write it. We said season 10 of Money in the Bank.
Yeah, season 10, episode 1 of Money in the Bank.
Why don't you just put it on the screen tonight, Tip? See how long we can go.
You want to?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
That would help me tremendously.
Yeah, because Pat apparently lost the remote control to his TV.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know how. I don't know where it went.
I feel like you're just drunk all the time.
I don't know. I literally have no idea. Normally, there's only like 4 places I put it, and it's not in any of those 4 places. So.
Oh, wow. So the first thing on this is in memory of Ashley Massaro.
Really? Huh.
I don't remember that.
I don't know if it's going to let me do it because I just clicked the screen here and it gave me a full-on black screen. Let's see what happens.
We're doing it. It's happening. There we go. Oh.
Dude, that's weird.
Dude, I hate that you can't like screen record a lot of apps now. Or like take screenshots of like if you go on Netflix and try to take a screenshot, it just shows up as a black screen. They like hard coded it in.
Oh no. Oh well. Guess it's not happening.
I'm sorry, Pat. I tried.
Well, we'll do it on the
cock.
The old fashioned way on the cock.
We're jumping on the cock. Hopping on the cock.
Let me hop on the cock over here.
Hop on old peacock. Season 10, right? Yeah. This was a great event. We got some Becky 2 belts action. We got Fat Shane McMahon in one of the worst matches I've ever seen. The only cage match I've ever seen, and it was Fat Shane McMahon sliding out of his sweaty T-shirt against the Miz.
So were y'all there?
Yeah, we were there. I mean,
this was my first ever. This was my first
enthusiastic. I was there of all time.
This was my first ever live wrestling event.
Oh, hold on a second. Tip.
Give me like 5 seconds. Hold on. I need to find my shit. There we
go. Hit my music.
I am buff. I am the stuff, and the girls just can't get enough. You're watching Bob, Jim, and Pat get drunk on the internet. Bob is the meat slinger of all things. I love that name, by the way. Jim is the Heritage Conference cooking champion. I mean, that's a big deal, bro. And Pat, well, he wants to be a heel, but he just doesn't have the stuff like Buff has the stuff. Grab a drink, open it, and get ready for the show.
The show is never going to be good. James always forgets to
get it. Buff, man.
He always forgets.
He's doing the calls for the music, and then
every single show.
I'm just so excited to watch Buff be the stuff.
We do it every show.
But I can't get enough. So
he is the stuff. He is the world's sexiest human. Oh, he might be the world's sexiest grandpa now, actually. But
what? He's a grandpa?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He's grandpa age. What's our time code here?
Grampy Buff.
I thought we were just watching the whole thing.
Well, I mean,
let's get to the matches, maybe.
Yeah, we'll go to the first match.
Okay, so I am currently watching Naomi's entrance where she is dancing in the middle of the ring. I am at 3:30 on the dot.
All right, so stop there.
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
3:30. All right.
Yep, I'm good. Count it in, James.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. This was, I think, the most. I remember seeing after the fact that people were like, "Oh, that crowd was so dead."
It was a great crowd.
So dead. And I was like, "Man, they must have just done a terrible job miking it up because that was a hot crowd." That
crowd was hot. Yeah,
for like almost every match except for Fat Shane McMahon.
Was
I
there a
think
reason
even
why
that
she
one was
came
pretty
out with
good.
those bees?
What'd you say?
What's that?
Was there a reason why she came out with those bees?
I don't remember.
She had like 2 cardboard
Yeah,
bees in her hand.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know though. Were they bees or hearts? I couldn't tell.
No, it was. She's dressed. She's got like yellow and black on.
Oh, maybe
Oh.
they were wings.
Maybe they were wings.
Like
Yeah.
I'm on Bumble now.
She was doing her Killer Bees tribute. Remember the Killer Bees?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There was a Bagwell there.
I don't even remember what this match was. Oh
What's
yeah,
that?
remember when Nikki Cross was cool and actually kind of a badass?
The thing they did with the camera for her made me seasick though.
Yeah, what was that? Was weird. Is this the women's match?
Yeah, it was first. It kicked off the show, dude. I think that we missed.
We missed
Daniel
the
Bryan. Was it like Daniel Bryan and Eric Rowan against whoever for the tag team titles?
Maybe, but it was dark, obviously.
Might have been New Day.
Yeah, we walked in. We didn't realize what time that actually like started. Well, I didn't at least because I'd never been to a wrestling show before. So yeah, we were walking in as that match was ending, basically.
It's not like we were late though. I don't know what happened. That was weird. I was actually like shocked that
No, because we got there pretty close to like the start of the actual event. Like we probably only got there about 10 minutes before it actually started.
we waited for Fitz for a while outside. We were there, but we waited for Fitz for a while. Hey, Tim, send Fitz the link. I told him to jump on if he's not doing anything.
I got him.
He never responded to me, but that happened last time. We all texted him to come on the show, and then all of a sudden he popped up. So,
Me and my best friend Jason Fitz, we go to Vegas together.
This is like a great roster for a Money in the Bank match.
yeah,
Like, this is like a great group of people.
We can play a game and be like, who's still there?
everyone so far.
Yeah.
Well,
Naomi's
maybe
there.
not. Maybe not. I don't know about Naomi, but yeah, everyone so far, technically.
Oh, there's your first one. That's not.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep, there she is.
Dude, huge swing and a miss on this one.
I think
total
so.
whiff. I mean,
It hurt that I think she got hurt like as soon as she came up to the main roster, though.
Yeah, because
I
she
think
got hurt like 4 times, right?
I think that killed her whenever.
but it's so she was getting such
No, I
good
know.
reaction still.
I know, but I don't know. I can't remember. But that's the problem is that they might be invested, but then you get hurt like that like close into your initial run, and then like they just
bail.
like forget about you. They forget
the
about
Finn
you.
Balor syndrome.
Yeah,
I mean, win the title, get hurt. Sorry, pal, you're now never going to be relevant again.
ever.
Dana Brooke was in this?
24/7 champ still? Maybe?
I don't remember Dana Brooke being in this.
Well, you have to have someone there that you know is not going to win.
True.
I think that she was.
Destiny said that's messed up.
I think.
I don't
know how
Dana
they
Brooke's ever won a match.
Do you know how they always have like the big guy in these matches?
Yeah.
I think that she was technically like the strong. She was the heavy in this match.
If I remember correctly,
well,
Natty,
Natty
Natty has like a banger in this one, doesn't she? Isn't she? Or is this when she gets a concussion? It's one
Doesn't
of the
she
two.
leave? Who
Either
leaves?
she's great or she gets a concussion. I can't remember which one it is now.
Someone leaves.
Natty always leaves.
Does Carmella leave? I feel like they take Carmella out.
Is this the one that Carmella won?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to.
Destiny flat out hates Natty.
Why?
I like Natty. What? What's wrong?
She's
What's there to hate
boring.
about Natty?
No, it
She's
was
boring as hell.
one. She's boring and she hates
What?
like the discus clothesline. She
I like-
hates it.
And this is oh God. I can't wait till she comes back, man.
Is she gonna follow Sasha out the
Stay
door?
away.
Nah, she's gonna come back for sure. She's been teasing it for so long.
Destiny says she needs to get that top lip filled. Pat has more upper lip than Bailey. I did not tell him that you edited her picture with the upper lip to see what it looks like.
I love
don't,
that.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't think I've ever looked at
Yeah.
Bailey's upper lip and that
Yeah.
closely. That's a good Bailey fig.
It's great. This is the fig from her heel turn.
Yeah.
It did come with like the whatever weird thing that she used to
Yeah.
like, but I threw it out because I didn't really like it. It just looked funny. Like
Yeah, it's a weird little thing. Yeah.
it also came with a deflated, wacky waving, inflatable arm flailing tube man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I thought that's what you were saying.
No, so it came with both. It had the
Yeah.
deflated thing and the
Gotcha.
whatever cut thing she used to.
So
cut
you
it
kept
with.
the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Oh,
No, I
okay.
threw both of them out.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm not going to display that. So I just wanted the fig.
There was like a little itty bitty doll that it came with like one of the China figs that I got, and it creeped me out because it was like a ventriloquist dummy.
Oh yeah. It was for what was the dude's name? Yeah, he was with the Legion of Doom way back when, and then he was with AOP whenever they first.
Paul
when they
Ellering.
were- yeah, Ellering. Yeah, I couldn't think of his name. Yeah. So Paul Ellering had a ventriloquist dummy for some reason. I don't know why. But
Remember that time in
that was his gimmick.
storyline? Remember that time in storyline that AOP got rid of one of the most legendary managers in wrestling history in favor of Rockstar Spud?
Yes, I do remember that. Who eventually peed his pants on national television.
Who? Yeah, the most notable thing from that run. Oh, Nikki Cross trying to do this helicopter spot is not great.
She's dizzy.
She's another.
I don't think she was like strong enough or like solid enough to. That should have been the Dana Brooke spot.
Yeah.
She's another person that looks like she's always constantly moving in slow motion. Like if she fell off the top of a building, it would take her 15 minutes to hit the ground.
I remember this match feeling kind of sloppy, but like acceptably sloppy because it's a Money in the Bank ladder match. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it was sloppy in the sense that, like, you know, there's 8 people in a ring and shit happens. But I remember being really into it.
I also saw Mandy Rose for like the first time in a long time. I didn't realize she was a brunette now.
Yeah. Is she still in NXT?
Yeah, she's the champion there.
Oh, nice. Good for her.
Yeah.
I thought
I
they were
don't-
going to put the actual title on her at one point, man. It felt like they were building to it.
Well, you know, NXT is
Well,
where
they-
they send you.
But same thing with Liv though. It felt like they were going to do something with Liv too, but now she's just there. Like
I say I
Every-
never.
like
I was never
everyone-
convinced that they were going to push Liv. I was
Like-
convinced they were going to push Mandy Rose.
basically the women's roster is Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair, and Charlotte, and then it's everyone else.
No, Ronda.
Did they bring?
Oh yeah, Ronda too. Okay.
Did they bring Lacey Evans back yet?
Yeah. I
She
haven't
was-
I haven't seen more than like 30 minutes of Raw in I don't know, a year now. It seems like a year anyway. How long have I been back on Mondays?
They have is Carmella's not in the mix, I'm guessing, which is she's doing like a weird random storyline right now. It's just such a shame because look at all the people in this match. All of the people in this match, almost all the people in this match, should be in the mix.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you can
absolutely
take, like,
should be.
take,
Doing
like, Natty and
doing
Dana.
something.
Natty and Dana Brooke, you can take them out, fine. The 6 other people in this match all could be legit title contenders, and they are any of them. I mean,
Even they could do something with Dana Brooke. I think I think that they could do something with her.
if you booked her right,
Yeah.
But-
Dana Batista.
I think she's
Right.
just kind of missing something. It's like, I don't know.
The personality.
Yeah, I just don't think she has that charisma.
No, she doesn't.
She's just kind of generic, which Natty would be too if she didn't have a great family pedigree.
Right. Exactly.
But-
There it is.
That's her gimmick. Is a heart.
Is a heart,
Yeah.
which is fine. She can get away with it. It works for her.
Is a heart with a discus clothesline.
Is a heart also is like the workhorse of the women's division.
Right.
Like you can put her in any match in any situation and she'll be able to get something pretty solid out of it at least.
But just boring to watch.
I don't think she's boring to watch. I don't agree with that.
I'm watching this and it's super sloppy, dude. You were right.
Yeah, it's sloppy, but that was a pretty cool spot.
Oh wow.
It was sloppy, but we were all into it. It's the first match, so it gets sort of benefit of the doubt anyway, because we were all just happy to be there.
So it was Carmella that got taken out. I always love seeing the random referee run down the ramp.
Was she a shoot hurt here? I don't even remember if she actually was hurt here or not, or if it was
Who?
part of the storyline. Carmella.
Yeah, I want to say she came back out, but it doesn't even make sense because she didn't win. Oh yeah, I thought she was hurt bad.
Because didn't she try to do the Ellsworth thing again? Didn't she go to that wall like 3 times?
Wasn't that
Maybe
later? I thought that was late. Isn't that?
is this in the? It might be in the. No, she won the first.
Oh, it was the
women's
first one.
Money in the
That's
Bank,
right. Yeah. No,
Do
James
they do
Ellsworth. James Ellsworth won the first one.
Well, yeah. Do they do the James Ellsworth thing here?
I don't think
Kind
so.
of feel. Didn't Bailey do her devastating belly to belly suplex finishing move on James Ellsworth here somewhere?
I feel like she did. That's what I'm like. That's what I'm trying to remember here.
I'm trying to
Oh.
remember too.
You guys hate on the Bailey to belly too much. It's
It
great.
is so bad.
It's not
an
bad.
awful.
It's no worse than like half the finishers in.
It is
WWE.
way worse than half the finishers in
Yeah.
wrestling right now.
How is it worse than like a rock bottom? It's the same bump.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
Because
not,
you see literally everybody do like a belly to belly suplex.
right. Everyone does a belly to belly suplex.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
one does a rock
everyone-
bottom.
Everyone does a super kick. That doesn't mean Shawn Michaels doesn't do it the best.
Okay.
Everyone does a DDT. It doesn't mean Jake the Snake didn't do it the best. Like people,
I love that one
everyone,
video.
everyone does a big boot, and there have been like 38 people have used that as a finish.
Who?
Yeah, but those moves look cool.
There's actual stuff that happens there. It's not a hug.
She was the hugger. It makes sense. It's a
I
great
can't,
finish.
I can't think of a
Terrible finish.
worse finishing move. Like I literally cannot think of a worse one.
The people's elbow.
That looked awesome.
I would say it was electrifying.
I was electrified every time I saw the people's elbow.
With
The
as much
five-
as you hate on The Rock, how can you call yourself
Man,
a Rock
you
fan?
hate the
I
Rock
was
so
going to
much.
say the five.
You
I was
hate
going to say the 5 knuckle shuffle. Next.
Everything about
You
the
didn't let me
Rock.
get to it.
You
Yeah,
hate
but the
everything
five-knuckle
about the
shuffle's
Rock,
not a finish.
except for the Fast and Furious
He's used it
movies.
as a finish plenty of times.
And you're a mystery wrapped in a riddle. Pat.
A Matt Riddle?
A shoeless, gross Matt Riddle. That fucking loser.
The leg drop is one of the worst finishers ever, and it was the most over finisher outside of the stunner. The leg drop is
A
nothing
belly to belly suplex has never been over.
except when Bailey does it.
No, everyone hates that except for
I
you.
was-
I
I think
think.
you're the only
That is
person.
not
out there-
true. That is
Yep.
not. Everyone
very
hates
true.
that. Is not an accurate sentence.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's true.
That is
Even-
not
even-
true. Just because you hate it.
Even Bailey hates it so much he doesn't even use it anymore.
Put it on the
She's
poll.
been out for like a year, so I don't know. what
Does
you're talking
everyone hate the belly to belly suplex?
about. Put it on the poll, Guillermo?
Nope, wrong show. That's a
No,
wrong
that's
show.
not this one.
Nope, wrong show.
I can be Guillermo if you want, though.
I also think that might have been a little bit racist, Pat.
Feels like it.
It was a direct quote.
That was directed at Tipton.
No, it was you. You're
Who
the
is-
social media guy.
No, clearly I am not. It says it right in my name.
What was the question going to be?
Is
Does
the Bailey
everybody-
belly?
Does everybody hate the belly to belly suplex?
It's a great finish. Don't be mad. Like Brock Lesnar's finish is a suplex. He just Germans you. That's his finish. How is that
No.
any different?
That's not a
His
what?
finish is an F5.
Yeah, his finish is the F5.
Oh yeah.
How many drunks have you had over there?
I love how quickly he concedes that too. Oh yeah,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, he was immediately out on
I
that.
was like, oh
part
yeah,
of
that's
it.
wrong. I don't
Oh
know.
no, shit, no,
I'm fucking-
that's
I'm,
wrong.
I'm drunk. What percentage? Oh, these are 6.7%. Oh. I've had 1.5. So
we
that's
went
like,
to we
it's
went to
like
a craft
12%.
we went to a craft beer expo here last weekend, and we shared. It was like 3 of us, right? And we had like 10 tickets each, and we caught like 20 more. We shared 40 samples, dude, and I tell you, like, we were catching buzzes at the end of this. Some of those things had like 30%.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I was like, oh my god. Especially the stouts, man. Some of those stouts will just knock you on your ass.
Yep. I was I can't remember the style of beer or the company it was, but I was I'm like a big like fruity beer kind of guy,
Yeah, you are.
and they had, and so one time we ate at bar in New Haven, and they make their own beer there, and they had a watermelon beer, and it was unbelievable. One of the best things I've ever had. I think about it sometimes, just randomly, and I've always like anytime that I see like
Like
something like that. And I know it's the way
Like
that I
a
am.
forgotten lover. James, like
Yeah.
I still think about that.
It's the one that got
Every
away.
once in a while,
One that
every
got
once
away.
in a while, I think about that watermelon beer from bar that I had back in like 2012.
I have one of those beers.
On on March 31st, 2020. No, but if I see like if for a long time, if I saw like a watermelon beer, I would grab it to see if it was any good or if it was like close to the one that I had. And this one company made one, and I got it, and I like it was okay, and I like had 3, and I'm like, oh my god, what is going on? I am hammered. Like, what's, and I look at it, and it was like 12.5%. I'm like, I did not expect that. Like, oh my god.
Jeez.
I was like knocking it back. So I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. All right, let's go. And like, I was like, whoa, what's happening here?
Tip, do you have a beer that you think about from the past? I do. My uncle at Christmas got this beer from like a local place that was Brambleberry. And it was so good that me, my dad, and my other uncle drank like the whole, what are they called? Growlers? Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
We drank the whole thing in about 10 minutes. Like,
What?
We just crushed it because it was so good. And I
Actually,
can't even explain why, because that's
what-
not even like a beer I would ever drink. But
I feel like I might have just had that. Is it like a
Brambleberry?
fathead beer?
they made it themselves.
Oh, they made it. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
At least I think maybe they didn't. I thought they did because it's a brewery. I assumed that they made it,
Yeah.
but it was so good, man.
So for me, it was like Yingling, right? Because we didn't have it in Texas for so
A
long.
long time. Yeah.
Well, I guess like for now, like kind of like James, like I never really fancied myself like a craft beer guy until like recently, right? Because I was always like into like Yingling or Miller Lite, because Miller Lite.
This is as craft beer as I'll go right here. This is where you're looking at it.
But so like whenever I went to this Sun City Craft Beer Fest, right? Like whenever I went there, I'm walking around, I was like, holy hell, dude. Like 4 years ago, I wouldn't have been here because it wouldn't have appealed to me.
Yeah.
And like here I am, like, oh, okay, you have this, watermelon mango beer that you've got. Let me try that out. Oh, that stout is darker than my shirt right now. Let me try that. But Ace Pineapple, I think that's one of the ones that I really like too.
Yeah. See, whenever I think about pineapple, a lot of them aren't sweet enough for me. Like a good pineapple to me is sweet, and then you go and you get like a pineapple beer, and it's just like
Bailey.
crowd goes wild. That was a
Crowd
big
went
pop for
fucking
Bailey.
nuts, dude.
Yeah,
The
it
crowd
was a
went
big pop
nuts.
for
I remember like because you guys were there and you're like
Hey,
sending me
Germany.
texts and stuff like that. What's up, guy?
Guten Tag.
her. Yeah, what did he said?
Brost.
Aber ja, natürlich, Hans Nazi erst unter einem Wasserfall.
What the fuck just happened?
I
It's the
hope
only-
you did not insult this guy.
No, it's the only German sentence I know.
That was
I'll say that just came out of nowhere. Like, what was that?
Well, it's the only German I know. So I only know one sentence.
I know. I get that. What was the sentence?
Naturally, Hans is wet. He's standing under a waterfall.
okay. Naturally.
It's very
Of course
specific.
that's what it is. Yeah, very. oh, there
It
you
works
go.
in one situation and one situation only.
Well, two right now.
It's a great icebreaker, is what it is.
I don't even know if it's correct German, but it's
All right.
more or less. It's around right.
I will say,
German guy, tell us if that was right.
Mazel tov.
Parzival is going to let us know whether or not you might have just insulted an entire country.
Maybe. But also, I might have told you that not naturally Hans is wet. He's standing under a waterfall.
Just the way that came out, so effortless too. Like you've been waiting all week just to
He
say
has
that.
been.
I honestly
He
haven't,
had that locked and loaded, Tippy. Wow.
I
did he have
honestly
that
haven't
locked and
said
loaded?
that in. I couldn't even tell you how long it's been since I've said that. Years, honestly.
I've never seen a running back hit the gap the way you just did, brother.
Man.
That was
That
that
was-
was like when the the old boxer comes back for one match and is still like, oh, he still got it. Apparently, I still had it after all these years.
It was right there. Tip of the tongue.
Tip of the tongue, teeth in the lips. Man, I love Bailey.
Oh, wow. She really doesn't have an upper lip, does she?
No, she's like a bird, dude. She's got like a beak.
Look how into it the crowd. We were so into it. We were so
Yeah.
happy.
No, but look at the crowd behind them. Like look at the second bowl. There's like nothing going on there. Because I remember sending you guys messages like, dude, it's super dead.
Yeah, which was weird because it didn't feel like
It was not. It was not super dead,
I
though.
think that's a building there where the sound travels up and then just doesn't come back down. And that's why it sounds like
Yeah, the XL Center is a piece of garbage. So
because the crowd was hyped, man. We were pumped when this happened.
Was this in Hartford?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
it's right down the street.
When is money? Is it like this weekend or some shit?
No, double or no, all out is
Double or
Sunday.
nothing. Double or nothing.
Double or nothing is Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, AEW pay per view, huh?
Oh, I forgot that Renee was on commentary at this point
Oh,
with Tom. What's Tom Phillips' name now? I forget. Tom.
Tim,
Tim Horton.
No, what was it? What Phil?
Phil, yeah,
Phil?
Phil.
Tim Phil?
ah,
Mike.
the golden,
Mike.
yeah, you call him Mike, yeah, the golden era of America, man.
That was great. One of the like 7 golden eras of Jericho, let's be honest.
Right, that's
There have
true.
been
Yeah,
So many.
Was this when they had fucked up Braun Strowman at this point? Or was he still a badass here? I
he
don't
was
remember.
still
I
a
think he was still a badass.
badass, but they had also not. They should have. They
They
should have.
missed the opportunity.
Yeah, they should have put the title on him like this SummerSlam.
The worst thing they ever did was put him with Dolph. Was it him, Dolph and Drew? Is that who it was?
Yeah,
Dolphin Drew.
And did they put Braun with him? They put Braun with someone.
Oh
Wasn't it like Ricochet or some shit like that.
no, I think is that when the Shield came back.
I don't know, but then they started like kind of jobbing him out. All of a sudden, they took this guy who was a monster and seemed
Yeah.
indestructible, and he was losing to like one like I don't know
Yeah, it's Jason Kidd.
Claymore or whatever. Like
Yeah, what's Jason Kidd doing there?
Dude, you have no idea, dude. I saw that yesterday and was like, what the hell?
I think Matt Schick texted me that too. He was like, "Why does he look like Jason Kidd?" It's a great question. Or why does Jason Kidd look like Triple H?
That's funny.
Why does
Yeah.
Triple H have 38 bracelets on? Did you see that?
Yeah, he's a low key bracelet wearer.
He's like Johnny Depp.
I think he got that from I think he got it from Sean.
He's got like a lot of wrist accessories.
Yeah, Sean has it. If you ever notice, Sean has a lot of wrist accessories too.
But he
They're
always
best they're best friends. Maybe they exchange wrist accessories. They're
trade
all,
like baseball cards.
they're all best friend wrist bracelets. That's all.
Ooh,
So
best
like
friends.
what's our accessory? Is it figs?
Speaking
We
of
need
this,
Tim, get some of these made. You have connections, right?
What is that? Like a rubber?
Just like one of those rubber, Lance Armstrong, Livestrong bracelets.
We could call it
Cash-
Tip Strong.
Tip Strong.
I don't know if I think that might mean something else.
I mean, I'm good with it. Whatever it means, I'm good with.
Speaking
Yeah.
of best friends,
Do it.
Did he do it?
I think he needs to.
well, here's the thing.
I would say it's 2-1, but it kind of feels like it's just
I think it's 3-0.
I think it's
yeah.
3-0.
Yeah.
the
I
Golden
could get
State
some.
Warriors.
I can get some nice damage packaging ones. and
Yeah, you got to
save-
take them out anyway. So okay.
save like a couple bucks. I mean, you know what's kind of annoying though? The damage package is only like $1 cheaper. I'm like, it's not.
Oh
really
yeah.
Look, just because we're damaged doesn't mean we don't have value.
You have
So
a damage package.
well,
Yeah, those strip clubs in Juarez, dude.
so
And- Everywhere else that you've been.
Tim, I sent you guys the picture of all my Ultimate Edition on the shelf,
Yeah.
and then Fitz sent me and Pat a picture of an Ultimate Warrior
Yeah.
Ultimate Edition that I didn't have. And I'm like, what the hell? I thought I had everything. I thought I was all caught up. So then I went down a rabbit hole and I found out there are several more that I need. Sad.
Oh,
How did
no.
you miss them all?
Huh?
How did you miss so many?
Well, no, I have.
Oh, I
There's
forgot
two of them.
Mysterious Raymond was wrestling here.
There's two. Oh yeah, this is. Does he get? Does either him or Joe get really hurt here? Does
Yeah,
like
because
Joe,
this match ends like really abruptly, right?
does
I
Joe
think
break
it's
his
Joe,
nose?
like his shoulder, right?
No. He doesn't. He hurts Ray, right? I don't
Doesn't
know.
this end in like
Yeah,
a
it's
minute and a
weird.
half?
Yeah.
I think this is the one match that I remember was just how quick it ended. I don't even think it was a minute. I think it was like 30 seconds, dude.
Yeah,
Was Ren-
it's like really weird and short, and everyone was like, "What just happened?"
Wait,
and I was
was
all
Ren-
happy because I love Samoa Joe, and I'd never gotten to see him wrestle before, and it was like the most disappointing thing.
Was
And Mysterious Raymond.
was Renee doing both SmackDown and Raw?
Yeah, she went both ways.
Oh, good for Mox.
Did you ever hear the story of Mox after he won the WWE title at the Garden? So he wins the WWE title at the Garden,
Yeah.
rents a hotel room for him and Renee overlooking Times Square.
Yeah.
He tells the story like on her podcast. And then they were out on the balcony and
They celebrated.
Did
They
some
celebrated.
celebrating.
Gotcha.
But it's funny when he's telling the story and Renee's sitting there looking at him, and then she just goes, "Took it to Pound Town, brother." I was like, "Whoa!" Like, just the way she says it. I was like, "Yeah, Renee's secretly super carny, you know it."
Oh, she absolutely is. Yeah.
This was my only Samoan Joseph match I've ever seen. Oh, and he was U.S. champion. I didn't remember.
Yeah.
It's a great belt.
Oh, look, it's go ahead, say it.
It's Ray's giant son.
There. It's Tip's favorite action figure.
Yeah, where is he, Tip? God, he was so fat here compared to what he is now. Jesus.
He still hadn't lost the baby fat.
He's like so skinny now.
Still
Okay.
playing baseball.
Look at left-handed
What happens? in
Dominic
this
Mysterio taking some cuts at the plate.
Hey, man, I had to make him lefty.
I really need to know what happened in this match.
Apparently,
it?
Ray hurt his ass. That's what happened. in
He
this
kicked
match.
him and blew his knee out.
That wasn't his knee. It's some sort of suplex here.
Does he land on his
suplexes
head?
No, it's his shoulder, I believe.
I love how we're all watching this intently.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember.
Well, it lasted longer than I thought it did. That's what she said.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
thought it was something weird happens. Like it wasn't right away. Because all of a sudden it ended and we were like, what? Like, at least I thought so.
Oh,
Was that it right there?
Joe breaks his nose for sure. Oh,
right there.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
No, whenever he landed on him, whenever he did the senton, he landed on his face.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that Ray gets hurt too.
Which is kind of fair, you know, when one
Yeah.
guy breaks his nose to then screw something up and like hurt the other guy accidentally makes a lot of sense.
But was it accidentally? Some dude breaks my nose. I'm getting mine.
Oh God, Jesus. Oh, there you go.
Holy shit.
They both look like that wasn't supposed to happen. Everyone looks like that wasn't supposed to happen. Yeah, it was weird, right? It was such a weird. Like Joe's shoulder wasn't even down.
Wait, did something happen to Ray at the beginning of the match too? Did we miss something?
Maybe.
Yeah, because he's holding his shoulder.
I think he might just be selling, dude.
Yeah,
because at the
maybe.
beginning of the match, all he was holding was his leg.
I don't know. I just assumed that something happened, and so they went home early. Because, I mean, even just Ray's reaction, he's not celebrating like he just won a championship. You know what I mean?
Well, did he just drop an F-bomb too? He was like, fuck.
Yeah,
Like, it was just weird. Whatever. Like, look, Joe's shoulder's not even down. Like, I think something, either they went home early or it was a screwed up pin.
You know, watching this back, just seeing Ray's reaction, you know it was fucked up.
I think that's what it was. I think they just fucked something up.
Naomi and Sasha would have quit for that.
I wonder if they saw the blood on Joe. Because, like, his shoulder's not even on, like...
but it looked like he held him on top of him, though. That was really weird.
Yeah,
Something weird happened there.
something
We got to
weird.
get to the bottom of this.
Oh, there he comes.
I just wonder if it was they saw Joe's face bleeding and were like, go home. Like, we don't want blood. You know what I mean? Not for this US title match.
Huh.
I don't know. It's
Very
weird.
weird.
Though. And then look, see, this is what makes me think they screwed it up because it's like, oh, go get your heat back.
Yeah.
Weird.
Dominic's
Weird.
back
Here.
there.
This is it. Oh. Nope.
No, I don't.
I
think it was
swear.
just
I swear that Ray hurt his shoulder in this. Oh well. It was Joe's
yeah.
nose. Yep.
If you notice, by the way, when Joe goes back in there, there's not nearly as much blood on. He didn't have the face cheek blood anymore, and they wiped away some of the blood on his nose. So, like, I don't know, man. Whatever it was weird. Ugh. Oh, that one looked like it
Oh,
hurt.
right there.
If he did hurt him, it was on that one.
Yep. Come on, man.
Come on.
Hey,
Joe, Mr. Joe, please stop it.
that's my adopted father.
I've heard stories, but he's a good guy.
Who's your poppy? Not Ray.
Mr. Joe, that's not nice. Oh,
Oh,
that move looks like it hurts so much. I would not want that man jumping
me and my
on me.
buddy
like
used
that.
to do wrestling moves, and that was my finisher.
little senton.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that the other day. I was talking with like an old friend from like way back, right? I think I told you all like I used to do like the backyard wrestling bullshit where I do like the Harlem Hangover. I thought to myself, I probably couldn't pull that off to save my fucking life right now. You can give me a fucking rope 18 feet off the ground. I ain't fucking pulling it off.
Backyard wrestling was awesome. I remember being at my buddy, basically the guy who introduced me to wrestling, being at his birthday party, and he had a moon bounce. It was carnage. I mean, I don't know how
sure,
someone
yeah.
didn't get like seriously hurt. We were murdering each other. We had like, the toy plastic belts. We're giving each other like shoot headshots with them and like just choke slams and you name it. We were doing it. I was probably about Goldberg was in the WWE. So what was that? 03?
Yeah, something like that. 02, 03.
Was not
Or
was it-
03, 04.
Yeah, it was after Stone Cold was done, right? Goldberg came
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Rock
That
was
04, wasn't it?
I think Rock
Hollywood
was
Rock.
doing Hollywood Rock
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Which is probably the best Rock was Hollywood
I
Rock.
think it's the best version of Rock. What do you think the best Rock match is?
Hogan.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
I still think 17 is the best match.
To defend as a man with
I don't know.
18 is the most like over match, but the match itself is not good. Like just, there it was two icons clashing.
I know, but that's part of it though.
Yeah, but I mean, the crowd for 17 was still so goddamn hot, and the match was really good, and it's the best WrestleMania ever. So, I don't know. To me, that's the best Rock match and the best Austin.
The end of that match is terrible though.
It is looking back on it, but at the time, it was pretty goddamn good.
I want to
Like-
see if it'll share the screen now, but I don't think it's going to.
Sad. Oh, here we go, baby. Fat Shane and the Miz.
Fat Shane and
This is where we got Miz's dad.
good guy
Is this what he
Miz.
did to-
Yeah,
What's his name?
there
George.
it is.
George.
Yeah, I think so. George Mizanin.
The rivalry comes to a head with Miz and Shane as they meet inside.
Is there anyone who has the best worst punches more than Shane McMahon?
No.
Like he has the best bad punches, right? His like weird little
Yeah.
like flick punches. They're terrible, but I love them because it's what he does. Like it's his thing.
What are you all looking at right now?
Miz
The package
hitting-
or yeah.
You're looking at the
Miz-
back.
Miz
Oh.
is bleeding. Miz is holding up a chair as Shane's running. Is that where everyone is?
Yep. Be Miz. Miz Taki. Shane Dancy. Picture of George.
I think Shane's got one of the most underrated entrance songs ever.
Here comes the money.
So good. Like, because you hear that, it's like a classic. What's the guy's name? Jim Johnson?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just like it's just
that like hit
Yep.
hit right at the beginning to get you up.
Yep.
It's like the glass
You-
break or whatever,
Yep.
like
you know who it is by the first note.
As
The first
soon
thing
as-
you hear, you know who it is. Yep.
I feel like
Dollar
that. I feel like that is kind of lost in a lot of wrestler themes now. Like you don't always get that. Like people recognize the theme song, but
See,
you don't get that same surge because you get that first note hit.
There's some.
That's
There's
what I was going to say too, right? Because like to me, a lot of the ones now kind of sound similar, and then they kind of change up, 5-10 seconds into the song.
yeah, I mean,
Except for Cody, in which case
Cody-
something Cody Rhodes is.
it's one of my favorite BTE things ever. I love tweeting from the KJM account random wrestling stuff when people tweet us wrestling
best.
things. It's like
The
my
best.
favorite thing. Just completely random.
I love how there's at least one of the KJM Twitter followers that loves wrestling.
Oh yeah.
They know where to come for their wrestling tweets.
Like the guys might not be fans of it, but at least they know the people running the show are.
They knew, right?
Because I do use a fair amount of wrestling gifs.
Wrestling gifts are go to, man.
They're
Those are
great.
best, dude.
They're great.
I love this fat Shane McMahon.
I love that when he came back, he just always went to the baseball jersey.
Yeah. He always wore that though, didn't he?
Yeah, he would change it up. Like he had some like football-y looking ones sometimes and stuff. Like,
Well, it was always like a jersey, though.
Yeah. It became super consistent when he came back.
Oh, this is where he was the best in the world.
Oh, was he that here?
And he would make this guy do his yeah.
Better.
What an
Much bigger ovation.
introducing the best in the world.
I feel like where they went wrong was trying to force him to be a heel.
So good. So
I don't know. I liked not liking Shane McMahon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it almost became a parody of itself to like, oh, here comes, heel McMahon, like here's Shane. But like he's not a heel. He's just not like that hateable of a guy. In this run, he wasn't like back in the day he was because he was with Vince all the time. But when he came back, everyone just wanted to like him, and then he got a little overexposed and
Yeah.
You remember that like promo by Kevin Owens where he went on for like 10 minutes about Shane McMahon getting all the TV time? So
yeah,
good.
I mean, it was just a mistake to have him do as much as he did.
Miz, underrated theme song?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's fine. It's not bad. It's fine.
Wow. Just fuck me, right?
No thanks.
I'm good.
You're right. I'm the one that does the fucking.
No.
All right. Well, that's enough. Yeah.
Hey, shit, I'll own it. I will own this shit.
Why does the cage look so weird? Does it look funny or is it just me?
It's not red.
Ah, it's true. It's the cage isn't red with also red lighting. That would have helped. That would have made this match better.
Yeah, it doesn't look good enough. It doesn't look good. Need a lot more red.
Yeah.
Shane should be in red. Miz should be in red. Ref should have red stripes.
The problem with this is that like this feud did not justify a cage match at this point. It wasn't like we need to keep these guys. We need to keep everyone out, and it's winner take. Like it was just kind of like.
Well, wasn't it just like every match with Shane at this point had to be a cage match? Because then
They did that. They did the Falls Count Anywhere at WrestleMania.
Which is that's fine.
They were
That was
just trying to.
entertaining.
Yeah, I couldn't
just
see
like
any
kill
of it
Shane.
because I was there.
But like cage matches are supposed to be feud like enders, basically. No, I'm not putting you over for that. I'm done. Like
Tip liked it.
a cage match shouldn't just be like a throwaway like part of the feud to keep things going.
I want to say this was the end of it though.
It couldn't be because Shane wins. There's no way they ended. Oh, maybe they did.
Breaking news. All caps breaking news. Yeah. That was bad.
The crowd was so not into this.
We kept getting like good stuff though. So like the cage match being like the worst match of the night is,
I think actually what hurt this match a lot was the fact that the Samoa Joe match was so weird. Everyone was still kind of like thrown off.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The crowd was just like in a weird place at this point, so this was not going to be the match to bring everyone back up. Just because they're not those types of performers. What you need, if you're going to have Shane in here, what you need is someone who can just, like Dolph Ziggler, Ricochet, bump their ass off.
But I mean, Miz is good, dude.
Or Sami Zayn. He is, but...
He's fine.
He's not like a traditionally great worker
Miz,
for what you need in this match. Like he's
Tip,
a good worker, but
Tip, how far behind are you? It seemed like you were a good bit behind.
I am. I'm at 48.54 right now.
oh yeah, I'll stop, James. I'm gonna stop at 49.30.
All right, hold on. My phone is, I don't know.
I'll stop at 49.30 and let everyone catch up.
49. All right. 49.30.
All right, so Tip,
Everyone
once you're
there?
Yep.
Once you're good.
Yep.
Count it in, James.
3, 2, 1, go.
Cool.
That's what I get for trying to share.
Miz into the cage.
Yep.
Yeah. Are we all good?
Yes, sir.
Miz entrance?
And
Mrs. Entrance.
what
Oh,
is
it's the
it?
rack
A
attack.
torture rack.
Oh,
No, it's the rack attack.
you know what?
Oh, kinda.
You know what?
What?
That was a terrible move too. The torture rack, terrible move.
That is a bad move. Yeah, that's not a good one.
It's up
You
against
could-
the Bailey
you-
belly.
It's really
you could get
dumb.
away with it. You could get away with it in that era.
Maybe the Bailey to belly suplex is a better finisher than the torture rack.
No, we
There you
found
go.
one.
We found one.
Hate you guys.
We got one.
Did you remember, like Luger would just get him up there and they would just flail around? Oh wow,
Yeah.
Pat,
Yeah, it was-
Pat's computer.
Oh, Pat, he's out. He's
Yeah.
out. Yeah, you're back.
Did I come back?
Yeah,
I don't
he's
know what-
alive.
I don't know what happened right there.
I wonder if anyone ever won with a catapult.
Man, that'd be a good one.
Oh, someone's maybe not directly won with it, but someone's definitely catapulted someone and then won like with the
I
very
think
next
that-
move.
I think that Hulk Hogan might have won a Royal Rumble by catapulting Mr. Perfect out of the ring.
Yeah,
We'll count that.
But yeah, I you get catapulted, they hit their head off the ring post at the top, and then they get rolled up. Right? That's happened before. I know it has.
no, but I mean, like, there had to be someone in like the 1930s that was like, "This is my move. I will catapult you. You will hit the turnbuckle, and it's done."
I was gonna try to find. Is it in here?
Oh God, what's happening?
I'll tell you what the best finisher ever is.
Oh no, it's got to be like the stunner, right? Like
No.
the leg drop by Hogan,
No. You guys are way off.
the Sid Vicious. I break my leg in the middle of the match.
That's a finisher.
I mean, that was a good one.
He finished himself.
He was Dunzo.
I mean, I've done that.
Why do you have that? Where'd that come from?
Dude, he's had it for a while.
Yeah, you don't remember I bought this?
No, I don't remember.
He debuted it on the show.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
We were
I mean, honestly, that might have been a bad night.
trying to buy wrestling props to pop each other.
Oh yeah.
And I bought this one. This was at one point one of the most protected finishes in the
Yeah.
WWE.
It was over as hell. I don't know if there was a more over finisher than that for a while.
For a good bit there. I mean, when he I just ripped it. When he almost won that elimination
World Heavyweight title? Yeah. Incredible. I thought he was actually going to win.
A lot of people did. That's the second best thing I've ever purchased randomly on this show. Here's the best thing.
Buff Bagwell hot sauce.
Buff Bagwell hot sauce.
Oh yeah.
He's the hot stuff in this one. You got the Buffster.
Oh,
You know, I take pride in the fact that like
Mhm.
we were Buff Bagwell Twitter followers when he had like 200.
Yeah.
I think now he's up to like 30,000.
We're with him. Yeah, we were with him before it was cool to be with him.
How much
This
of
is
those
the
are paid
most-
for?
This is the most random piece of wrestling like memorabilia of all time. The 3-pack hot sauce of Buff Bagwell, Sting, and DDP.
Unreal.
I'm really hoping at some point. I'm hoping at some point there's a convention and I can get one of these guys to sign one of these. 'cause that would
Absolutely.
be-
Who is it? Buff. It's Buff, Sting, and DDP.
Yeah.
You can still get. I mean, you might still be able to get all of them. You can still get all of them at this point. No one
true.
has. No one has left us. And
That's
that
true.
I think
trio. Yeah.
and AEW is up there all the time, aren't they? So
No, not really. A
We'd have
little
to. We'd have to get behind the scenes there. When we were the media,
Hey.
we weren't allowed to go anywhere except for into our
I already-
seats.
I already, yeah. Well, we were media though.
That's what I said. When we were the media, all we were
Yeah.
allowed to do was go to our seats.
Yeah, wrestling media. Remember we sat in our seats and the security guard came up and was like, "What are you guys doing?"
Immediately. He's like, "Are these your seats?" We're like, yeah.
We're like, yeah, look,
Yep,
here's
they
the,
are.
here's the take. Look, we're the media.
they did that to
I'm
me.
like, do you want to? Like, do you need to check my ticket? He's like, no, it seems like you guys know what you're doing.
Rudy. What? Rudy looks fancy. Why does he look
Yeah.
like he's at a fancy thing?
Rudy
That's-
hosts a sports show called the Rude Dog Show in Denver, I believe.
Oh, what's up,
what's
rude
up,
dog?
Denver?
Yeah.
Broncos
So-
suck. Fuck those guys.
Wow.
Jeez, harsh.
Yeah.
Listen,
That felt unnecessary.
nope, it was necessary.
It's a rude dog eat dog world.
Yep.
I like
See what I did there?
I like that.
You can steal that one, Reyes. What do you guys think? A little pepper to the gumbo, or
I have this that I've been sitting on, so whenever you guys want to do a little bit of a drinky
Glass.
poo,
this glass is probably clean.
I love that. This glass is probably clean.
listen,
That
you're
was-
putting alcohol. Listen, you're putting alcohol in it. Alcohol kills germs. You're good.
You know what? That checks out to me. Look, I already had COVID. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm clear for a while. This is a cool glass, by the way. Can you see that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's George Bazanin, right? Isn't that who that is?
It took a minute. It took a minute.
Oh my God, that's a great call.
Huh.
It's George
Thanks.
Mazzani.
Thanks, George. All right. Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, that was a double shot that I poured, so I'm gonna have to take that one at a time.
Well, you took it two at a time.
Whew, that's great stuff.
It's the starts of a great show, guys.
Oh, here we go. Here's the finish. Get ready for fat, sweaty Shane.
I think that's my favorite Shane.
Oh, is that? Yeah, no, it is here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I love when they try
Oh.
to use the
Oh,
It's a good Bumsky.
that's
Why would the Miz leave right there, though?
because he's a good guy and good guys are stupid.
Was that a frog
Worst-
splash?
worst
That
frog
was-
splash of all
It was
time.
a very terrible frog splash. Yes.
I don't know if it was intended to be one, but James, do you pose your wrestling figures like in a specific pose when you get them, or do you just kind of leave them however they are?
Sometimes
What about you, Ted?
Great answer.
I have. It just depends, I guess. I don't know.
Like, for example, here's my Jericho, and here's how I pose it. Do a little Judas effect.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Well, I don't really do that. No.
Or like,
I have.
here's one of my two Orange Cassidys, and I got him with his hands up, like he's about to put them in his pockets.
Well, I have I told you I have the Scott Hall and the Kevin Nash, and they have the two sweet fingers, so I have them doing two sweet.
Can you pose Scott Hall doing the?
He doesn't have those hands though.
See that every Scott Hall should come with those hands.
That's a great call. Yeah, he doesn't have those hands.
Because if I wanted a
unfortunately.
Scott Hall, I would like to me that Scott Hall obviously did that, but I want the walking out Scott
Yeah.
Hall.
I need a Kevin Nash.
So I took it was just me and Oscar last weekend because Lisa took the girls to their like dance rehearsal, and I'm like, let's just get out of here. We got in the car and went out to Ken's Cards. Shout out Ken's Cards, and went to look for some wrestlers, and I had the Scott Hall. I found the
It's a
oh
great.
yeah,
fuck-
you got to do the right.
Yeah, with the
Yep. But I had the Scott Hall Wolfpack Scott Hall, and I didn't know there was any more of them. And I went to Ken's Cards. They had the Kevin Nash Wolfpack, so I got that. So paired them up. Got the Outsiders, baby.
If you go back and they have another one, I will pay you for that.
like you
All
got to go with the.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All my Dark Order is this, except for what the little guy. Who's the little guy?
John Silver. Oh, he's doing the muscles.
Yeah, he's doing the
that's fair.
muscles. Yeah. Brody has the papers, so he's
Same.
doing this,
Oh, I just have him holding them.
and then
God, this is such like a.
Silver's doing this, but everyone else is this.
Yeah. Here, at the risk of this falling apart, I'm gonna attempt to show you. That's how I got
That's me.
Hangman.
Those are his actual size arms.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
I don't know
those-
if you,
His
I don't
arms
know
are
if you
way
can
too
see-
long on that figure. That's my only complaint.
I don't know if you can see it, but he's got the
He's
glass,
got the
like the
glass,
whiskey
yeah.
glass. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that Hangman too, but he has the point finger.
Oh, fucker!
so
Everything
I have
fell
him
out.
I have him doing this with the glass in his hand. So
Everything fell out. God damn it!
I still have the belt around Jericho though. He'll always be my
Yeah.
AEW champion.
Yeah, I took it off of him just because
There was a time that he was the youngest AEW champion of all
Yep.
time.
that was one of my
It's true.
favorite lines from him ever. I'm the youngest AEW champion. Like that's such a funny, great line, and like such a Jericho line. God damn it! Whatever.
Oh no.
Oh,
Things
it's
are
all
really
wrong. It's
things
all
are
going
really
wrong.
Wow.
Well, it's
things are
because
really
of,
breaking
because of
down.
his stupid goddamn.
Ah.
moves.
His swivelly hips.
Yeah.
Loose hips.
They've tried to make his arms look longer than they were.
Whatever. We'll fix that later. Oh God.
look-
Oh no.
This
Yeah,
is
but
when he
I-
announced the
Oh,
24/7
no.
title.
Oh God.
Oh, that's when they announced the Universal title.
Oh, everyone
No.
just took a bump.
The Universal title was still a thing.
Oh, everyone just took a
They
bump.
announced that the Universal title was in 2016.
Was it?
Seth Rollins is the Universal Champion here.
Uh-huh.
Ha 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 ha. This is before Bray debuted too. The Fiend debuted.
Yeah.
Remember, we kind of thought it might be Bray.
Oh God, no one look at this. Oh God. No one look at what's going on this
What's going on?
erase. Erase this from history.
What? Oh, yeah,
Skip.
dude, he was so good too. He would have been a superstar, maybe.
Oh, is that yeah, I forgot he did commentary stuff.
Rusev.
Oh God, is this are they about to bring out Lucha House Party and what's his name?
Yes,
Racist Mick Jones?
yeah.
Wow.
This
This
is the.
so-
I think this was his last ever.
Yeah.
This is the last time we ever saw him. He got
else, but
no.
This
I
was
think he
his-
got. I
this
think
was
he
his
got
last
hurt
match.
here. Yeah, I think he
oh,
got
no,
hurt
this is,
here.
oh, this isn't that.
But it
Oh.
will be.
Yeah. It's AEW superstar Tony Nese.
I missed that title, dude.
I remember this being a great
this him
match that
and-
nobody cared about.
Is this him and Buddy Murphy?
I think so.
Is it Buddy Murphy?
Or no, it might be Cedric Alexander.
That's what I thought it was Cedric
Oh,
Alexander.
okay.
Yeah, this was the first like, all right, we can go get a beer.
And we did.
But it was a good match. That's the thing. Like,
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh, I mean, these guys can go.
It was just that there was no like it was cold. Like no one had any.
No one
connection.
knows who it is.
They don't focus on these guys at all. So
Those are the guys from 205 Live. What do you mean you don't know who that is?
That purple belt.
oh, it's Arya Davari. What?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Well, this wasn't what we thought it was.
Why are you guys so far ahead of me now?
I don't know. Where are you? I'm at about to hit 104 basically.
Hold on. I think that my internet went out for a minute.
Oh. Tip, stop at 104.
I love how they always have to like lean into somebody's nationality in the WWE.
Oh, lowest hanging fruits for stereotypes in WWE.
Are
all
you
the
guys
time.
paused?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm at 104.
On the dot.
It should be Arya Davari just getting out of his car.
All right,
Arya
three.
Davari looking like
You
me.
guys ready? You guys
Yeah.
ready? 3, 2, 1, go. 1. All
Look at nobody caring.
right.
You shouldn't get a car entrance if nobody knows that you exist.
I don't even remember this. We definitely
and
went to
it's
get
like
a beer.
basic ass Mercedes. Like it's not
We
even like
1,000,000% went to get a beer right now.
I remember it happening and like being good, but I
feel like
thought
I need to
for
go
some
get a
reason I changed it to Cedric Alexander in my mind, but it was good, but nobody cared. Is Ari Davari in AEW?
I don't think so.
No.
Or maybe they just bring him around whenever they go to Saudi.
Let's see.
Because they always bury somebody when they go to Saudi, right? Like
He is a producer for WWE currently.
Yeah, he's an older guy, right?
38.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
he's the same age as us.
Yeah, fuck.
Wow, he debuted. Wow, here's how long he has been around. He debuted on Sunday Night Heat.
Nice. I love Sunday Night Heat.
Oh, I miss whenever they used to do this.
Yeah,
You
no
got
one
a little
can.
bit of every language. That's how
Yeah.
Pat learned his German.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading about Davari.
Funaki.
Funaki, indeed.
Oh, he signed in 04. Wow. Oh, he officially debuted alongside Muhammad Hassan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Muhammad Hassan.
Man, that character could have been enormous.
Bad timing.
They bailed on that. I don't know why they bailed on it like that.
Oh, I do.
I mean,
Because they had the
no,
the
I know
London-
why. I know why, but I mean, they acted like
they realized
did it
they
on
made
purpose.
they realized they made a terrible call.
No,
Like,
they
it was
acted like what they acted like what happened with what they put on television was on purpose with what had happened during that
Well,
day, but their
yeah.
television was taped, so they had no
Yeah.
idea what happened. Like it just, I don't know.
Well, no, because
I-
they cut it, but they didn't cut it. They cut it in the British broadcast, but not in the U.S. broadcast.
I don't even remember it being that big of a deal here, but there was no social media back then either, so I don't know.
What are we talking about?
So Muhammad Hassan, the day of the London bus bombings. Do you remember the London bus bombings in like 04 or whatever it was?
It might have
Oh, that
been
was
later than
05.
that. Yes,
Whatever.
04, 05, 06, something like that.
In that, yeah, there were the London bus bombings that were bad. It was bad. The night that happened, SmackDown had a taped show, and Muhammad Hassan gets down on his knees and starts praying, and guys dressed as terrorists come down, basically.
And like take the Undertaker,
Take
right?
the
Or something
Undertaker.
like that. Yeah.
They beat the crap out of him, and I forget what they said. They said,
It's just like an overreaction, I think. And
no. I mean, at the time, it was so hot button still, man, because 9/11 was still pretty, like,
yeah.
fresh on the mind, and the Iraq War was hitting on all cylinders at that point. Yeah, it was just a bad idea by WWE, really.
Not the
Especially
character.
considering he was Italian.
Not the character. The character was great though. Like,
I mean, it had a lot of
it was
heat,
gonna
but
be immense.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was just unnecessary.
I like. Do you remember it? Like,
Yeah, oh yeah.
okay. Like I thought.
It was fine.
I always thought that it was a great, like, super over character. Like I
Real
thought that it
cool.
was.
Right word.
I think it was.
I think it was. I don't think he was over. He had heat.
I think he was.
Shall
I
we
think
go
he
back
was.
to
Let me put it this way: I don't think anyone's showing up to the main event if he's headlining.
Not yet, but he was
That's what I'm
still. It,
saying.
it
I
was
don't know if
still
he was
so. All right. So semantics then. I think it could have been
That's
huge then.
semantics. Pretty sure
Well,
over was over.
Your over is not my over, basically.
Well, your over doesn't draw any money, so I don't know. Guess that's not over.
You got a
There-
weird definition of over there, guy.
Being able to draw money, is that not what over is?
No,
No.
over is the crowd loving you,
The crowd did
No,
not.
not loving. but-
reacting to you.
Yeah.
That's. I don't know if that's over. There have been plenty of guys who have gotten reactions and not been over.
I think that there was an
was
immense
a lot of
amount of
potential.
potential.
There was
I think
a lot
there
of
was an immense amount of potential.
I
feel
definitely
like-
agree with that. But
I feel like that they were right there with him. Dude, he had a
it was
segment
bad
with Hulk
timing.
Hogan.
It was really bad timing.
He had a segment with Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania.
Yeah, it was
Like-
just bad timing. If the London bus bombings don't happen, then
Not
it's
even
a
that,
completely
just
different story.
that one segment
Well, that was the London bus.
for the
bombing.
London. That's what I mean. That one
Yeah.
segment, like, because he was fine other than that. Even if that was what his character was, as long as
If
it
it was,
didn't
if that
do
had
that
happened,
segment.
if
yeah.
that had happened 2 weeks earlier,
Yeah.
he would have been.
No, 2 weeks later. 2 weeks earlier.
No,
that
it
might
would
not
have had to be two. You could have done it 2 weeks later.
Oh, all right. We're saying the same thing. We're just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. Okay, I'm with you. But yeah, if it was not that day, basically,
Right.
it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But
But it was still like an overreaction because it's not like it was something they meant to do.
no, I mean, but yeah, I don't know.
Like he was in a program with the Undertaker. Uh-oh.
He did it to himself
thought-
again.
I thought it was gonna be my internet that was gonna suck tonight. Apparently it's his.
So for me, like, I never even knew that was
Why do
like
you
a
have him
thing.
there? Did Vince McMahon just take me off the air?
Yeah. we were talking about Muhammad Hassan too much, so
Yeah. Too much Muhammad
one
Hassan.
of us had to go.
And they picked me, and you were the one.
So
defending.
you would have figured it would have been me. I'm the one that kind of looks that way.
Jeez.
I could be Italian.
I should have just stayed off the air because I'm gonna go get more beer.
So now I totally understand why y'all went and got a beer during this match. The only thing that's like I've actually been
It's a
entertained
good
by.
match, but
It's like fine.
yeah.
Like,
No, the only thing I was entertained by was Arya Davari falling down
Falling
as they tried
backwards.
to do a reverse Boston Crab.
Yeah, I saw that.
it's just like what it's heatless, and no one cared about 205 Live, and this did.
I think this was
205
like
Live
Keith
doesn't
Ryan.
exist anymore, right?
I have no idea. That's how much I care about 205 Live.
I was like the only one that loved 205 Live, and I hate what I'm watching right now.
Well, like they just made it like such an afterthought that it never mattered outside of the Cruiserweight Classic or whatever they called it.
Although Tony Nese is a phenomenal athlete, dude.
Yeah,
He
he
is.
is.
Some would
He's-
say
and
he's a premier athlete.
He's with he's doing stuff with Smart Mark Sterling too, and I love Smart Mark. I get such a kick out of him.
Yeah, he's a double or nothing. He's against Hookhausen.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it cracks me up. I don't know why. Like, I think I just am
He's
so
the-
connected to him because of the Major Wrestling Figure podcast that I'm in on him.
He's the only lawyer in AEW. If anyone needs a lawyer, it's Smart Mark Sterling.
He's the best professional wrestling lawyer. I'm trying to think people he's been connected with. It's MJF, Jade, obviously Jade, and now Tony Nese. Has there been anyone else?
Was there some connection to Britt? I feel like there was a Britt connection, but maybe not though.
I don't remember. It's just funny that he is more over than Brian Myers currently. By like, I'd say a pretty significant margin. That's one thing that I think AEW does so well is their use of managers.
Yeah.
It's just so fun to have managers in wrestling. It just adds so much. All right, I'm going to get beer. I'll be right back.
Whenever he comes back, we should just like leave and go get a beer.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I even have one here already, but I'll get up and leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do the same.
All right, good.
He's listening to us right now. He's giving me.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Oh,
yeah.
Is he? All right, neat.
His little itty bitty fingers.
Oh, look at those tiny little hands.
Aw,
So
Vienna
cute.
sausage fingers.
So cute.
This match has been boring, dude.
It has gone on for way too long.
Oh, so like the super kick thing, right? Was like I can't remember what it was, but like Triple H talking about, finishing moves being used by other people.
Yeah.
And Shawn Michaels being like, I'm glad they protected my finish.
Yeah. Well, what was that? That was funny. I remember that.
Was
What
that
was
one
that
over
from?
the table for threes or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Poor Sean.
He's like, you go into a match, the first thing you see is a super kick and someone kick out of it. So we know Pat's finisher would be the Bailey to belly. What would your finisher be?
No, I already told you my finish is a senton or a
Nope. You have a belly to belly suplex. That's it.
Nope.
I have an established backyard wrestling finisher.
I guess mine would be a disqualification in a Hell in a Cell match.
Hold on, I forgot to close my door.
Call back.
James's finisher. Hitting somebody with a comedy mallet that's stacked on top of a toolbox, on top of a chair, on top of a ladder. Hard crack.
I got a beer. Two beers.
What?
3 beers.
What?
4 beers.
What?
I only have 2 beers.
Oh,
Should I do it?
do it.
Do it.
Sad.
Coward.
Not what? Sit in my room. I've never done that, and I've always wanted to.
What's that? Yeah. Next time one of your teams wins a title, go ahead and do it.
That's
So
a great
fucking
call.
never.
Yeah, sorry about that, Pat. I guess we'll never get to do it.
Pat's battery just died.
Surprised my internet didn't cut out right there. Next time the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, I will.
Oh, dude, it'll never fucking happen. I'd have zero delusions of grandeur. Come on. I hate that I love that team. Damn it.
That was a heavy shake right there, James.
I sneezed.
He did a little dab.
Little dab will do you.
I like that we had a little storyline going on at Money in the Bank too. Remember someone strung up Sami Zayn upside down?
No.
You don't remember that?
Nope.
So Sami Zayn was supposed to be in the Money in the Bank.
Was this when they were building Fiend?
They were, and we thought that it might be the Fiend. And then obviously it ended up being somebody else.
Bo Dallas.
We don't want to spoil the ending for those of you who are watching who have never seen it before.
Yeah, the German guy.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
and
German?
and the guy from Denver.
Yeah,
Broncos suck.
Brock Lesnar?
Rude Dog Ray.
Who?
Oh.
What? He didn't say
Yeah.
anything. What?
So the German guy.
Yeah, the German guy.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, German suplexes.
Yeah.
This was a great commentary team, by the way.
It
I
was.
love the three of them together.
Yeah, for sure.
Mostly because the banter between Renee and Graves was so funny and
It
like
was
natural.
excellent.
They would just like throw like inside joke jabs at each other, but like it didn't matter that they were inside jokes because it was funny still.
Yeah, see? Sammy strung up upside down. See? Pat?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Patrick?
I don't remember that at the show.
Everyone was like, ooh, what's happening? And there was like whispers. Fiend? Yeah, Bray Wyatt? Fiend? Maybe? Fiend? Bray Wyatt?
James had the idea of that and was just 6 to midnight, just Bone Thugging Harmony.
What were they doing with him at that point? Like were they doing the fun house there?
Was
I
he?
can't remember.
Had he even debuted yet?
No, he didn't debut until SummerSlam.
I mean, even the Bray Wyatt like.
I
Fun-
feel like he had because I know that's what we thought. Like, or I mean, that was a thought of who strung him up.
I liked Lacey Evans more than like I think a lot of people.
Lacey Evans is awesome.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I think the character is interesting. Like
The Women's Right is a phenomenal
Right
name.
such a good
A
name.
phenomenal name for her finisher.
Like I don't know. I just dig what she does.
I love that she just walked down the aisle for a while and waved.
And then
That
just
was
started
all, that was it.
It's great.
And then I think it must have been the Raw after WrestleMania. She punched Becky. Did she punch Becky? I'm pretty sure she punched Becky. I think that's how the feud started.
The Sassy Southern Belle. That's like such a great nickname. Like I don't know, man. I just
Oh,
thought she had so much, and then she got hurt.
I think her. No, she didn't get hurt. She had a baby.
Yeah, that's what I said. She's
Oh,
pregnant.
okay. Yeah, Ric Flair. I think her outfit in this was racy.
They all are. They
No,
were.
but I think this one was very racy.
Who had the money gun? Didn't someone have a money gun that they were shooting fake money out of? Was that her here? Didn't she have it like on her legs? had, like-
Maybe.
I swear she had like harnesses on her legs or her thighs or something.
She had-
like, money guns.
I believe she had Seth written on her ass. I think she may have had Seth written on her ass.
Her biggest problem is trying to be a blonde heel in WWE. It's like there's a better one. There's just a better one. So it's
Yeah.
tough to, be a blonde heel.
She and Charlotte put on a hell of a fucking match, though, man.
This was how they handled all this right here is really good. I thought
Yeah.
this was like a great sort of program.
They were nailing everything with Becky though at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
She
was
became big time. I love how I could say one thing and it like brings emotions to either
So-
one of you.
I like big time Bex. I like her a lot.
I'd like big time Bex if she wasn't a heel.
I think Bratty Becky Lynch is very good.
It's gotten better. I'll give you that.
It's very good.
She's like finally kind of figured out.
You
Gotta make it
personally might not like it because you want to cheer for her, but she's doing a good job.
I'm coming around.
She's doing a good job.
It's just taking me a while to get there.
Pat's coming.
Around.
Oh yeah. Around
She-
what?
Destiny
Oh, see, I was right.
happened
See,
to
she's
Lacey
got the
Evans.
harness things on her
Yeah,
leg.
you were right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, see, this was one of the few things. And there's the money guns. Ah. See, I
Oh, no.
remembered Lacey Evans.
I thought she had Seth written on her ass.
I think that was just your dream.
She did at one point. Maybe that was the didn't they do a mixed tag with her and Baron Corbin against Seth and
Fucking
Becky?
Don't get me started on that fucking guy.
Baron Corbin, great heel.
Terrible.
Great heel.
He's the king.
My king.
So Destiny asked
My king.
Forever what
Forever.
happened to Lacey Evans, and the answer is she got pregnant by Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Ric Flair's your baby daddy.
The fact that they actually like
Woo!
kicked around that as a legit concept is the most Vince McMahon thing I've ever heard.
Such good shit.
The only thing that might be more Vince McMahon is him considering that he would have been one of the fathers of
Nope.
Stephanie McMahon.
No. Yeah, we're not gonna. Let's
That
not
is
even
peak-
think about that one.
That is peak Vince McMahon.
Peak attitude era, Vince McMahon.
Well, yeah,
That was Vince
Peak
McMahon
Vince
last
McMahon.
week. That's why Stephanie left.
How weird is that, huh? Strange.
oh man, it's gonna go in a weird direction. I think,
Gonna go.
like way more so than I think they're gonna sell. I really
And they
do.
need to bring Vince Russo back.
I'm telling you, man. Jerry Jones buy the WWE. I would be like, if you're gonna have a crazy billionaire, make it Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I want a Jerry Jones angle in the WWE.
Dude, and then you just put WrestleMania in Dallas every year.
I am
Like-
with that.
It would be in Dallas every year too, every
Why not?
single fucking year.
Why not?
Oh, that's not
Dallas
fun,
is
though.
Dallas is a great arena for it.
It is.
Dude,
It's
I'm
not. That's
especially
no
with-
fun though.
No, but with all the shit that they have around that stadium, dude, like it is perfect.
It's besides maybe the Superdome, Dallas is the only other good WrestleMania option. The Superdome's had some great WrestleManias, but Dallas always is good.
I would say Vegas. Vegas is always a good option.
Have they had WrestleMania in Vegas?
I don't know, but if they've got the new stadium,
Oh, no, I'm just saying historically from what we've seen, the Dallas Manias and the Superdome Manias are both awesome always.
yeah.
You know what?
I really regret that I didn't go to Mania this year, but it was also pretty terrible.
No, it wasn't. This was a great Mania.
I remember us talking about how bad it was.
There was some bad stuff, but that's any Mania. But there was also a lot of really good stuff. I think the first day was the better day,
Yeah.
especially because you got the Stone Cold match. Which were you the one who said that sucked?
It did suck.
It didn't suck. You suck. Look, it wasn't a 5-star classic, but it didn't suck.
Wow. Did you hear that?
No.
I said if it ain't 5-star, it sucks.
I think there's only been like 2 5-star matches in WWE in the last 20 years.
What are they?
That's a good question.
Oh,
One of them's CM Punk.
what Punk match? Cena?
I think Cena, yeah.
The Money in the Bank one?
Let's see.
Man, that crowd was so hot for that Money in the Bank match against Cena. Whew, man.
Brett versus Owen was 5 stars. Punk
Yeah.
Cena.
Yeah.
Shawn Razor, ladder
Yeah.
match. Shawn Undertaker, Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
And Brett Austin.
Oh, all right. All right. Wait. Hold on. You're telling me that those Shawn Undertaker matches weren't 5 stars at WrestleMania?
Apparently not.
Then there's no
Also, who's doing this ranking?
there's
'Cause
no
It's Meltzer.
there's no
Triple H Taker at Mania was amazing.
No, that was not 5 stars. It was too slow.
And the Hell in the Cell?
Yeah, it was really slow. It was really long. It was good. It was great. It was great, honestly, but it was not 5 stars. It was like
Shawn-
a good 4 stars. It was really long.
if at least one of those Shawn Undertaker WrestleMania matches wasn't a 5 stars, then those rankings are illegitimate.
I mean, yeah,
Those were the greatest matches of all time.
yeah, they should both be. I agree. Probably, honestly, 20 was 25 the first one. I think it was 25 and 26, right?
Hold on. 29
Anniversary of WrestleMania.
20
Yeah, WrestleMania 26, the 25th anniversary. of
20
WrestleMania.
29 was Punk. So that means 28 was the Triple H match, which means the year before was the Triple H match.
Again,
So it's 27. So 26 and 25, I believe. Yeah.
I think he did that one on purpose. He's like, you know what? Fuck this guy and his anniversaries of WrestleMania.
What the hell? Like how does fucking Dave Meltzer not give Shawn Michaels Undertaker
Yeah, that's terrible.
at
That's terrible.
WrestleMania 25? That was
That's the
a
best WrestleMania
brilliant
match of all time.
of all time, and I don't even think it's close.
No.
I don't know how the Miz
It's-
Shane match that we just watched wasn't on that list.
He's also given a lot of NXT matches 5-star. I mean, Meltzer he's a New Japan guy. He loves he loves indie wrestling and stuff. So like he gave a bunch of there were more NXT matches with 5 stars than like normal.
Listen,
So
there are a lot of NXT matches that probably deserve or are close to, but if he doesn't have Shawn Michaels Undertaker at WrestleMania 25 as a 5-star match, then
yeah,
like, he
I mean the
doesn't-
second
he-
one
he
I could
obviously-
understand.
he obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, it's clear to me that he has no idea.
What I want to know what it was, right?
I think we need to come to the list.
He gave it a
Perfect.
4.75.
It was perfect.
It
That
should
is
have
a- that is-
been 6 stars.
It should have been like 25.
What
think
was the
Okada
reasoning as to
Omega
why it
was
wasn't a 5-star match?
Perfect.
Okada Omega, I think, was the first 6-star match that he ever gave. Michaels versus
Listen,
Undertaker
whatever.
should have been 6 stars.
Whatever. Like, do your no selling New Japan indie bullshit 6-star
that- I
match.
mean,
It doesn't even
that's just who
hold a
Meltzer
candle.
is.
It doesn't hold a candle to those guys doing what they did in front of like 75,000 people at WrestleMania 25. It's almost. I mean, if a perfect match exists, it is that one.
If a perfect match exists, it's WrestleMania 13, Brett versus Austin.
Undertaker, Shawn Michaels.
Hogan Rock.
Nah, that's not. It's a perfect spectacle.
The atmosphere of Hogan Rock is a 5-star match. Yeah,
It's a perfect,
has to bring it
perfect
up, dude.
spectacle. That's like Rock versus Cena, right? It's a perfect spectacle.
yeah.
It's all like you don't need bells and whistles.
Rock's
It's just these two people locking horns is all you want to see.
Yep.
Doesn't have to. You don't need 13 suicide dives and a 1430 from the top rope.
I don't know what she was pulling out of her pants there, but all right, cool.
What's the highest rated match that Almost has had?
Actually, us talking right now is his highest rated match.
-8 on Meltzer's rating. That guy's tall, so that's right off the bat. That's -5 stars.
It's
Can't
like
have tall guys being good.
what's AEW's Great Khali?
Oh yeah, I don't even know that guy's name. That's how
Yeah.
much he matters.
The guy that came out the same day as Veer.
The guy that came out
in a
with the
blackout.
lights out with the you can't
Terrible.
do it, dude.
Terrible.
He used
People
play
think
for the
that something's actually happening then.
Oh,
Not
you
just
He played
some
for the
tall guy.
Magic since 7'2". He's athletic, man.
Sure,
But
great.
also, like, you had all these like rumors about like the Garganos and like those types of guys. That,
all right,
like,
Indian Omos.
And you
That's
get
great.
and you get
Glad
like
you're tall.
you get like shitty Great Khali who would
Yeah.
like no one wanted or knows. And it's like,
I still have no idea who that guy is.
I couldn't tell you the guy's name.
I remember telling y'all too that like I was gonna be all in on this guy, and I fucking forgot who he was.
I like who cares?
I think that was the day that James was all mad at us because we were being too negative. I said I'm gonna be overly positive about this guy, and I forgot who the fuck he was.
Look, man, there's one thing that I'm great at reading, and it's big guys in wrestling. I can tell instantly whether this person is going to matter or not. And I've been dead on Omos or Omos or Amos. And I've
Famous
been dead
Amos
on
cookies.
Great Khali too.
Great Khali 2 hasn't even done anything yet, and I hate him because
I don't hate him.
debuted
I don't
he
even care. Like,
debuted
I
in
don't care
a
enough to hate him.
blackout.
I would
hell?
have to care in order to hate you. Like at least Baron Corbin, I hate because I care enough to. I don't even
Because
care.
he's a great
enough.
heel. He makes you hate him.
No, I hate him because I care enough to
No.
hate him. I don't care
Baron
enough.
Corbin,
him.
great heel.
I don't hate him because of his great heel work. I hate him
Sounds-
because I want him to go away.
It sounds like you do. You hate him because he's great heel work.
I hate him because I wish he didn't wrestle or talk.
Big Chiefs fan, Baron Corbin. Go Chiefs.
That explains why you like him. That okay. I was
He's
always
my king. He's my king. My king. Yep,
Lacey
exactly.
Lacey Evans got so much. That's not what I said. That's
Yep.
false news. That's
Nope.
fake news.
Nope.
That's
I think-
I heard it. I'm reporting it right now.
It's fake news.
Per me.
Per
Pat,
stats
there's-
and Jimbo.
Yep.
Per
Per
stats
stats
and
and Jimfo.
via
Pats-
stats and Jimfo.
Via Pats and Jimfo.
Pats and Jimfo. Lacey Evans got so much shit.
I forgot
By the
about
way,
that
I don't
gimmick.
know. Were you guys like tuned in around this time to like Lacey Evans? She was getting so much hate. Where people were like, "Oh, she's not ready. She can't. She's not good enough for this."
She was fine.
And I never understood it.
No.
I always
never
thought she was
thought that.
really entertaining.
Yeah, I liked her a lot.
Like, what is she perfect in the ring? No, but who cares? Because she's super charismatic and is a
I
great
saw that
character.
They do the same thing to Jade Cargill, right? Like,
Yeah, but Jade's got like an intensity level to her that she's like one of the most intense wrestlers right now. Like, you believe when she like pump kicks someone, you believe it. You're like, oh, she just kicked that girl in the face, like because she probably did, honestly, because she's green. as
Yeah,
shit.
because she's green as shit. Yeah, right. Exactly.
But I love Jade Cargill, man. I find her so I've been in on Jade from the start, and you guys know that, and you guys weren't, and I was.
I don't know if that's true.
I was like way in from the start, and you guys were like, eh.
I don't know if that's true at all.
You weren't out on her, but you weren't in on her. You were like, yeah, sure. And I was in from the start. I know this to be true. Trust me.
All right. I mean, if that's what helps you go to sleep at night, that's fine.
No, this will help me go to sleep at night, though.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think that's sleep.
It's a type of sleep.
Okay.
I was in from the start. Yeah. Did you guys see the tweet from Kimberly A. Martin earlier?
This is hold on. This is the best thing we've done in
Yeah.
a long time.
This is
This
a
is
great
the bottom
gimmick.
line. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love it a lot. All right, go ahead,
Bob
Pat.
Doom Pat get drunk on the internet. Bottom line.
Oh man, we need to write stuff up beforehand and then put it down there, and it can just run all night.
I was
love
thinking
it.
about that. Could you imagine if we actually produced this shit? Like if we
Oh, God.
put in time to produce
So
this
dumb.
shit, what it would be?
Producer. James couldn't even be bothered to show up in time.
We can come up with ideas beforehand, and then I just show up 10 minutes late. It's fine.
You were the one who wanted to do the
I
show.
am-
You showed up 11 minutes
Listen,
late.
if there's anything that you should know about me, it's that I'm perpetually late. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
here's
It's
Charlotte.
just,
By the way, in case you
it's
were
just who
wondering,
I am.
in case you were wondering, here's Charlotte cashing in her being Charlotte Flair in the bank tonight. Like, hey, Becky, come on, let's wrestle for the titles.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you knew it was going to happen whenever the Lacey match was first. I loved it. I love it though.
I was way in on this. I thought the way they did this whole thing, I thought was
It's
great.
perfect. Yeah.
Even though this is so like Hulk Hogan WrestleMania 9, like let me just come out and challenge you just because I'm Charlotte Flair.
No, it was scheduled though.
Was it?
Yeah, because she had to defend both titles, but Charlotte just made it so that she defended it second immediately after the first defense.
For some
Which
reason,
is
I
great
didn't
for Charlotte.
remember it being scheduled.
Yeah, it was. It was Charlotte. Yeah, it was scheduled. I love it.
This was.
Man, Charlotte looks so good here.
I was just gonna say that. I was gonna say I think this is the best Charlotte Flair ever looked
Man.
because she didn't get a bunch of weird facial plastic surgery that made her look like an alien. I remember James and I sending Tipton 50 pictures. What do you say?
Destiny's sitting next to me. I have her microphone.
He says something like this.
And she just like whispers away from the microphone like this, like, I think she still looks good.
She does. No doubt.
So
There are levels to it. It's like Courtney Cox still looked better when she was on Friends.
sometimes she looks great, and then sometimes I don't know what's happening.
Sometimes she looks like an alien.
Looks like what?
She's an alien.
Oh.
She's in the best physical shape she's ever been
right
in
now.
currently,
She's
without a doubt.
in incredible shape right now.
But
Was
I
this
think she.
before
I
one
think
of the
this-
fake titties ruptured.
I think I don't think that. I think she just got them reduced. I don't think or like she's
no,
got new-
no. She had like a
Did she?
procedure because
I
something
didn't know.
popped. Yeah, something popped. I think this was before that happened.
This was still, I think, the best she's ever looked. Regardless,
I think so.
like she is just unreal here. I also think that right now is the best that Becky's ever looked.
Yeah.
Like physically best shape of her life, but also like I like their weird like fucked up haircut. Something popped.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did say that.
Pop
I was trying to figure out what I said. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I just noticed this now that Charlotte does the flare off the top rope thing. Has she always done that?
Did she always do that? I don't know if
I don't
she's
know.
always done
I
that.
did-
I don't think she does it anymore though.
That was the first time I like actually was like, oh, that's the Ric Flair. Like, let me go up to the top rope. Whoop.
Dude, her chops are amazing.
Well, she's a Flair.
Like how she tried to block her head and got kicked in the ribs.
I love that Becky is like not athletic, but also like really good at the same time. Does that
She's
make
like
sense?
she's like CM Punk, right?
Yeah, that's a
Punk
great call.
isn't
That's a
Punk isn't
great-
athletic at all.
That is
but
a
he's
great
awesome.
call, James.
Yeah.
That might be the smartest thing you've ever said.
No. Listen.
Right. That might be
Yeah.
the worst Boston Crab of all time. Come on, Charlotte, sink it in.
I don't know. Jericho's had some pretty bad Boston Crabs.
But he's also had some of the best.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the
I
thing.
guess it
Like,
probably evens out.
you know, you guys are gonna hate me for saying this. You know who had a terrible sharpshooter? Was The Rock. This was terrible. It was so bad.
He hates everything about The Rock. It's
And I
true.
don't.
No, it's true.
You'd
1,000,000% true.
You'd think that you know what the only framed Bendham I have is? The Rock.
Yep. But you hate everything about him.
But I love The Rock. I
Hate
love
everything
The Rock
about him.
so much. What's my favorite movie?
The Scorpion King.
No,
Oh, I don't.
wrong Rock movie. It's Fast Five with Dwayne The Rock. Johnson.
Rampage. Rampage.
I've never seen that. Is that good?
It's actually not terrible.
Is that the one with the giant monkey?
Yeah.
I've never seen that. What was the one that was Die Hard, but The Rock only had one leg?
It was something with. Is it Skyscraper?
I might be what it is.
San Andreas, isn't it, or something like that?
No, that's a different one. That's The Rock when The Rock fought an earthquake. Not
Oh, yeah.
earthquake. That's not earthquake. An earthquake. The Rock went 1-on-1
With an earthquake.
No, the earthquake went 1-on-1 with a great
The
one.
great one. Yeah, that's true.
You remember when Earthquake fought the fat dude in Japan and kicked him? in the
Yeah.
head?
Yeah, it was great.
Well, I forget that guy's name. The great Antonio.
Was that really who that was? I don't
Yeah,
think
it was
that's who that was. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
his name was the Great Antonio, and he was just a big fat dude who no-sold everything. Oh
And
no,
Earthquake.
wait, I'm thinking of the Antonio Inoki that was Antonio Inoki fought the Great Antonio,
Okay.
and the Great Antonio no-sold Inoki, who owned the company,
Yeah.
to the point where Inoki just started kicking him in the head.
Yeah. Just beat
Oh
the
my
shit out
god!
of him.
he beat the
Yeah.
crap out of him. No, Earthquake was I forget who the guy was, but he also no-sold. It was a Japanese guy.
Earthquake was pissed.
Yeah, he also no-sold until they started just shoot like slap fighting.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It was
the guy
really
rolled
bad.
out- The guy rolled out and said wrestling's fake, and then left and was blackballed from the industry. I forget
I've
that.
got to find this, dude. I don't.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't-
you've never seen that before?
No,
Oh
I
yeah,
haven't.
that's a good one. Yeah.
That's a great one. I forget.
Oh, hey, is that Mike Kyoto?
It is
Yep. That's a gimmick infringement, pal.
Koji Katao. That's who it is. It's Earthquake versus Koji Katao.
Yeah, I don't. All you needed to do was like Earthquake Japan, and it would have popped up for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the all-time great like shoot in a match that wasn't supposed to be a shoot fights ever, where they just were straight up fighting each other.
Yep.
I also feel like if you typed in Earthquake Japan, it might not be the first thing that pops up.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. Sure. Just
Oh,
add wrestling
no.
in there.
Yeah, maybe throw a WWF in there. Oh no.
Tip, come back. You're gonna miss something.
Oh no. Yeah, Tip, this is the best part of the whole show.
Did they show y'all?
What?
So did they show you guys?
No.
No. Even
You
better.
remember I was watching this live. Like I know what happened.
Yeah,
I just
know.
know.
didn't remember that Tony Nese and Arya Davari had a match.
Well, we can all watch it together still. This was my favorite moment of the show. I don't actually remember exactly what precedes. Does Becky go on like a rampage here?
I don't know.
I also think this was the biggest pop of the show. Oh, she takes the turnbuckle pad off. Charlotte takes the turnbuckle pad off and then goes into it.
Is that what happens?
I think so.
Was this the start of like the women's Money in the Bank not being cashed in, or like being cashed in the same day? 'Cause I feel like they've done that the entirety that they've
think they
done
only
with
did it
Money in the
twice.
Bank.
I think they did it with what? Bliss once and Bailey once?
Yeah. Yeah, I
The
don't
other
think
one
they
was-
do it all the time.
No. Well, the one that in the pandemic was they didn't even have a cash in,
Yeah.
which I still think was a bad booking decision, but
I must say that they could have had like a tournament or something like that. They could have drawn out storylines and shit.
yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it was the right call, but I mean it was fine, but whatever.
I was looking at the open screens that I have on like my Google Chrome right now, and Black and White Cookies is there.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, Tipton didn't know what a black and white cookie was, James.
Oh yeah. You don't
Well,
know the
it's
black and
not
white
black
cookies?
and white to me. It's brown. It's chocolate.
It's black.
Not
Yeah, but
It's a black and white cookie. Come on.
I was like, I was talking about black and white cookies. It was like, oh, you don't like Oreos? I was like, no, that's not what I mean. Like, that's not what a black and white cookie is.
What's your favorite
Other
cookie?
than Bailey. Bailey was hitting on all cylinders here.
Oh God. Oh Jesus, that was a terrible belly to belly.
It was like a
Oh.
fisherman suplex.
God. No,
I don't
that's
think
not.
that was. I don't know if that was
no,
a Bailey to
that was
belly.
not. Then what was it?
There's
It's
a
just
like a fisherman
It's
suplex.
just like a
No,
suplex.
a fisherman suplex is not that.
I mean, it's just like a
No. No.
because
She didn't hook the leg.
when she does a Bailey to belly, she plants the person. She doesn't throw them.
It's not over the top. It's literally she just hugs them and then gently lays them down on the ground.
It's not gentle. Stop it. God, Charlotte looks fucking great, man.
Oh,
Great
she
angle.
did go into the buckle, but
Oh, I guess it wasn't. Okay. I thought it was exposed, but I guess not.
It will be.
oh man, people started going crazy there.
Oh, man. It
I mean,
was,
you can
everyone
look
was like,
at the crowd,
oh, baby, here we go.
You can
Get-
look at
get-
the crowd.
Give me some sound. Give me some sound.
We wanted it so bad, man.
But look at the crowd, man. Like there's a bunch of people there that just aren't into it.
No, that's, I mean,
Are you look at that? Come on, are you kidding
Look at the
me?
entire front 3 rows.
She is.
it's because people weren't sure if she was actually going to cash in. It's that trepidation that they're like, oh, they're going to fuck her, aren't they?
Ooh, that was a good fight.
I hate that they do this with the Money in the Bank now. Like everyone acts so confused. Oh, that was a good one, actually.
What's happening? But it's official. It's the bell. This match is underway for the SmackDown. Charlotte hasn't moved. Charlotte has not moved.
Oh, give me the elbow.
It's going up. Bayley going up to the top turnbuckle. Can Bayley do it tonight? Oh, elbow drop. Bayley, cover. Bayley has beaten the Queen.
I
Wow.
forgot
Awesome.
she won with the elbow drop.
Yeah.
Because even she knew that the Bailey belly was garbage.
SmackDown Women's Champion.
Oh man, we were all so happy.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's a good crowd, Tip.
This
I'll say that's a
one
good
has
call.
turned into Bayley's blessing. We got a new
Everyone was excited.
champion. This is the worst night in the history of WWE officiating.
That's
Never made it back to her
I
feet.
love Corey Graves.
This is a travesty. Charlotte Flair got greedy. She wanted to decimate Bayley just like she attempted to do to Becky Lynch. And then
I love that she did this, by the way.
She went face first into the turnbuckle.
She like
That's good
jumps
stuff.
into the crowd, like she goes like full Eddie Guerrero. It's great. I thought she did. Maybe she didn't. Am I thinking of a different thing?
0 upper lip.
I know she grabs a sign at one point. Oh, that's good. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
The dude with the hugger section looking creepy as hell.
I thought she actually like jumped into the crowd at one point though.
right.
Maybe not.
She leaned it up. There you go.
Okay.
There it is. Well, kind of.
The women got to be careful because there are a lot of weird dudes in
Yeah,
those
for sure.
crowds.
For sure. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Misremembering.
No, you were right there.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Roger Clemens.
I thought she did like a full like lean back into the crowd thing, like Eddie Guerrero style.
But she kind of did. She
Kinda.
kind of did. Yeah.
It was a little bit different than how I remembered it, but
Yeah.
pretty close. Even so, that was the beginning of her like historically long title run.
How did that 12-year-old have tattoos?
Oh, that's the sign that I remember. That's the part. that I
Oh, there you
remember.
go.
Okay,
See, look
this
at
is
that.
what I'm remembering. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm remembering.
She Heisman a little kid on her way out of there too.
I mean, sometimes you just got to Heisman a kid.
Why didn't she come? Why didn't she come to our section? That'd have been fun.
Because
Because she
we
saw
were-
Pat and knew the best reason to stay
Yeah.
away.
Oh, someone grabbed her boob for sure right there. Did you see that?
Yeah, of course they did. People were disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
Were disgusting.
No, R.
Pe- I said are.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's-
they said were. I was like,
No,
come on.
people were. Are people were. People were.
yeah, okay.
People are.
This was what I was remembering.
You remember the little kid that smacked Alexa Bliss on the ass?
I just saw a video of her
And-
talking about that not too long
Yeah,
ago.
so did I. Nia Jax's reaction is hilarious.
Yep.
Because she thought at first she was ready to like go off. She thought it was
Yeah,
like some
and then-
old dude
yeah.
or something. And then she realized it was like a 6-year-old kid. Hey,
Shoot your shot,
the
buddy,
Mets-
shoot your shot.
The Mets beat the Phillies.
Yankees won today too.
Is there a more underappreciated sort of like run for someone than Bailey during the pandemic?
Drew.
Like Bailey carried SmackDown during the pandemic. carried it.
Randy, dude.
No, but Randy he won a title. Like there was a payoff to all of that. Like Bailey never really got her flowers for.
Oh, there's my guy.
Oh, there he is. It's
Oh,
Ezekiel.
no, that's Ezekiel's older brother, Elias.
That's what I said. It's Ezekiel's brother.
No, older brother, Elias.
I have an Elias signed Elias card, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
I need
Pretty
a
happy.
signed
Yeah.
Elias Kimona.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like a out of 50. It's pretty nice. I like Elias. I've always been a fan of Elias.
Dude, the greatest pop that I ever heard from a crowd, like all the heat that he got in Seattle.
Oh, him and Kevin Owens.
Yeah, man.
Kevin Owens had no idea what was happening. Kevin Owens
Which is
did
a
not know
shame.
who the super. Huh?
It's a shame because if he
Yeah.
did,
Yeah.
I'm sure they would have kept it going a little bit.
Yeah.
Like if he would have known even a little bit about basketball, or if he would have known Kevin Durant or something
Right.
and just dropped in one line, it would have just been.
Just one tiny little line. Yeah.
I mean, the building would have come down. That was outside of the promo that Roman Reigns did after he beat Undertaker.
Yeah.
Where he was doing
It's my yard now.
where he just kept bringing the mic up and everyone would boo.
Yeah. It was
That was
great.
That was the most nuclear.
Hello, I am Elias.
Second work that. Suck it, Rick Boogs.
I love Elias. I think Rick Boogs is a better guitar player than he is. Yeah.
You remember like when Elias first came out, he only played like 3 chords?
Yeah.
Wow, that felt good. That
I
felt
fucking
good.
love him.
Come
God,
on,
he's
Right
so
that-
great.
Write that tip.
That's
Breaking
what
news.
God, that
That
felt
felt
good.
good.
me. My guitar broke. Ladies and gentlemen, not only am I the biggest acquisition in SmackDown Live history, but I am the biggest acquisition in WWE history. In fact, just the other day, Vince McMahon texted me. He says, Elias, because of you, I can sleep peacefully at night knowing that the future of WWE is in good hands.
It's so good, man.
And that made me feel good.
This is like an all-time
Made me
drop.
feel real
ball.
good. And
They
it,
should have put
it
at
begs
least
the
like the
question,
icing.
with
on it.
all this success,
Well, now, you know.
Doesn't he shits on Hartford pretty good here, doesn't he?
standard
Oh, yeah.
toilet bowl like Hartford.
Yeah. So, real quick, cut this out real quick. So I guess you can hear me in the weekend. He's shitting on Hartford, and the whole time I'm sitting next to James and Fitz and Ezzy actually going.
No fit. No
I
fit,
agree.
though.
This is a
Yeah.
garbage state, and
Yeah.
people around us are popping at me.
Now see, with the big dog out. Of
I
the way,
agree.
He's like, Hartford's a toilet bowl. I'm like, yes, and also the roads are terrible, and people are.
I wrote a song. Ladies and gentlemen, long live Elias. And right now, I need you all to silence your cell phones, hold your applause, and shut your mouths.
God, it's so good.
Loved it.
He's the perfect definition of a cool heel. Like, he's supposed to be a heel, but everyone likes him.
Your people here are so boring. Your life would suck without me. I bring energy to the world like Vince says Elias is my name. Roman could have been me.
Didn't he release an album
No one wants to
Two.
hear him talk.
too?
I have him.
So Roman, shut your mouth.
I walk with Elias.
Elias just took you.
I've always walked with Elias.
Continues to walk with Elias.
Now I want to hear Zeke speak.
Carolina, what a beautiful place. Now I understand why the railroad left this city, because
Yes. That's great. I love
Right.
that.
It's pretty neat.
Where did you get that?
Dallas
I don't remember.
Hartford is
I
up.
think it was a whatnot thing. I don't remember how I landed. I only paid like $10 for it, I think. And this is like a great series of cards.
It's a disgrace.
23 out of 50. Oh, yeah, James. That's our good buddies, the Not Racist Card Shop.
Oh, right. Yeah. Ken's cards.
Oh, same with this one. This was also from the Not Racist Card Shop.
Bobby
How many
Lashley.
cards do you have?
A lot.
So I know you have at least 7,000 Orange Cassidy cards.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I can't even. Okay, so there's 3 binders worth of cards down there. But those are all, it's like baseball, some wrestling, some AAF, or was it AAF? No, XFL.
This is going to be great. This is a great spear, I feel like.
I think I'm a little bit behind you guys. Now this has gone down in value so much. I should have sold it when I had the chance.
Shit. Why?
Why has it gone down?
Yeah.
The market cooled off.
Oh, it wasn't a spear. That sucks.
I don't really want to sell it. I really like
Yeah.
having it.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Like,
I can only
Speaking-
imagine how many NFTs Pat has bought in his time.
0.
Speaking of gone down in value, I bought that that last Jericho Chase for like $150. It was
Oh, wow.
600. It was like 600 when it. Remember when I sent you the? It was like 600 when it first came out.
Oh, dude, the amount of money I spent on these Orange Cassidy cards that like I did not need to spend because I knew the market would cool off, but I wanted them, so I didn't
You
really
wanted
care.
them, yeah.
We need to check out what the value of that prototype is. The one that Pat owns a leg, I own an arm.
So that one, like the value's not really gonna because it's a prototype. The
Yeah.
value won't really like fluctuate that much on something like that. Like James could probably flip it for what he paid for it. Like,
I just had like a huge swig of bourbon that I was not expecting
why didn't you tell me?
because I wasn't expecting it to be a huge swig of bourbon.
I've been sitting here with this for like a half hour waiting for you guys
Well,
to suggest we take a shot. But
Oh well, let me go get a little something. We can do it.
I'm gonna go get a little something.
when you say a little, you're not like a little something.
Oh, a
What the
little
fuck was
something.
that?
Oh, a little something. A little something.
A little something.
What?
You said it weird.
Yeah, you
Why
did.
did I say it weird?
You were like,
I know,
"Oh,
right?
What did
Did
I
you
say?
you're only got a little something.
Yeah,
maybe,
why-
maybe I'll get a little something.
yeah, I
Something.
go a little something.
Gonna get a little
A little
something.
something.
What's weird about that?
You're just it's not weird. You're just getting a little something.
A little something.
A little something.
Said it
You
was
just
a-
said it weird. It was just the way it just like the inflection was funny.
I don't think I said
And then,
anything
then
weird.
afterwards, puts all the bass in his voice. He's like, "No,
Yeah,
I
no,
just
bro.
said I'm gonna get something."
What?
Didn't say it.
I have no idea what's happening right now.
Yeah, you just
I just said something normal.
No, you said you're gonna get a little something.
Yeah, just a
Yeah,
little something.
something.
It hurts my voice to go as high pitched as what you just did.
All right, well, go get a little something and let's
A little something.
take a Shotzi Blackheart.
Oh, nice.
Did you ever watch this 24 WWE 24 thing on Becky?
Probably not. I'm not into Becky the way that y'all are. I think like she's way
really
too
good though
stealthy.
because it's not it's like a documentary on Becky basically. So like it's her in Ireland and stuff, and it's cool. It's
I mean, I just saw that it had Natty and Bailey in it, and I'm out.
no, it's cool. That was a good one. There are some of those that I don't really dig. Like they're just kind of fine, but this was a really good one.
I thought
Because
the AJ
She
Styles
does like a cool backstory, like training with Finn and stuff. Like, and they dive deep. They dive more into that than any of her actual WWE stuff. It's a lot about her history, and I love that kind of stuff. What are you drinking there, Stats and Jimfo?
Maybe nothing. I can't get it open.
Nickel for every time I have that problem.
Come on.
You can do it.
Ah, maybe.
Have you guys ever seen the YouTube edit of I don't know if WWE put it out or if just someone made it, but it was Man Comes Around, the Johnny Cash song, but with a bunch of Becky stuff and like it's really good.
That's pretty great.
It's really good. I can't remember if it was. I don't think WWE did it because they wouldn't have paid for the song. But it was really good.
I will say it's Pat's favorite wrestler, The Rock, that he just loves to shit.
I like The Rock.
Hates The Rock.
He's just there. You can't say that he isn't flawed, but he's also the best promo ever.
For the last 2 years, you've been like, I love The Rock, but.
Yeah, there are butts.
And then
there are
it's
butts
just like
about
a
Hulk Hogan.
stream of word vomit.
There are butts about Stone Cold. There are butts about every wrestler ever.
I don't think
There
so.
are butts about Bret Hart.
Well,
Bret
he's
Hart.
the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Except for his entire WCW run, which was absolutely atrocious and ended his career.
Can we talk about Hogan versus Flair coming up?
That's not happening. There's no way that's happening.
Was that who people think is going to be the last match? I mean, I hope it happens.
Conrad and Flair talked about it and basically said that's not happening. So
You don't think that's a work?
I mean, it could be.
No, because they'd promote the shit out of that.
They don't need to. They could say,
It's
they
gonna-
could say the Friday before, and we, like a bunch of nerds, would be like,
I mean,
let me
that's
watch
fair.
this.
We would, but you want to get casual people too.
So I found the Anejo and Yeho. So
Anejo.
Anejo.
and
Anejo.
there's a little guy over the end.
The Anijo.
And Ninja
The Tequila.
Tequila.
The Tequila. James is going to have
That's-
a quasive delay after this.
It's hard. It was hard to open that. It's like wax. It's
Well,
very
it's because The Rock himself closed it.
very difficult to open.
That's
And, like,
Well, you got to pop out of Destiny on that one.
That's all I needed, buddy. He used the people's fist to close it.
oh,
Here's the thing.
all right.
Is
Yeah.
he?
If
Sure.
So I own this Rock Bendham, which I actually paid a pretty solid price for. And
Yeah, I own this Rock
actually
Bendham, which I
made my
hate.
money.
Yeah.
But if
I
I,
hate The
ever
Rock.
was gonna get
Own the
one
Bendham,
thing-
though.
if I was ever going to get something signed by The Rock, I'd want it to be a DVD copy of Fast Five.
Oh, come on. Could you kick him off of here? Get
I
him the
love
fuck out
that.
of here.
It's,
All right,
it's
then I'm
so
gonna-
good, man.
100% agree.
Fast Five is the best Rock movie by such a long way. It also is the movie that jump started his entire run into action movies. It changed the trajectory of his career. It was so goddamn good.
The best
Mhm.
Rock movie is Stand Tall. No, Walking Tall. I don't even know what it's called, but it's better than.
No, it's
Fast
not
Five.
that good.
Yeah,
be that
it's such a great movie. I forgot what it is.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, but
The
it's
best
better
Rock
than
movie is The Tooth
Walking
Fairy.
Tall.
It was like me and Indian almost.
You know what's actually sneaky great as a Rock movie that I feel like people don't appreciate, but I love is Gridiron Gang. I think he's
That's a good one,
excellent in that. I think he's excellent in that, but it was early Rock, so he doesn't get the credit for it.
I was watching some early Rock stuff, mid 2000s, right? It's amazing how much bigger he is now, just physically.
Yeah.
Than what he looks like The Rock ate The Rock.
Well, that's all he does now is
Take
lift
steroids
weight.
and work
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
the
that
dude-
first part
come
too. Yeah,
And,
Dude,
and, and
he's
hang out with Kevin Hart.
What is he 52? Come on, man. He's
50. He just turned
50?
50. Yeah.
He's not. I'm sorry, Rock. I know you work out a lot, but that is not how a natural person at 50 looks. You are on the shit. You're gassed up, brother.
Oh,
I
I need
mean-
to look up a score here.
What match was this? Is this
AJ
the
Seth.
one-
AJ Seth for the
I don't
Universal.
remember this at all.
This-
I actually kind of remember this. Was this a banger?
I think that it was a really good match. I
I'll
mean,
say
it
it
was
has to
Seth
be.
and
It's
AJ.
instant.
Yeah, but there have been some times where it's like, oh, well, these guys will have a great match, and it was just Like, for example, Nakamura and AJ were not great in WWE.
Oh, that's my favorite storyline of all time.
Kick him in the
No,
dick.
no. I'm not talking about the one where they kicked each other in the dick.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
talking
that's
about
what I'm
the one
talking
where they
about. Oh,
actually
okay.
got to wrestle, and it was
Oh,
really
okay.
like underwhelming.
Give him the old dick kick.
The old
Also,
Oh,
knotted up at 99 in Boston right now.
Yep,
Really?
I have it on the other TV here.
Finally, a close game in the NBA playoffs.
I was saying that earlier. Like these playoffs have been like not the games have the series have been pretty competitive for the most part, but the games have not been.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you look at like Phoenix Dallas, it went 7, but the last 4 games were decided by an average of 27 points.
Like,
Yeah.
like the games were not good. It's so weird. It's such a weird playoffs. I'm actually pretty happy that the Warriors are back in the finals because
Dude,
I just think it's
I
fun.
love the Warriors. I
Dude,
love
I
the
could've-
Warriors
I
so
could've
much.
bet
Yeah.
back in February that they would make it to the NBA Finals against the Celtics. I'm about to cash in on this motherfucker.
You did? You bet?
You put
Really?
money on it?
Yeah, dude.
Oh baby.
Yeah,
I hope the Heat don't win the series just for your sake, Tippy.
dude. I will be fucking belligerent.
God, Seth was the champion.
Ah, come
How do I
on.
not remember this match at all?
Yeah, this is right out. It's right after he beat Brock at WrestleMania.
Right after he beat the Brock.
God, I have no recollection of this match occurring.
He's the
Like
Beast Slayer.
everything else I pretty much remember, but this has I don't
Did Jaylen Brown just miss 2 fucking free throws?
No,
God damn it, dude. Ugh. Wow. And then
Dude, they
Jimmy
were
Butler gets
behind,
an
too.
and one. Yeah. Jimmy
I haven't
Butler
been
just went to
watching. I
the
totally
bucket.
forgot about this.
We never took our Shotsky Blackheart.
Oh, here.
What's up, fucker?
What's up, Clary?
Hello, Mark. Fucking, you believe this, Mark?
Yeah, what the this fucking Mark.
Come on,
Dumb
Mark.
Mark.
Salute.
What a Mark.
That's Clary OG. You follow him on TikTok. He's pretty good.
Oh, Mark OG. Follow him on TikTok.
Clary OG.
Not a smart Mark. We're just gonna bury him.
Whew.
Barry OG.
Is he a wrestling fan?
I don't know. Clary.
Well,
are you,
it- If he's not, he's going to
Hey,
be
Mark.
severely disappointed in this broadcast.
Hey, Mark. Are you a Mark?
Whew. That was something.
Oh, we're getting anger now.
All right.
Get out. You're out. Get out, Mark.
I knew I didn't like him from the start.
He's a self mark. That's what it's. He's just a self mark.
What a piece of shit. Without following him on Twitter. Fuck that.
Where's
guy.
that piece of shit at Augustine at?
Yeah. Where's that piece of shit, Augustine? Where's he been? He hasn't been on any of the shows that we've done, like in the last 6 months, except for once.
I don't care. Go away.
Yeah, he's
I
our
don't
boy
want you
too,
watching.
Mark.
That's why we're doing a show with him.
Yeah, Mark.
Numbnuts.
Numbnuts. Yeah, Mark. Hey, Mark. Fuck you. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? Mark?
I love the fact that like anytime
The-
Pat says "fuck you," there's a smile on his face.
Yeah, I mean,
The whole way off.
I can't actually ever be mad at people. So
The entire way. Just fuck that. Fuck the entire way off. As far off as you can go.
Are you talking to Mark? He's not that
Yeah.
bad about it. Yeah, Shaggy Beard.
Uh-oh.
I mean, we don't talk about the beard. We don't talk about the beard here.
I love being able to hear Destiny's comments in the background. Uh-oh.
So she came in late, and I didn't have enough time to like plug in another camera, and she was gone for like a good hour. And I was like, "Where the hell did she go?" Because she wanted to be a part of the show. And
Well,
now
has
we
she
don't
been,
have another
has she
camera.
been taking shots at least?
She didn't take a shot with us, so now that means you got to catch up.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if
I
she's
don't
gonna
wanna hear
take
anymore.
one, then I mean,
Oh boy.
Oh wow!
Listen,
weak ass beard, Shaggy.
the only people who go after my beard are people who can't grow one like this. So I'm sorry that you're not man enough to have a beard like I do.
Is Mark?
apologies,
is Mark
Apologies,
confirmed?
Miss Mark.
Are you saying he missed the mark with that comment, James?
No, I'm calling him a woman
Well, I was just trying to.
who can't grow a beard.
Well, you can't. It's 2022, James.
That's fine.
I will say his beard is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
You know what? Send him the link. Get him on here, Tip. Send him the link.
I'll do
No,
that.
I don't.
We need a beard off.
I'm gonna leave. I want to talk to this idiot.
We need a
Who is this
beard
idiot?
versus beard.
Who is this? Who is this dumbass?
A
I
beard
don't want to
ver-
talk to anyone.
beard versus beard cage match.
In a red
In a red cage with a ladder, with a mailbox, not a mailbox. What was it? A toolbox with a chair and a mallet. Look me up, Shaggy. Yeah, Shaggy. I don't know.
I have no interest in knowing who you are. So
I gotta be honest, James. If you shaved, you could look just like Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
maybe a little. Yeah.
Like you're pretty much there.
You do the flat top.
Oh,
Well, I
dude.
mean, at least like you don't have to get you can keep the hair, but just the face, you could go real Anvil.
Little.
So I've been trying so hard to convince Destiny to let me do like the Hulk Hogan blonde mustache.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Didn't you burn your face off whenever you tried to dye your mustache
so I
last
did
time?
one time,
That's all you need.
but it's because I did it myself. I would get the blonde professionally put in.
Yeah.
I
you
went
got-
and I bought like a spray can of like aerosol. I didn't realize that it was going to be frozen.
You gotta let the sort of handlebar part grow out more.
Well,
than
yeah,
what you have now.
I've been going over to Gentleman's Republic, the strip
strip
club
club?
barbershop.
The strip club,
And
the Gentleman's Republic strip club, my favorite strip club in all of El Paso. That's
I
also
mean,
a
where else
barber-
could you go to get your beard trimmed?
Undisputed.
To a Durham Bulls game. There's a barber. There's like a barber chair.
Oh
in the
yeah, you
suite
could go
that
to
we were in.
the Brooklyn Nets. They also have a
Yeah,
barber
there you go,
shop
see?
in
Yeah,
there.
but I mean that's North Carolina, James. We know all about that. Like that's just the way it is.
I don't know anything.
I
about
don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah,
Weird fucking place is what I'm saying.
Oh,
North
okay.
Carolina. I mean, it seems pretty cool.
So in order for me to like get to the Air Force base that we were at, I had to drive down like this back road from like Interstate
I thought that was
95.
in South Carolina.
No.
Oh,
But I had to drive down like this back road, and the
Oh,
entire time, all I could hear in my head was dueling banjos, and it was like midnight.
Oh,
in
I
see,
mean,
fairness, I
time,
went to play. I was playing before I had COVID a couple weeks ago. I was playing golf, and where I drove in Connecticut, I was looking around like, this is straight up. It was out there. I was like, where am I right now? And then I remembered that it was Connecticut, and like that's like most of Connecticut. It's like the rich people and then the rest of Connecticut. Anyway, where's
I don't know. I sent him the link. He didn't show up.
yeah, wow, what a mark. Did Destiny take her shot? Whoa, what's happening here? Are you taking it? Jesus, Tip.
he's just drinking.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a shot. I'm
Whoa,
sorry.
calm down, Pat. Wow.
Say my
Oh,
God,
so
aggressive.
we were trying to get
Man,
Destiny involved in
aggressive.
this, and
this is slightly aroused.
Oh,
I mean, hey,
An angry Pat. That's the reason. Why.
oh.
hey. By the way, how about our boy Scotty Messina getting married today?
Oh yeah, our guy Scotty.
Yeah,
Should we send him the link?
apparently
We weren't-
Alan James got invited to the wedding.
We weren't invited.
I got hired with Scott. We got
Yeah.
hired at the same time. Didn't even get an invite, but
We need a Pat and James sad meter to express how sad we are that we didn't get invited to the wedding.
Oh, should we send him a link?
Yeah,
Scott?
I think so.
yeah, send it to him. I'm gonna send him a text with my new name.
Sad Pat.
Hold on.
Perfect. Yeah, Alan was like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to Scott's wedding." I was like,
What the
"Scott, we
fuck?
seen her?"
Yeah, what's going on?
He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Wait, how'd you get invited to that?" I was like, "Wait, I didn't even know he knew Scott."
We created the I was part of creating the Scott Angry Meter, and I didn't even get invited to the wedding. What the hell's going
Yeah.
on?
Kidding me?
What
Me
the
and
fuck is
Scott-
going on in Boston?
What's the
Uh-oh.
score?
107,
102.9.
101 Heat.
Yeah,
107,
39
101?
yeah. They're the Celtics might be in trouble.
Mm.
Did something happen? Like,
No,
for
like I told you, Jaylen Brown missed 2 free throws, and then Jimmy Butler went right down and got the N1, and then that's pretty much what's happened since.
I hope none of our bosses are watching this because I for sure did not write any scenarios for if the Heat win the NBA or advance to the NBA Finals.
Sorry, Justin. We
thought
really
about it.
didn't think.
I thought about it after the fact. I wrote some for the Celtics tonight, and I was like, "What if the Celtics lose?" But I was already gone, so I was like, "Well, I don't know." The one that I wrote is fine.
they're in Boston. They should win.
Well, the thing is, I wrote a lookie for the Warriors that was pretty generic. It was like, "Hey, the Warriors are in the finals. Could they be the best dynasty ever?" So, I mean, it worked. That'll work regardless. Like, if the Heat advance, it's not like that's out of date or anything. But I don't know. I was like, well, I probably should have done something in case the Heat actually win this. But
I miss those like late night scenarios where like something just happened out of the blue and you get like a message from somebody like, "Hey man, can you give me a lookie of this?"
we were just talking about NBA.
Oh, yeah. The insiders. We were talking about it today.
Was that today?
Or maybe yesterday.
I legit
Yesterday.
missed that show. That show
Yesterday.
was so fun, dude.
Yesterday, because we have Bobby Marks on.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, because Who do we have? So we would have Bobby, Wendy, Chene.
So it was
Ryan
Shanae.
Hall?
It was Shanae.
Ryan.
There was 2 that were always there, I feel like.
Yeah, Shanae and Ryan.
Shanae and Ryan were always there, and then Wendy and Bobby Marks would rotate in.
Flip back and forth.
Yeah.
That was such a fun show.
It was so fun.
That was like rookie year Chene. That was great.
Yeah.
And Ryan Hollins, honestly.
Yeah. One of the coolest things I remember is like I had to answer the phone after playing like all the rejoins and shit, and somebody asked me like, "Dude, the playlist that you have, like, what's the song that you just played? Because that's like a badass song." I was like, "You called into ESPN, waited on hold as long as you did, just to ask what the damn song was?"
First song. That's funny. Where are you guys time wise? My app kind of crashed.
2021 or 2 hours 21 minutes.
2:21.
I paused it right there, so we're good.
2:21 on the dot.
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know.
Oh no.
So it takes a while for like it to pop up down here. Everything sucks
Phrasing?
at my house.
Phrasing?
What? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nope. I said what I said.
Nice.
Why did you spell COVID with a lowercase o?
I don't know.
All right, I like it.
I thought that's how it was spelled.
Where are you, James?
What's happening?
It'll pop up eventually.
Yeah, the ticker has gotten longer.
Yeah.
Phrasing. What are we doing here? Where am I?
Just 2:21
On the dot.
Oh no.
Where are you?
Wow. That's way back for me. All right, hold on. Just wait.
Well, that's because we spent the last 3 minutes trying to get you to go back to
Yeah,
3:21.
well, I'm trying, man.
This is why we reset. You know.
All right, 2:21.
Should we do like a full radio reset? This is Bob doing Packet Drunk on the Internet. I'm Pat. That's Bob. That's Jim.
No, you have to do it the right way.
Presented
He's
by
Jim,
Progressive
he's Pat.
Insurance.
No. We're not. Nope.
we're
That's the
not.
wrong show. Wrong show.
No, not the right one. Okay, sorry.
Guests appear on the. Nope. Not that either. Nope.
It's the Subway Fresh Take Hotline.
Nope. Not that either. Nope. That's
I
wrong.
was never there for the Subway Fresh.
You
Take.
weren't? Oh man, we've gone through a few different hotlines.
No, I was never there for that
I
one.
thought we were. I thought it was that whenever we first got there.
No, it was the Shell Pennzoil at that point.
That's yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and
Subway
then-
Fresh. I remember watching like Rosillo and stuff, and it was the Subway Fresh Take, and
And then it was the Goodyear. Oh no, Shell Pennzoil
Shell
Performance
Pennzoil,
Line,
and then it was
and then the
Goodyear.
Goodyear Hotline. Yeah,
Um,
Good
My
times.
introduction to Mikey C was listening to SVP and Rosello.
are you guys 221 yet, or can we?
yeah.
can we
I'm
get-
good. I'm good to go. 221 even.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mike. Yeah, I had no idea who Mike.
Seth up to the top rope.
Yep,
Yep.
Seth.
Frog splash.
Dude, that
Beautiful frog
done the
splash.
Miz.
That's a good frog splash.
I remember us saying that in person, by the way, when Seth did that, and us being like, "See the Miz? That's how that's done."
That Miz frog splash was not good.
I don't know if he intentionally tried to do a frog splash. I think
It
he
was
might
more
have
of a
brought his
flop.
arms down to like do
No,
a
'cause he
normal
attempted to
splash.
tuck in his legs.
It looked like he. I don't know. Maybe he was just flailing.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to do like a normal sort of splash and
Tried to do
accidentally
a-
made it look like the worst frog splash in history.
Tried to do a frog splash from the bottom rope.
Now that I'm watching this match back, I am fully remembering that it happened. But
Oh yeah, no, it was great.
yeah,
It was a good match for sure.
I will from like time to time go back and watch like the Cena AJ match at a Royal Rumble, just because that was such a good, like damn good match, dude. I think it was
I
like
don't
Royal Rumble 2017.
don't remember that one.
I think it won like match of the year that year, dude.
Maybe I would if I saw it, but I can't recall it off the top of my head.
What was it?
Cena AJ at Royal Rumble for the title. I think that's whenever Cena won his 16th.
And then Bray won it at Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
see,
right
I
around
remember-
then.
The crowd
Yeah.
was so hot in San Antonio
Yeah.
too. Like it was, but like the TV screens, because you know they have like the jumbotron.
Yeah.
Two of the screens on the jumbotron went out, like in the middle of the fucking event.
That's awful.
Oh yeah, dude.
I tried to get an AJ TNA figure the other day.
Oh, look at that! Two torture racks in the.
Two
in the
torture
paper.
racks in one show, man.
Shout out to Lex Luger.
Is he paralyzed?
I don't know. He's in a wheelchair.
Weird. Wasn't he like
I
a
wasn't
pastor
sure.
or some shit?
What?
Wasn't he like a pastor or a preacher or some shit like that?
I don't know.
That I don't know. I knew he was in a wheelchair. I wasn't sure if he was paralyzed or not. For some reason, I thought he was. Thought he had like some weird spine issue that.
Don't do roids, kids.
Yeah.
Are we making Destiny take a shot? Is that what
Yeah.
we're
What
doing?
happened?
I've been waiting on this the whole time. She's like over there fucking around on her phone.
Yeah.
How about you go get
Nope.
like a
Destiny?
Tell
Figure it
her,
out.
tell her, go.
I mean, I can't because that's a
Yes, you
caveman.
Nope.
Get your head
tell
out of
her.
your ass, Destiny. Come on, figure it out.
Get your head out of your ass.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about your ass.
Well,
Well, I mean,
you kind
I
of.
guess technically, but not like that.
Do you remember when WWE banned the Styles Clash for a while because they were afraid?
Because someone told Vince that it was dangerous.
Yeah.
And then Jericho was like, "Yeah, this is what we're gonna do for the finish," and Vince was like, "All right."
Jericho said, "Yeah, Vince, I don't really give a fuck what you say. I'm just gonna do what I want
No,
to do."
he just didn't tell Vince like they were doing like whatever they were doing, and then
Yeah.
Vince saw it, and Jericho was like, "Yeah, that's the Styles Clash."
Yeah,
And
and
Vince
they
was
don't
like,
do it
"Oh,
off.
okay."
He used to do it off the second rope sometimes. It's like a super
Sometimes,
Styles Clash.
yeah.
He does not do that ever.
I feel like he has done that before. Oh wow,
Dude, this is one of my favorite
Ugh,
Seth moves.
man! That like face first superplex is nuts.
Doesn't Seth win on a Falcon Arrow?
Remember whenever they
I don't know.
didn't allow him to do the curb stomp
Oh yeah,
and just randomly brought it back?
Yeah, and they changed the name. They just called it
Yeah,
the Stomp.
this just the stomp. Yeah, I think I think they were afraid that there was like a concussion thing that they said, but I think they were more afraid of the name and like the implication of it.
It was the racial implication of a curb stomp. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. That was absolutely why they.
but
stopped doing it.
they framed it as we
There's a
wanna
racial
avoid
implication to
concussion.
that.
American History X.
Do you know what a curb stomp is?
No.
Oh,
Oh, Well, James and I do.
I'm assuming that you stomp on
Right.
There's
some
a movie where
on
a
the
Nazi
curb and break their teeth.
you put someone's teeth on the curb and then you stomp on their head. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, the famous use of that in pop culture is a Nazi doing that to someone in a movie.
Oh,
Yeah. An American Nazi, like a skinhead. So
makes sense, I guess.
I'm sure they started doing it and then saw some like feedback and were like, "Oh, we need to stop doing this immediately."
So
Because there's no way that Vince knew had what like
Destiny has gone through copious amounts of bottles that we have. We even have a bag left over for my birthday, I think.
a bag.
Like a ton of like the little mini bottles because I had a party bus for my birthday.
Oh,
And she finally settled on Fireball.
I like Fireball.
Fireball's fine.
Yeah.
After
No,
looking through all the bottles
no,
and
Tipton,
everything
I don't like,
else,
Tipton, I don't like your tone. I don't like
Yeah.
how you just posed Fireball right there.
no. I will do
No.
You
no,
really-
no,
yeah,
no, there's some disrespect to Fireball right there. and
There's
I'm
a
not
lot
gonna
of
stand
Fireball
for it.
disrespect.
I heard
We're
it
not
in
gonna
the
stand
tone of
for
your
it.
voice. She went through all this alcohol and she landed on Fireball. No, I don't like the tone of your voice,
No,
Tipton.
you didn't let me
I think
finish
Destiny
because
made a perfectly valid choice.
no, she went through the tequila, she went through the vodka,
What? What?
she went through the rum, she
What?
went through all that stuff, landed on
What?
Fireball. But as she was going through all that stuff, she was like, "Ew, ugh, oh."
Okay, because Fireball's the most delicious.
You're that big
Fireball
of a
is more
stand for
delicious.
Fireball?
Fireball is more delicious than
All
tequila.
right. One. I did not expect this from Pat.
Neither did
Pat
I.
Pat is like a whiskey.
Yeah,
Like
I like what I like.
I get shit for Jameson Orange, but
Yeah,
Pat
no,
loves
that's
Fireball.
atrocious.
I
That's
don't.
atrocious.
I have no idea what's happening right now.
Jameson Orange that should not happen.
I get shit for Peach Crown,
Now
but
again,
Pat in love with Fireball.
no. But what you're doing there is you're taking things that are great and making them worse.
Hold on. She
Fireball has always been good.
You're taking whiskey and making it Fireball.
so Destiny just said, like, she looked over at me and was like, "I'm just gonna take this." Phrasing?
Oh, whoa, no. Oh,
Oh no! You gotta
hey,
like
you gotta
get
wait.
camera.
yeah. Hello, down there. We have a
Camera?
whole ticker. Tip. We have a whole ticker for this.
Camera. Yeah. There we are.
Also, add it to the ticker. Destiny. I'm just gonna take this.
All right. We'll wait for the ticker.
Don't look at me like that. You said it.
We didn't say it.
Yeah, you said it.
You said it. It's not our fault.
Yeah,
This is what has to go on the ticker.
we're journalists. We're in the media.
Yep, we're in the media. Yep.
According to professional wrestling, we're in the media. And as you know, nothing in. Oh wow, what a counter! Wait, sorry, great Styles Clash. Anyway,
There it is. All right, great.
should we do a toast? Hold on.
He asked to do a toast, and then
What
he said
happened?
something that
What
cut out.
happened? What the hell?
Do you want me to do a funny toast?
Yeah, do it.
Sure. Here's to love, and here's to honor.
Ah, what happened?
I did
What
that too.
happened? Oh, okay. All right. Oh
Here's
no.
to love,
I know this one. I'm not sure.
here's to honor. If it can't come in or come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, we got yeah. All right.
Oh my god.
Here's to getting fired from Disney.
I didn't say it.
I did. So.
Well, maybe I did.
That's
Do I
that's
really
not
care
on
at
the
this point?
sticker.
I'm just still mad that we didn't get invited to Scott's wedding.
No shit.
What the
Hey,
fuck?
he's been on this show.
Yeah, what the hell, Scott?
Oh my god, he has been.
Yeah,
That was one of the bad nights though.
yeah.
So I
well,
think we had
for
like
us-
Jay
that
Hood
was
on that
great,
night too. Like it was a night.
All right, so the Heat won.
That was one of those it was one of those 8-hour nights.
Yeah, that was a long one.
I went through the archive. I think our longest one was 5.5 hours.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's just
wow,
not
man.
good for us. That is not a smart a smart decision from us.
Or it was
I'm
an
low key simply just watching Destiny play with Buff Bagwell right now.
Do it. Do it. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same one that I have autographed or not. I don't think it is, but it might not be. James, didn't you get a buff that's like the autograph is on the figure?
Yeah. Hold on.
It's so like weird and funny looking. Do you have an autograph buff, Tip?
I got a card.
Oh, a card. That's right. So we all have a buff autograph.
I also have a Jake the Snake, like playing cards autographed by Jake the Snake.
Playing card?
Uh-huh.
Like I didn't even know this existed. Well, actually, I might know it now that you're saying it.
Trish Stratus and Eddie just took a face bump.
Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's good.
That's really cool. So I've actually seen Seth just won. Hey, wait, is that the autographed one?
Dude, he is hitting me hard.
Yeah, man. Jeez, Buff. Relax, pal.
That is money in the bank.
Yeah.
Money in the spank bank.
So
We're gonna go that fast.
Tip,
It's
there were
expected to get that fast.
Oh yeah. Wait, James, is yours different than that one? That's the one that I have autographed. Except I have the actual like whole figure. James, wait, was yours? Did your arm movement work differently than Tipton's? Because Tipton,
his goes in the back, and mine are from the legs.
Oh, so it's a different figure. I didn't realize that, but it looks the same. Jeez.
Can we see him?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the mini faces of Buff Bagwell.
Wait, Tip, hold that one up to the camera. I wonder what the difference.
Oh yeah. Oh wow, that's really different.
Wow, way different.
Oh wow.
I think I like James's more. I think James's looks more like Buff. I'm just saying. I mean, let's be honest. This looks the most like Buff.
Oh yeah, the head size and everything.
That's the most buff that Buff's ever been. Look at the six pack. Come on. Buff was never that ripped in his entire life.
I think this was the thing that I bought to pop y'all, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah.
Oh, that's the magnet one.
Yeah.
Did that come with someone? Else?
No,
I
it
need to
was
know who I
supposed to,
got.
but it didn't. You know what? I just thought about. I never got my fucking Juventud Guerrera.
Here's the one that I have. I have
They
the one
ordered
that
that in
James, I have the
October.
one that James has.
Yeah, you do.
But it's the way that it's signed. Look how cool that signature is, man.
That's really good.
It's so great.
Show us your signature, James.
It's not a good one. I'm
I
pretty
think
sure.
it's-
I don't
think
even know if
great.
it's.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Good luck. Hope everything comes out okay.
What did he say?
He's got to pee. It kind of looks like it says "but,"
I was gonna say it looks like it says Raz.
but. Oh, that's good. Oh man, that's a good one.
You can see the ring light behind me too, making my eyes look nice and beautiful.
Yeah, pretty.
Dude, I did not realize that this was going to take this long.
What?
This Money in the Bank, because like we're watching the whole thing. I feel like we've done shows much longer than this that have not felt this long.
Yeah, it's been a long show.
What other matches are there? Because I thought it was just really like
This-
Bailey.
I think it's this and Money in the Bank. Oh no, maybe Lars Sullivan. I think we get Lars Sullivan at some point.
And this late into the damn thing.
I think it's the buffer match between Kofi, this Kofi match, and and the Money in the Bank. I think maybe.
Who
I
does
might be
Kofi
wrong.
face here?
Randy?
Destiny messed up the batting stance that I had.
Oh no! Way to go, Destiny.
Yay.
Because you know the reason why I had the legs that wide open, right? Phrasing.
What did I just walk into?
Pause. I'm not sure what to say to that.
James is speechless after that.
I'm not even sure what you're talking about right now because
So like the batting stance. The reason why I had the batting stance like that.
no, why? Jeff Bagwell.
Oh,
But he had that weird fucking batting stance. man.
yeah, and he'd do like didn't he do a weird wiggle with his bat too?
No, I think that was Gary Sheffield.
Oh,
No, Gary Sheffield would do a big one.
Gary Sheffield was.
But Bagwell, I think Bagwell did like a little one, didn't
Maybe he was
he? Like a
more.
small, like
It
there
was
a
more
small-
the. It was more the
low crouch.
The crouch,
for sure.
yeah. I tip. A lot of my baseball career I spent in the Jeff Bagwell stance.
Oh, here,
Love
oh,
that
you guys-
Jeff Bagwell stance.
here we go, baby, James.
Oh, there it is. All right,
Here it is,
let's
here it
go.
comes.
So
Lars Sullivan.
I alternated
stuff,
between the
baby.
Ken Griffey Jr. and the Alex Rodriguez. So I was like way the hell up here.
Oh, are you a lefty?
Kind of like,
You're a lefty?
yes, but I'm like a switch hitter. I'm ambidextrous.
Oh,
I throw and right with both hands. The only thing I can't do with my right hand is eat. So
You
like,
do
oh
everything?
okay.
You
I'm
do
glad
everything
that's
with-
where you went. Yeah, all right. That's cool.
Is it everything? I'm going there.
it's everything.
Okay.
All right.
I was
Do I
so
leave
I was
now?
really influenced for a
I feel like I
while
should
by
leave.
Jim Tomey.
Hmm.
Because
Wait, are you a lefty?
No, I'm a right.
Oh, okay.
But I had like a really high
Yeah.
bat for a while because of Jim Tomey. And then when Ryan Howard came, I would do when he would come to the plate, he would do like a
It was like back and forth, wasn't it? Yeah.
not just until he got set and ready. He would like do it up and down a couple times, and then he would just sit it on his shoulder, and I
Yeah.
totally took that up.
I tried doing the Ichiro once and was like, I cannot do this shit. Like, I just could not do that.
Ichiro, to me, it is my baseball card version of Orange Cassidy. I have the most Ichiro cards of any other of any baseball. Like I have binders where there are like 4 or 5 pages of just Ichiro cards. I loved Ichiro, man, because my best friend loved Ichiro, and then so I just kind of adopted it, and then we both just loved them together.
So I was never like a power hitter. So I would like try to follow people that were power hitters thinking that I might be able to hit a home run.
Never worked.
I had one that like hit the top of the wall, like, and I don't think it hit the top of the wall. Everyone tells me it did, but I don't think it did.
I never hit a home run in Little League. It wasn't until I got to, I don't even know what the league was actually called. Like it was past the Little League, but
Beer league softball.
no. Well, I had a lot of those in high school
was-
or college. Whew. I loved playing softball in college because at Fordham we would play in the outfield of the baseball field. So we'd play like right behind third base basically. And then the baseball field is attached to the football field. So the stands for the football field went like way up. So you'd be hitting from third base and you could hit into the left field stands. And I put a ball into like almost the fifth from the top row. It was like right around there. And it was a fucking shot, man. It was one of the greatest hits of my entire life. It was the highest I've ever seen anyone hit a baseball there.
So
Or-
anytime that like I've like played softball and stuff, I'm normally like the only lefty. So what I'll do is just target the right fielder. So I'll close my stance, kind of like Giancarlo Stanton, and just lift it out to right field, dude, like all day long, because I know they're not going to get it.
I
That's when
forgot
you-
Lars Sullivan got busted open here, by the way.
Yeah. It was like, I think he just headbutt the guy.
Normalized chest
Well,
hair.
I mean, he is a racist, so
He's a lot of things.
including racist.
I'll say whenever
Racist.
racist is on the
homo-
lower echelon of your list,
Well, racist, homophobic, There's like a lot of
Oh,
things.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's a lot of. I was just in this situation. I'm not surprised that he tried to headbutt someone in Lucha House Party
No,
because he's a racist.
I feel no, I feel like that was, you just get cut by the guy's mask. I don't think that was, whatever.
Do I need to
it's
buy
a
like
shame, though,
all of the
that-
Lucha House Party figs?
I feel like
I've already said you had to.
yeah, that's part of your deal.
Come on, man. You got to go all in. They're doing big lucha things. What was that? Is that the quote? What was the Kalisto quote? Was it Kalisto?
I don't know.
Who said the lucha things quote? I think it was Kalisto.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Graves
Kalisto.
looks like he was.
Good- Oh, it was good. It was good lucha things. He said he wants to do good lucha things, and then he just left. Like that was. He's like, I want to do good lucha things, and then just left the promo. And whoever was interviewing him was like,
That's right. He just he like
It was
fucked
a
up the
mess. It
promo.
was like
Yeah,
such
that's
a-
right. I forgot about that.
it was such a botched promo.
I have to find that. Oh, Kevin Owens.
Oh, here's the transcript. I'll read it. I'll read it.
It was Kevin Owens, and all right.
So
What
we'll lay out. We'll let Pat do the entire transcript here of Kalisto.
Here's the Kalisto promo. Well, hey, I'm here. Like I said before, I'm here to shock the world. I'm ready. I'm ready to show my lucha art inside and outside the ring. But first of all, I can't stop thinking about Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin being on SmackDown. Heh. I get to have my revenge. Sabes que? He said I'm here to stay and make a good lucha thing. God damn it. Woo!
All right. Yeah. That's a great
That's the
promo. Yeah, let's go.
Kalisto, right there. What a promo. What a guy. Kalisto. Terrible.
Oh, dude, I forgot about that environmentally friendly belt that Daniel Bryan had.
I
It
love
was so good. Oh man, so good.
That's what I mean, man. WWE, I wish they would do more stuff like that. Honestly, when they unified the titles for Roman, give him his own title, right? Give him the Roman title.
Bring back the Undisputed Championship.
Give him something, right? Give him one title. I think it would have, but they want to be able to, have two titles on two brands. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck off. It's dumb. It's so dumb. You don't need two titles. It's stupid. But you're telling me that a Roman Reigns title wouldn't have been dope as shit?
What would it have been? Just like a fist?
That's a great question. What would the Roman Reigns title be? Make it like the spinner, but
Yeah.
the arm went up and down instead.
It comes out like this. That might be the greatest title of all time. We need to design that.
He spins it, and it's just this.
But instead of spinning it, yeah, you just he hits it and it just goes up and down instead of spinning.
I love that idea.
Would it just be a big dog? Just put a big dog on the title.
Oh, you said dog. Holy shit.
Yeah, what were you thinking?
Dong.
Why would I put that on the it's not Nakamura versus AJ. No, that would be the title for AJ versus Nakamura too. Because that's the only way that feud ends.
Oh man, those he doesn't really do it anymore. But the power bomb on the edge of the apron, so brutal.
Dude, do you remember when Daniel Bryan first came back?
Yeah, that's the
It was
first bump he took.
thing,
Yeah,
which was smart. It was-
Jeez. Yeah, for sure.
It was like welcome back.
you had to show people like this guy's not made of glass. Like he can do stuff. If he's clear, he can do stuff.
No,
like
it's. I mean, I guess that's, but also it's to build sympathy for him too. Like,
sure,
I
sure.
think it's that more than anything else.
I think it's both. I think you need to show people like he can wrestle. Like he's not he can do stuff.
Yeah.
But also we're gonna kick his ass so that you feel bad for him. Because everyone is gonna have the initial when someone comes back. Like if it was the same way with Edge, it was the same way with Christian.
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels. When someone comes back, it's like, is this guy okay? Like, is he gonna be able to do stuff, or is he gonna like break Sting?
Yeah.
And so you need to show people like, first day, I'm good. I can do whatever you need me to do.
They didn't.
And, like,
I don't think they used that with Sting though.
You know, something they
Well,
power
because Sting
like
damn
power
near died.
bombed him.
They did, but they didn't. They didn't like use it.
What do you mean?
Like with Shawn Michaels, they built up the sympathy for Shawn Michaels and his back and all that. Like that was always part of the storyline.
I'm not saying part of the storyline. I'm just saying part of the like sort of like internal psychology, I guess. Like
They should have done that whenever they brought back
it's
Kurt
not
Angle.
it's not like a spoken thing. It's like an internal understanding. Like, oh, this guy can actually take these bumps again. Like he's not brittle. He can do this again.
They should have done something like that with Kurt Angle whenever they brought him back because he looked so bad, dude. So bad.
He was so
but that's
beat
'cause he
up.
couldn't move.
Dude,
His
He just
arms
had-
had zero muscle definition.
he just had 2 knee replacements. That guy was just not. He shouldn't have tried to wrestle again.
No, he couldn't move. He could like his neck was too fucked up at that point. Like he couldn't move his body.
He also, I think he always says he had like this bad like hamstring injury too, to where he couldn't move. He couldn't move around very much.
It was still wrong though that
Like I
his
wonder.
match with Baron Corbin.
He also had his entire spinal cord fused to his tailbone.
Yeah,
That's what I mean.
well,
like
yeah. Obviously, that's a problem, but you know, I mean, Stone Cold looked fine, like pretty good, and he had
Yeah.
a lot of the same. Edge looks pretty good.
Yeah, but it's different though because Stone Cold and Edge they stopped for a long.
Right? No, I know.
And
Yeah,
Kurt Angle kept
absolutely.
going the whole time.
Also-
his bump card was overfilled at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he was also also hurt.
That too.
Not that, but also hurt. And
Yeah,
I think that impacted
For
what he
sure.
looked like too.
but also I think we'd think of the last Kurt Angle run a lot differently if his last match wasn't a throwaway against Baron Corbin.
Yeah,
Like if you gave him something compelling, even like the Jason Jordan stuff. Was he hurt?
well,
before that?
yeah, Jason
that the
Jordan
plan?
got hurt. Yeah, it might have been, but yeah, Jason Jordan definitely was like he's never been back.
Yeah. I
So-
I couldn't remember what the
I honestly thought it was going to be my internet that was going to give us problems tonight.
What's that, like 7 times already?
I don't know. What's the counter? Yeah, put a counter up.
Dude, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it keeps going. It just randomly stops working. I don't know. But regardless, I think that Kurt Angle's last run should have been handled better. I think he should have gotten a better send-off than he did for a guy who was one of the 5 most important wrestlers of the most important period in WWE history.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, it's off subject, but Kevin Owens, is he a Grand Slam champ? Or is he missing the tag titles?
I think he might be missing the tag titles. Does he have a tag title?
Because I know he's had the
think
he has.
Universal,
He's had the IC.
the Intercontinental in the U.S.
Has he? And has he had the WWE?
Universal.
Well, that doesn't count then.
Oh, okay.
No, they don't. They only count for the Grand Slam. They don't count the Universal. Unless they started to, and I didn't know about it, but
No, didn't he win a WWE?
I thought he did, but
Yeah.
he definitely won the Universal. But
I
let's
was
see.
about to say, isn't he like a 2-time champ? Or I
I
guess
thought he-
1 time with the WWE?
I thought he was, but maybe he's not. Hold on, let me pull it
A
up.
little Wikipedia.
Championships and accomplishments. 1-time Universal, 2-time IC, 3-time US.
Wow.
So he is not even a Triple Crown champion because they do not count the Universal title towards that.
Really?
Nope.
According to whom?
I don't know the standards of WWE. That's just what they don't count the Universal Championship.
But if it's the same thing as the heavyweight championship,
But they didn't count the heavyweight championship either. That's why Dolph Ziggler isn't a Grand Slam champion.
holy shit, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Well,
They only count the WWE championship. Which I think it's dumb. I mean, if you're saying these are the same titles, if you're saying these are on the same level, then it should count. But
we all know that you have like an ulterior motive because your thing is that you want the ECW title counted as well.
I mean, I think it should be. I mean, if you're like, honestly,
I also love the face that you made because you're like, what are you talking about? What ulterior motive? And then you're like, yeah.
it's not an ulterior motive. It's a straight up. I think that should be considered one of the main heavyweight championships in the history of WWE. If they ever count the heavyweight championship / the Universal Championship, then they need to also count the ECW championship. That's how I feel. So if they count that one, then they got to count these. It's a main championship on a main show that you had on your networks. It's not. You're not. They never. It was never like a minor league show. Like NXT is considered the minor leagues. It was never that. It was always on the same level as the other ones.
For a while there, they tried to make it seem as if NXT was, the same level as what SmackDown.
Not really though. They never have really portrayed NXT that way. It's always been the little brother to like the main roster. But ECW was not that. ECW was on the same level. Always.
Well, yeah, because Cena had the championship, Kane had the championship. It wasn't like some mid-tier guy.
Cena did not.
I thought he did.
He wrestled against RVD, who had the ECW championship, which is when RVD wins both belts. Actually, RVD didn't have the ECW championship. He wins the WWE against Cena at One Night Stand, and then Heyman gives him the ECW championship. And they reinstate it, and so he's a double champion. But that's what I mean. Like, there's a pedigree there, right? Like, that's an important belt in the history of wrestling. The ECW championship is an important belt. It's not a throwaway.
24/7 championships. Do we count those? R-Truth, the most decorated champion of all time.
Yes, I'm in. I'm way in on that. I love that. I think that's might be my favorite wrestling statistic in history. Is that R-Truth is the greatest champion in the history of WWE. I love it. Was this pre-Kofi Mania or post-Kofi Mania?
Post, because he has the title.
He has it here?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think this was the second or first defense.
I haven't been paying attention to this match at all, so I didn't even realize.
It hasn't been great, and I think that was the thing that sucked for like Kofi's run, is that they put him up against a bunch of dudes that
there were no storyline.
Yeah, like he couldn't shine against it. You know what I mean?
There were no storylines at all. He didn't have a storyline after WrestleMania. Like, they didn't give him anything.
And that was the same.
All right, you're the champion. Go be the champion. It's like, well, he needs to have stuff to do, and they didn't give him anything. They gave him some.
The same thing that they did with Big E. I think they did that with Lashley as well.
They did that at least with Lashley. They've kept him in the mix. You know what I mean? Like, he's been around. Like, you could understand if all of a sudden, like, tomorrow Lashley was wrestling for the title again.
Oh yeah.
They did not do that with Kofi. They did absolutely not. They have not done that with Big E, but he's been hurt. But I don't know. I mean, I hope they give Xavier Woods the title and then just have him lose in 8 seconds again, so that all the New Day lost their titles unceremoniously and for no reason. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, pal? Welcome back.
Yeah, I had to pee.
That was a very long pee. Jesus.
Some other things happened too, but we're good.
Yeah, good for you. Nice.
Nice.
We're talking about the New Day both losing their titles in 8 seconds. Oh, okay. Tip's gone now, I guess. He has to pee
Neat.
now.
All right, cool.
Wait, sub Destiny in. No, bring Destiny in. Bring what? Okay. Unless whatever. Destiny, get in there. Slide in, Destiny. Come on. Get in. Yeah. Move it on in.
I'm still here.
You're in now.
What about the New Day?
No. So no, I have a question for Destiny.
Okay.
So James's wife hates me.
Why?
Because I make him buy a lot of wrestling things. Do you feel that we forced him to buy too many wrestling things? So, Mike, what do you call him? Mike? What do you call him?
Bob?
Bob?
I call him
Roberto?
You call him what?
Michael. I don't ever.
Oh, Michael. Great.
Wow.
Perfect.
Full name.
I love it, Michael. So, do you feel that we make Michael buy too many wrestling things?
Old Mikey.
No,
Oh, okay.
but then again, he likes them, but I don't think he would go out of his way to buy one unless he really wants it.
Unless we force him to, basically.
Yeah.
Unless it's like some hardcore convincing, otherwise he won't buy them unless he really wants it or if you won't convince him.
I feel like we just outed
talking,
ourselves.
I'm not convinced you're talking into the right microphone.
Better?
That's the one. Yeah, now we're cooking with gas.
Okay, so he's not gonna go out of his way to buy one unless A, he really likes it, or B, he's convinced.
And I'd say,
Or C, we force him to buy one.
well, that's part of B. I'd say B is us convincing it. The only way he's
Oh,
convinced
okay.
is us.
All right, I see.
Yes, is convincing him to buy
Has
wrestling
to
things.
convince him,
Or C, he loses a bet that
yeah.
the Stone Cold Kevin Owens match won't last more than 2 minutes.
They're enormous.
That's true. Or C, it's a figure of a young Dominic Mysterio that he's forced to buy because,
Correct.
Because
now he has a Dominic Mysterio collection.
look at that tiny middle finger.
Yeah, that's so tiny.
Yeah,
Weird.
tiny. Oh,
You know,
weird.
honestly, I don't like Dominic.
Mysterio?
None of us do.
Neither does Ray.
No, you guys are haters. I like him.
I really
No, you
like.
don't.
I feel like
Me?
he's the weak link between the two.
I like
I don't
Dominic.
care how old Rey Mysterio turns. He could be 1,000 years old and he'll still have better muscle definition than his son.
Well, that's definitely true. There's no denying that at all.
It's like his son just watches his dad get his ass beat, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna
It's terrible.
help my dad." Yeah,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
do that.
Rey
And-
Mysterio is 5'4" and gets his ass kicked, and Dominic is like 6'9" and just stands there and
Also gets his ass kicked.
and then gets his ass kicked.
Yeah, right.
I feel like he's uselessly tall. He's like the worst tall Mexican.
He's tall
ever.
for no reason.
He's I don't know if
No, he's not Mexican. What is it? What is he? Oh, well, yeah. As a brown person, that's pretty shameful.
As a brown person, that's pretty shameful.
You know what? Honestly, Tipton,
So this right here is an actual representation of Rey Mysterio and Dominic.
Great. No, we don't care.
Yeah.
I
No, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I think you just got Wally pipped. I think that Destiny is now the other host of the show. It's now Destiny, Jim, and Pat get drunk on the internet. You're out. James, I don't know how you feel about this, but
How's that sound now?
Does it sound okay?
Oh, now you do.
Okay.
See, the thing is like she goes into that microphone and then she'll be like, "How does this sound?"
Well, no, it sounded like before she was talking into it, and it was like really far away.
now? Does it sound
No,
okay?
did you see? That's the way that she was talking into the
Is
microphone.
everyone? Does it sound okay?
I don't have a
I
microphone.
don't have some microphones.
Because I think what she was trying to do is whatever y'all were talking about, she didn't want me to hear.
This is
Good luck.
Pat on the spot with his microphone. I don't have one. I'm sorry. Does this sound good?
It sounds as good as you can.
Perfect. Sorry, I don't have a microphone. I'm not a professional like you guys.
Producer Pat.
The fact that you guys have 2 microphones, I'm impressed. You guys got it all going on over there.
Guys versus the figurines.
We were asking if Destiny got angry when we forced you to buy things.
No.
Because James,
that's the best thing about our marriage is that like she understands that I am an easy pushover for y'all.
Yeah.
James's wife hates me because I make him buy things. I'm a
Yeah.
bad influence on James.
Well, you see, but that's the thing is like I think I've bought a handful of figures, maybe because y'all made me buy them. The
This
rest
is
of them have
the
been
thing.
like me saying, "Oh, okay, this is pretty cool." That's why none of my shit matches.
Here's the thing. I owned 0 wrestling anything before I met you motherfuckers. And now
don't
I
think that's
have
true.
Well, you also have to remember what the alternative is. I had those before I started buying figs, and those are like $300 each. So
I owned nothing. I owned no wrestling things until I met you guys. And now I have an entire shelf of figures and about 1 million cards, and I don't know what my life is anymore. And it's all because of you guys, but somehow I'm the bad influence on James. This is ridiculous,
It's true.
James. Taking another shot. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
What?
I can't do anymore.
Okay.
I'm out. Oh, I didn't know what that was, but it looked aggressive. Okay, yeah, I see now.
Oh, fancy. Look at you.
I've got like 7 mics.
Tippy, James is out, but you want to take another shot?
Oh,
I don't have a shot, but I'll drink with you.
I'll drink with you. I have beer.
Yeah. Babe, you want to take a shot with Pat?
I mean, can someone, for the love of
She's
God,
like, I'm going to go get my drink.
for the love of God, what are we doing here?
Bob, Jim, and Pat, or Bob and Jim abandoned Pat on the internet.
What's happening here, man?
I'll drink the rest of this.
What
Oh yeah,
happened?
that's right. Kevin Owens took Kofi's shoes in this match.
What happened to this show? Yeah, thank you.
I will take a swig with you.
For Christ's sake, I mean,
I'll drink whatever's left in here.
Bob, Jim, and
There's
Pat
not anything left in there.
decide to give up on their own gimmick on the internet.
There's some left in here.
I was about to say, I think this is the most sober we've been 3 hours into a show.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get this going. This is unreal. Oh, Kofi won. That's good. Good job, Kofi. You're going to lose to Brock Lesnar soon, and it's going to be unceremonious, and then you're going to act like you never won a WWE championship in your entire life because Vince McMahon hates you, actually. It's low key.
Wow.
Yeah, well. It was the most unceremonious losing of a WWE championship ever, followed by I'm just going to go back to throwing pancakes into the audience and act like I was never a WWE champion.
I thought the most unceremonious one would be the finger poke of doom.
Oh,
That was WCW.
man.
How did Kofi's knees not just like...
I don't know. That's crazy.
Because Kofi's excellent, except Vince McMahon hates him.
Okay, Destiny's here to sip on her Malibu and pineapple.
Destiny's drinking a tequila sunrise? What was that?
Some
Malibu and
orange,
pineapple.
she's drinking some orange juice.
What a pineapple with what? Like a knuckles worth of Malibu in there? Or?
Probably. She's a lightweight.
Sad.
So Knuckles worth.
Oh.
That's 90% pineapple, Destiny.
Knuckle.
All right. Well,
Oh shit! Look at Tip. Oh shit!
Ooh.
yep. Yeah, James, because some of us are adults.
Ah. I think my voice is going to be deeper now.
See, that's the reaction you have when you drink Devil's because it's terrible.
Ugh.
No, it's good.
It's terrible.
It hurts so good, Pat.
It shouldn't hurt. So I was in a.
Wait, it shouldn't? I've been doing this all wrong.
I was in Houston a couple weeks ago. Oh my God, this is a promo for Goldberg versus Undertaker.
We have to watch that again.
Oh my God. Here's the thing. Here's the worst part is I was excited for that match.
We all were.
Knowing
No.
full well it would probably be terrible, but hoping for the best, you know what I mean? Like hoping it would just be finisher spamming and like 2 minutes of like, all right, attempted spear, tombstone, choke slam, kick out, attempted spear or spear connecting, whatever, kick out, and like that kind of thing. But instead, we got what we got. Oh no, that was so bad. Oh, that Super Showdown. Is Goldberg still in WWE?
I'm sure he is. He's working around there somewhere, waiting to cash in.
I don't
being
know.
Goldberg.
Oh man, look at the doctored ass picture of Goldberg with his
Yeah, with his
super brown facial hair.
his not gray beard. Yeah.
Oh man, Vince hates that. You know he hates the gray.
So I would have to dye the beard, huh?
Yeah.
No,
was
you could
noticing-
get away with that. You could get away with that.
I was noticing, like, since I trimmed my beard, that like the white pops out a lot more because I skipped gray. It went straight to white.
That's good though. White. That's what I hope that I look like. I want white hair and beard.
You'll look,
Super Showdown, the 50-man over-the-top battle royal.
are you gonna go and become a Santa at a mall? Because
No.
you could be that guy.
Nah.
Come on, James.
No thanks.
Second
Oh,
career?
James.
Nope.
It'll probably
Why
be more lucrative.
No, I don't like Christmas that much.
You could be the first Santa with an eyebrow piercing.
That's funny.
You could
Tempting
be
as that may be, no thanks.
You can be Connecticut's bad Santa.
Oh, look at that. Finn Balor and Andrade.
Oh, that
Which might happen in AEW in like a month.
No, it has to be 3 months.
Why 3?
Because if Finn Balor leaves, then it's like 3
Oh,
months.
the 90 day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he even? Is he still under contract? I don't even know.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Look who it is.
Oh, my king. It's my king.
Money in the Bank ladder match.
That song was badass, dude.
Yeah, what?
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
yeah, it's good.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Tonight,
He's
Bailey
terrible.
won the women's Money in the Bank ladder match.
You're terrible.
He's got X-Pac heat. Which, by the way,
No, it's not.
it's X-Pac heat.
It's
For-
not.
With me. It might
All
not
right,
be
the
for
one
everyone.
person. It's X.
With me, it is X-Pac heat. He just go away. Also, side note, the term X-Pac heat, I think is unfair to X-Pac. Like I don't know how he got like lumped in with that.
It was.
Sort of.
It was X
Good for
Factor.
X-Pac.
It was X Factor. That's why.
I don't know what was X Factor.
His faction that was awful and had Uncle Cracker as a entrance song.
Uncle Cracker, the
Yep.
music song.
Yep.
What was the song? Like the "Come with Me and It'll Be All Right."
No, shit.
You don't know that song,
I-
Pat?
No.
I'll be the one to tuck you in.
Oh, that song. Yeah. That would be an awful entrance song.
Yeah. No, it
I'm
wasn't
saying,
that.
like, that's got to be
But
it.
it was him and Just Incredible and Albert. That was X Factor.
What a terrible faction.
It's not good. I think
But-
that's
no.
why he got X-Pac heat.
So what would be the worst faction of all time? Because I'm nominating that one.
Oh, the Mexicools.
That's a good one.
What's the Mexicools?
When they made a bunch of people pretend they were gardeners, that were a bunch of Mexican wrestlers pretend they were gardeners. That was the gimmick.
That might have been the most racist. I
Yeah.
don't know. Hey, look, there's Finn Balor.
They also, Finn, hey. They also
I wish
did
I could say that I'm surprised that happened in the WWE, but I'm fucking not.
No. What was the one? Oh man, James, you might know this. The one where it was a bunch of like sort of preppy Connecticut kind of people.
The Mean Street Posse.
Mean Street Posse. Yeah, that was awful.
There was a faction called the Union, briefly, that had Shamrock, Big Show, Mankind, and somebody else in it, and it was terrible.
How is that faction terrible other than Shamrock?
But it lasted like a minute. Like it wasn't good. It wasn't a good idea.
I'm trying to find out what the worst factions are. I'm currently Googling it.
I have a friend right now that's like a hardcore Lakers fan that's trying to hype me up on their new head coach.
Wait,
That's the guy Jay Will wanted.
Harlem Heat 2000, which sounds like the most WWE thing.
That was with
WCW thing.
Ahmed Johnson, right?
What was Booker T's brother's name?
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray and Ahmed Johnson
recruited Ahmed,
Yeah.
Jay Biggs, and Cash.
Oh, I don't know
That
who
was-
the other guys
That
are.
was the stable in 2000 WCW, which
I could have
That's-
sworn that Stevie Ray was in the NWO at that point.
not
who
according
was
to this. The Mexicools is number 2.
Nice.
The Next Generation, a TNA stable, is according to this the number 1 worst stable ever.
I don't even
And it
know
was
who that
made-
is.
How come the New Blood isn't on there?
The Next Generation is all, sons and stuff of former wrestlers. It was Brian Lawler, David Flair, and Eric Watts.
All right,
Ooh.
that's a terrible
Yeah.
faction. That is awful.
TNA, man. TNA.
Is Eric Watts still alive?
I assume so, but I don't actually know.
I would say, given what we've just heard name wise.
Eric Watts. Yeah.
Man.
Wait.
Selena
there's no-
Vega. Great
says he-
follow on
It
TikTok.
says he's 54.
Who?
Eric Watts. I mean, I guess that could be right. Because 03, yeah, I mean, I guess that could be right. Man, what a terrible faction. Baldy.
That was they must have been trying to do Legacy, right?
It was Legacy for
Legacy, but
sure.
the shitty version of it.
yeah. But it was before Legacy. It was pre-Legacy. They just didn't know how to do it, so they just had a terrible version of it.
They just didn't have Randy Orton.
I used to love this entrance from Ali.
Correct. They tried to do Legacy, but didn't have the main character. Like Randy was the main. The only reason Legacy worked was because of Randy,
Yep.
because he was already established at that point. And like,
He masked up before everyone else was.
He knew it was coming.
Maybe he's the super spreader.
I honestly think that this might have been the last major event that I went to before COVID hit. I don't think I went to anything else after this. That was like a big event.
We should I was thinking we should get a big my good friend Scooter from Cold showed me some tour dates for their next mini tour, and they're going to be in Connecticut in September. Like we should get a big ESPN radio presence there.
Oh, If I can meet your good friend Scooter, I'd be
Yeah.
super down to go.
All right, yeah, I'll make it happen.
Are they gonna come to Texas by any chance, like El Paso maybe?
I don't know.
No,
All I
they're
was looking
actually-
for
they're-
was Connecticut.
They're gonna show up in Edna, Texas. So
689 miles away.
just drive the 10 hours and you'll be fine.
11.
No, I thought it was 10 hours 11 minutes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We were looking this up before you got here, James. We were talking about Stone Cold,
Yeah,
and he was born in Austin,
and yeah,
but grew up in Edna,
yeah,
and was billed from Victoria, Texas.
yep.
Oh man, I forgot Randy was in this.
He hears voices in his head.
That's one of my favorite entrance. He has actually two of my favorite entrance themes ever.
Evolution.
Hey,
Oh,
nothing you can say.
Yeah, I don't know what that one's actually called,
Yeah.
but oh man. That one was so great. That was in the Legacy era. So like that was my wrestling prime. I feel like we should take a shot every time I bring up my wrestling prime.
You're like the old dude at the park that used to drop 50 on everybody in high school.
But I don't even like mean to. It's just like you guys bring stuff up and I'm like, "Oh, that's when I was watching wrestling." Like that was when it was.
James, I don't think we brought that up at all.
James just did. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
The only-
I said,
the only
hey.
time-
I said, hey, nothing you can say.
No, literally, Randy Orton was there, and then Pat was like, "He has two of my favorite theme songs of all time."
Yeah, and then I said, hey.
Yeah, but it wasn't you bringing it up; it was him.
No,
Yeah,
James,
all right, fair.
James brought the theme song up, and I said, "Yeah, that's my prime."
Is
I
that
was
when-
reacting
is
to
like
what
the
James said.
Overdrive or whatever the fuck that move was called.
I was reacting to what James said, Tipton. So fuck you. How about that?
Oh, hey,
A little heated, too much, too far. Sorry.
no, not far enough.
Fuck you. How about that?
Yeah, you don't want to play this game with me, there, guy.
I that was all. I didn't have anything else. I was out of stuff.
So Cold is going to be in, or no, wait, that already happened. Never mind. Well, I don't know. Fuck it.
Remember, James, when they introduced 7 people to this Money in the Bank, and we were like, "Oh, I wonder what's going to happen."
Yeah.
We were all sitting in the stands like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's 7.
What else is that?
missing someone.
Because it was supposed to be Sammy.
Yeah. That,
And he got-
we're like,
and he
all
got
right, so
strung up,
Sammy's
yep.
not here. We're missing someone. We all think it's going to be Brock.
No. Bray.
No, I thought it was going to be Brock.
You thought it was going to No, you didn't.
Yeah, because I never
There's
cared about
no
Bray.
way you thought it was going to be Brock.
Yeah. We were talking about that was one of the biggest things we were talking about. Like, how is Brock going to come back to WWE and like be a part of this?
No, there's no way you thought it was going to be Brock.
I mean, I was still happy to see him, but like, I didn't think I wasn't like, oh, can't wait to see Bray Wyatt. Like,
I thought that we were set that it was either going to be.
it was either going to be Bray or Brock were the two things that we.
I don't remember Brock at all.
Oh,
I was
yeah, no.
shocked
No,
that
no,
it was
no.
Brock.
No. It was not a shock that it was Brock. It was not a shock at all. Here's how you know it wasn't a shock, because we were leaving and everyone was chanting "fuck this" and AEW. Like Brock was not a surprise. He was the only other option besides Bray. James, can you get to Broken Skull near you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a couple in my fridge.
Oh, I wasn't sure.
I want that. I
Within
want
100
the
miles of me.
what?
Yeah, I went on the website, put in my zip code, put like the little thing, like maybe it's 20 miles away, maybe it's 50, not even 100 miles away.
Oh,
I
yeah.
want the logger though. We need the logger up here. That's
That's
what
what I'm saying.
want.
I asked
Yeah.
I asked my guys, and if they get it, I'll tell you, and I'll
Yeah,
buy you some.
I'll buy a 4.
I'm super curious what it tastes like. I gave this a shot again like last weekend because I was like, all right, well they have it, so let me try it. And then I tried it again and I was like, this is better than I remembered it being. I
Yeah.
thought it was gonna be like more IPA-y. And like I'm not an IPA guy. I don't like how IPAs kind of taste, and I think they're kind of shitty, honestly. But this is like pretty mild, like
Like for
drinkable.
me, my palate I feel has like changed because I've been doing like the craft beer so much that now like IPAs are they're still super hoppy and they're not like my favorite, but they're
Yeah.
not near as bad as what they used to be to me.
So this to me, because I'm not an IPA guy, this is hoppy and like has that sort of, I don't even know how to describe it. Like the
Like grass,
classic IPA taste is what I would say. Like when you first taste an IPA, that's the taste that this has, but it doesn't linger. And that's what I hate about IPAs is like you drink one and it just sits there in your palate forever. You know you're drinking it, and it just fucking lingers forever. But this Stone Cold beer, it's like, all right, you taste it, but then it kind of goes away and it's fine. Like then you're just kind of drinking a beer, and it's really good. It's really good.
I picture James being like a huge IPA guy.
I mean, I'm not against them. I think I kind of grown out of them. It's everyone makes an IPA, and they're just kind of the same, you know?
It was like a hipstery thing for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even like a craft beer guy. Like I don't know. I've kind of concluded that like the reason that good beers are good is because they've been around for a while, and like that's why they're good. So like,
I mean, there are good beers that aren't
yeah.
like widely distributed, but yeah,
But, I
kinda.
mean, I'm clearly I'm willing to accept that premise, but like
Right.
I'm also going to drink like Corona because it's really good.
Yeah.
Or like Yingling or Blue Moon or whatever because they're really good beers. Like
I love how you put Blue Moon in the category with Yingling.
oh no, I think Blue Moon's great. I
Yeah,
love
Blue Moon or Shock Top is really good.
I like
And
Shock Top.
I'm not a Shock Top guy. It's fine.
Either of them. I mean, they're basically the same thing.
I don't think so. I like Shock Top. I'll drink Shock Top, but I don't think it's. I think it's a tier below, like a Blue Moon.
We're getting comfortable, James.
You good, pal?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
I'm tired.
He looked like
I'm
he's about to
tired.
pass the fuck out is what's happening right now.
Tired.
Tip, I feel like we got to keep this going until we make James fall asleep.
I think so too, man. I mean, it's fucking 10 o'clock here.
What time is it? Oh shit! Yeah, it's late.
Do you work tomorrow?
Nope.
No, I don't.
Do y'all have a Memorial Day off?
Come on, Tip.
Ah,
What
what are you
what
talking about? You fucking joking me?
Who do you think we work for? What are you
Jesus,
talking
man.
about?
The
There's
fuck is
radio
your
all over
problem?
What are you talking about? Get. I'm producing on Monday. Not only are we not off, I'm producing. Come on, get your head out of your ass.
My bad. Shit.
Get your head out of your ass.
Get your head out of your ass.
Come on.
So like I'm in my office, right? And it looks into the hallway and like the living room and all that stuff. And
Destiny's pooping.
well, yeah. Destiny put the boys to bed, and like it's super dark over there, dude. And I have this ring light like blinding me as well.
Oh, wait, hold on. That sounds a little racist, I'll be honest. What do you mean it sounds a little dark over there, Tip?
It's nighttime.
Oh, okay. I mean, God forbid you screw around and make a joke. Everyone judges you relentlessly. James.
Oh,
Also, I feel like I didn't get enough appreciation for my hilarious joke on my name when I came back into this stream.
that's because we put up how many times your internet has kicked your ass today.
Oh no, I saw that. I don't think I didn't see that, but I still think it's funny what I said.
That Finn Balor bump is one of my favorites ever.
You
Oh,
should
man.
put
Oh, I
the
missed it. Was
microphone
it-
closer to you.
Here, right
Was it the
here, right
Andrade
here.
one where he bounced?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that's
good. He like bounced 1,000,000 feet in the air. It was
So I've always wondered, like, that's gonna hurt, obviously, but
yeah.
does that hurt less than actually going through it? Do you think?
I don't
Like,
know.
I've always been curious about that. Like, if he
Yeah,
would
I
have
don't
gone
know.
through it, do you think it would have hurt more?
I think going through it kind of gives you a little bit of a cushion because it breaks. You know what I mean? Like when it stays there just like solid like that, there's no give.
No, see, I don't agree with that because it was he obviously clearly bounced off of it. Like there was a lot of give. There was so much give that he bounced back.
I love how Ricochet sells literally everything.
Yeah. That cell is amazing.
He can sell his ass off, man.
Just no flips, right?
Ah shit. Don't fucking flip. Ever.
No. I didn't. Nope. That's not true. Don't flip
Nope,
unnecessarily.
it is. It's true.
No. That's not true.
No, it's true.
Nope, not true.
What
Don't
the fuck
flip.
just happened?
Don't flip if it doesn't make any sense.
Andrade back to his feet and able to at least run in there.
Oh, it's AEW superstar Andrade.
I don't
My stream cut out for like half a second, then came back. I was like, "What the fuck happened, man?" Also, nothing pisses me off more than like the slow climb up the ladder.
It's so bad. Like, I hate it.
Let me bring in another ladder and position it right next to this ladder that's already there.
Wonder why they're going to do that. Can't imagine there's going to be any type of spot. So I would be fine with the slow climb if there was like some psychology behind it. Like if I don't know, if you got hit with like a couple chair shots in the back and we're climbing up real slow, like it just happened. But like Andrade there was no reason for him to climb super slow right there. Like, oh my
No.
God. Oh,
Stop
no.
it. Are you
Oh,
fucking
I mean, I'm
kidding
in.
me? No.
I am in. I'm
I'm
in.
leaving. I'm gonna go home.
You
You are.
are. You're
Yeah.
literally in your house.
Exactly. Yep.
Sounds like he's in.
I can't hear
Crazy.
you anymore.
I think
This-
Sarah's like main goal is to try to kill us.
This is a really tragic Money in the Bank because the match is fucking incredible, and no one's ever gonna remember whatever happens in any of it.
Also, it took me a long time to realize that a Spanish fly was a move in wrestling and not something else.
Well, what else did you think it was?
I heard something about it a long time ago when I was a kid. It's a sex thing.
Oh.
Well, okay,
Sex.
yeah.
Look it up, Pat. Or like a lube or something like that. What was it?
Well, I don't know. You're the one who brought it up.
Oh, Destiny said an aphrodisiac.
A Spanish fly is an aphrodisiac? I mean, well, the wrestling one I could understand. Good for you, Destiny.
It's
But
a flip. You hate flips.
no, that's not true. I hate unnecessary
Nope.
flips.
It's true.
Nope.
What deems an unnecessary flip?
A flip that within the psychology of a match or situation doesn't make any sense.
Sarah says hi.
Bring her in. Send her the link. Bring her in.
No.
Hi, Sarah.
Well, I mean, if she's going to join us, she has to take a drink with us.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Only her.
Yeah, of course she does. I mean,
Oh no, Finn. Why?
oh no, Finn was working. Finn was trying to. At this point, Finn was still trying to get back to I want to be WWE champion caliber. So he was doing everything he could.
Why would
until
he
he
do
realized,
that?
they don't
Oh no. Oh no, Ricochet. Why?
because Ricochet was young and he thought that he could still be somebody until Vince remembered that he was small and not large. I mean,
Oh, boo.
oh, Sarah, you coward.
Wow.
Sarah, I didn't come out here tonight to watch you be a coward.
Coward.
It's midnight where James and Pat are right now.
Yeah, you're a coward. That's what it is.
I'm
Just a
literally
coward.
falling asleep on air right now.
Yeah, James is
Hey,
falling.
you missed cool guy James as he was
James
laying
is
on
falling
his couch.
asleep, Sarah. James is falling asleep, and you're more of a coward than him.
It's been a
Oh,
long week.
Oh, it's been a long week for you, huh, Sarah?
Come on, Sarah, you coward. Yeah,
Really,
yeah,
Sarah?
yeah, fuck you, Sarah. It's been a long week. Oh, it's been a long week for
Hey,
all of us.
I guess you traveled to Raleigh and back
Yeah, it's been
in
a
like
long
3
week.
days, huh,
I wanna hear
Sarah?
that shit. Come on,
Huh?
Sarah.
Huh?
Sarah.
Yeah,
No,
fuck
you
you,
want to listen to us because we're all adults and we all
Yeah,
have.
well, yeah,
we
come on.
Listen, Sarah, I had a 17-hour day on Tuesday. Huh? Huh, Sarah?
Don't worry. This is bullshit. Fuck you, Sarah.
Don't listen to him, Sarah.
No, listen to us, Sarah. No. Don't listen to that.
Yeah, 17-hour day on Tuesday, Sarah.
Don't tell us it's been a long day. We're not scared of you.
Like a 12-hour day on Thursday, huh?
You think I had COVID for the last 2 weeks? You
Yeah,
telling me
COVID.
How you gonna mute me?
Fuck you.
There we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Peer pressure's a
That's what
motherfucker
it's like being an adult in this goddamn country. Come on, Sarah.
in this goddamn country.
Man up. See, Destiny gets it. She's still here. She knows.
In Destiny's defense, she probably went and took like a good 30-minute nap right now.
Well, that's fine. But she's gonna take a shot with us, so it's all good.
A little shotsky.
Well, what do you think we're bringing Sarah? What do you guys think we're bringing Sarah on for? You
Yeah.
think we're just bringing her on to like jerk around?
Whoa, wow.
I don't know why I phrased it like that, but yeah, I meant like mess around kind of, but you know, sometimes you phrase things wrong. It is what it is. Sometimes you gotta live with your own sentences. But anyway, figure it out, Sarah. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of you either, Tipton. I'm not, or James. Yeah, I'm not scared of any of you.
He's only afraid of his internet.
That wasn't his internet. That was me this time.
I'm not gonna say fuck you, Destiny, because I like you, Destiny. So we're cool.
Oh, Ricochet. Sad.
Oh, did he take a? Oh, yeah.
That hurts.
Imagine taking that bump and then Vince McMahon not giving a shit that you actually work in his company. That's gotta be rough, right? Like, did you send Sarah the link? What is she doing?
I did send her the link. She's apparently going to the other room.
The other one? Like, figure it out, Sarah. Come on. Get your finger out of your ass. Come on. That was not the right. Nope. Oh, it might get your head out of your ass. Oh, okay. Well, you know what?
I mean, listen, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
Deeper and deeper, man. I had to say.
I don't. I'm not sure.
I'm not scared. No. I said what I said. You know what? Screw it. I'm in. Sarah, come on, get with it. You're gonna call us out. I'm calling you out. Figure it out. Look, I'm sweating.
Yeah.
Pat's all in on fingers in the air.
Get your finger out of your ass.
Sometimes you just.
No, go ahead and finish.
Get
What?
it.
Sometimes you just what?
Sometimes you just have your finger in your ass. You need to get it out.
Sometimes you got your finger in your ass, I guess.
Shit. Oh no.
Oh, there's Brock. There he is. There's Brock. Look.
Oh. What?
Oh, Sarah's here finally. Christ Almighty! I don't know why. Okay,
I don't know why Tip took them away.
because I accidentally.
What did you do?
Oh man, no, bring Sarah back. I need to, this is a me and Sarah thing.
We need to throw down right now about who
No,
had.
so I accidentally said instead of get your head out of your ass, I said get your finger out of your ass.
Who did you say that to?
Everyone.
Nope.
No,
Nope.
no,
Nope. Nope.
nope. That was to one person
Nope.
and one person only.
No, I'm saying I said to you, Sarah, get your finger out of your ass.
Oh,
You want to
that's
see a
it,
finger?
yeah.
Everyone,
You want
man.
to see a finger?
Why is it so brown?
Well, I think we all know. If
That was not. Yeah.
Pat
The
has
only
told us
person
anything,
here- the only person here who's allowed to come at me for the shitty week
Oh,
that I
man.
have had is Destiny, if she wants to.
Look,
You know,
man, we've all had shitty weeks.
Sir?
That's the reason we're 4 hours into drinking on the internet. What do you think?
I
we're doing?
run a clinic dedicated to shooting victims.
All right, you win.
It has been a hell of
No. Okay. You win. You don't need to explain.
I think
It's not actually a competition, but come at me, bro. Tip, what the fuck?
I think we can
No,
just
okay.
let's just
You-
yeah.
okay,
I think that's
no,
it.
you're right. That is.
I think we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Goodbye.
That's what I'm saying. Destiny can. Girl, I see you. I don't. It's been a fucking week.
All right.
It's
So let's all take this shot. This will be the last thing. Let's take this shot, and then we'll call it tonight.
See, you made me get out of bed for this.
Yes,
Yeah, I don't
that's
have
exactly
a
what we did.
You don't have a drink?
You're the number one guest on the show.
No, I'm not.
What do you mean?
Destiny is. Destiny is the best one. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, like technically yes, but she's with Tipton. But you're the number one like person who comes into the show.
Wait, so you had COVID?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And herpes.
Oh,
No,
Yeah, we
not
assumed.
that.
But
Not that at all. No,
have you gotten monkeypox yet?
no, not yet.
it's time.
It's gonna.
But you not heard about? I mean, you've heard about the monkeypox, right, Tip?
Yeah,
It was racist.
No, it's. I was literally like, I was in Boston last week, and they were like, the first case of monkeypox admitted to the hospital in Boston. And I was like,
Of course, the first case of monkeypox is in Boston.
I was just sitting there, and I was like, so I've gone this long without getting COVID. Maybe I get monkeypox on this trip, and then I found out how it's transmitted.
Okay, so
Like,
real talk. I went 2 years, and I was like, oh, I didn't get COVID. I'm cool. Like I guess I'm just never gonna get COVID. And then, of course, like 2 weeks ago, COVID, bang.
dude, I don't know if you realize this.
So
Things
hold on. First off, you said you found out how monkeypox was transmitted and just
Right.
ran right through that.
Yeah,
I'm not going
can't-
to let that
Can't
happen.
do that.
Yeah. How?
The main transmission of monkeypox is sex. They are assuming
Oh,
that it's like one orgy started like the bulk of the spread that happened.
great.
All right, so I'm not gonna get it. then.
Yeah, Pat will
No, you
never have
probably
that.
won't. That's fine.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
Pat will
safe.
never have that.
No, I'm for sure. No, there's no probably. I'm for sure safe.
Yeah.
James, you're safe. Tipton, you're safe. Sarah,
Orgies in Boston.
I'm a happily married woman.
well, okay, great for you, but you're-
Also, no, I was at a trauma conference in Boston. Ugh, I'm so tired.
Yeah,
This
you know
week
what? Her
started
week
off with,
trumps
like,
ours, dude. Like it trumps ours. Trauma clinic in Boston comes back over here and has to deal with shooting victims. You know what? You win. You fucking win.
I don't actually want to win that fight.
You win.
I
Yeah,
wish
I mean,
Pat
it's-
could have won. I don't know. You had COVID. That sucks.
that's not. Then no, you okay. Anyway,
How did you come
What
back with a Boston
position?
accent?
I don't have a Boston accent.
You were like, that sucks. That sucks, brah.
No, but I do.
That's not
No, my Midwest starts to come out sometimes when I get really like tired.
I was gonna say that's not a Boston accent at all. That is
She
Midwest.
went to park the car and get some
I was gonna-
Dunkin'.
yeah.
Okay, what is it about the whole Boston and Dunkin' thing? Because people told us about that before we went, and then we were looking, and there were not nearly as many Dunkins as I thought there would be.
Oh
Based
no,
on
that is a flat out lie, man.
It's a
Whenever
I don't
we lived
know.
in Connecticut, there was a Dunkin' Donuts. There were more Dunkin' Donuts than there were gas stations.
No. The Dunkin' thing in Boston is a stereotype at this point. It's just like people
Like,
attributed that.
the first day we were there, we didn't see any Dunkin', and then
Yeah,
also the Dunkins closed at 3:00. So by the time I needed my afternoon coffee, they were freaking closed, and I was just like,
it's a pure stereotype for Boston at this
So
point.
whenever we lived in Connecticut, in New Britain, downtown New Britain, right next to the police station,
Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, I mean there are
Dunkin'
Dunkin'
everywhere.
Donuts, but it's
like, but someone told me, oh yeah, you'll see more Dunkin' Donuts than anything else. And like within walking distance of our hotel, there was one, and they closed at 3:00. The only time I actually got Dunkin' was at the airport on our way out, because I was like, well, I feel like I need to get Dunkin' Donuts because everybody talked about it. And here I am at 5:30 in the morning. I should
Dunkin' Donuts got me through living in Connecticut.
nah, Dunkin' Donuts. If you get it in Boston, if you get it in California, if you get it in Minnesota, it's all the same.
It's the same.
There's no difference.
No, they
It's
changed their
like a-
menu. Their menu has changed quite a lot.
Their menu
It
in
all
Boston
tastes the
the same day was exactly the same as in El Paso.
It all tastes the same. It's the same exact thing everywhere. It's not like the Boston Dunkin' thing was the thing like in the past. Now it's
different?
such a chain that it doesn't matter.
Did it used to be different? Like, was it like a localized
it-
thing? Like
I
how
think
there's
it
that
was.
one McDonald's that serves pizza or whatever?
Yeah, I think it was in the past, but at this point, it's all a chain. That it's not any
I'm
different.
focusing on James twirling his beard.
Well, it's a good twirl, James.
It looks like it's a tail or something.
That's what I thought. I thought it was the back of his head at first. Shaggy.
You're really hiding your thumb there, and so it looks like you're not even
Yeah,
doing
it's
it.
good, right? It's pretty neat.
Oh
All right, so let's take this shot then.
James.
Sarah. That's a dog. That's not a shot.
Loki might as well be a shot of love.
Okay. How about a shot of alcohol?
I don't have.
Sarah, come
the
on,
other side
Sarah.
of the house.
Sarah, you came on to Bob, Jim, and Package.
You're a regular guest on this show. You know
Okay,
how it goes.
okay.
And you're the one that brought up
The
the
only alcohol near me right now is hand sanitizer. I don't know what you want from
Drink
me.
the hand sanitizer then, Sarah.
You
It's
really want me to
called
go get a
Bob.
drink? I'll go get a drink.
Go
James
get a
and I saw
drink. Go
guys
get
in
a
Basic
shot.
Canyon drinking it.
Go get a shot. It's called Bob, Jim, and Package Drunk on the Internet, not
With
Bob, Jim,
Sarah
and
and
Pat
Destiny.
hang out for a while. Which honestly is what kind of happens. But
I've never seen James this like just out of the show.
James is so tired.
I'm so tired.
You got a 3-day weekend, guy.
No, I don't.
Who does?
I don't have a
Yeah,
fucking
both of
3-day
you. I know
weekend.
you do.
Who has the
No.
3-day weekend?
When?
What's the third day? Is there a third day? Is there what is it like?
Monday.
It's not a weekend.
Monday morning? Like
No,
of
it's
the
Memorial Day. I'm off. Destiny is off. I'm assuming Sarah's off.
Okay.
So 3 out of 5.
Yep. 3.
Majority here.
And ESPN radio is just
Oh, I love it. Is that a Corona?
Yes, it is. And
That's
I want
not
you guys
a
to know I don't normally drink when I'm upset and have had a long week. So this is the worst.
Salud mi familia.
well, you're on Bob, Jim, and Package Drunk on the Internet. So that's the whole purpose of us being here. So cheers.
I only came here to fight. I came here specifically to fight you, Pat.
Oh, for what?
A finger
Yeah,
in
fuck
the
you, Pat.
I wasn't even paying attention during the finger part. Like, you guys could have completely glossed over that and I wouldn't have known.
Well, I did say that.
I
didn't mean to.
fully believe that you said
I mean, I didn't mean to. It was like an accidental thing. It was just like I was.
Was it though? I think that's so.
Yeah.
That's a
Freudian
I'm going to psychoanalyze you for a second.
Freudian,
Was that
yeah.
a Freudian slip of something you wanted?
I mean, bring it on.
I mean, that's something you can do for yourself in this exact circumstance.
I mean, not right now, but bring it on. Outside of
No,
this,
you literally could right now if you really
well, I'm
wanted.
not going to do that. I'm not going to do that right now. But hey, bring it on. I'm not scared.
Okay, you
Well-
can explore that yourself tonight. That's fine.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to do anything once.
What tip?
Yeah, I thought he was gonna come back at this point.
I know, me too. I'm like, no, this is
I'm
guy.
glad
Pat's
they let
voice
us-
got
I'm
Pat's
glad they
voice
let
got
us-
really high, like really high.
I mean, I'm just saying.
That's
very-
happened twice on the show today.
I'm gonna go to bed. Goodbye.
No.
Oh, James.
I need to finish a beer now. Apparently.
Well, not yeah. Well, Sarah's here
Yeah,
now.
we'll
She
hang
has
out for a little
beer,
bit while
so-
you finish your beer.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna leave Sarah. Like, we can't make her open a beer and then just leave. That would be
right.
Plus, I still have like a whole beer left here.
I thought about just grabbing a bottle of tequila, and I was like, no, I can't do that right now.
Oh, that would have been. See, that would have been more fun.
I mean, I love tequila, and I have
That's
a
how
lot
you
of
really.
very
That's
good
how you
tequila.
really make a bad week
No,
feel
it
better.
was a good week. Well,
No,
no,
that's
but
good.
I don't particularly like to drink a lot if I've had a long week or if I've been upset like the way that this week has gone, just because I don't know. I don't
Well,
want like, those associations in my mind.
Yeah,
And stuff like that.
your week has been a different.
Wait, if you're recovering from COVID, why are you drinking?
Oh no, I'm clear now.
You're
I
cleared?
finally have
Oh.
tested. I've tested negative. I'm clear. Finally, it took a full 10 days for me to actually test negative.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it
Also-
was a bitch, man. It sucked.
Also, alcohol helps clean the system.
It's true. He has a good
Alcohol
point.
wipes. Alcohol is the main ingredient in the hand sanitizer.
Alcohol is the main ingredient in this Tullamore Dew, so you know.
It's the
Bleach
cause
also-
and solution to all of life's problems.
I think that counts. No, but it was a full week.
I've never
of-
seen Destiny more disappointed in me in my life.
I was gonna.
We actually did at my college. One of the doctors he was like the oldest dirt dinosaur doctor or whatever that they had on campus. If you went to him and you were like, "I have a cold," or I feel like I'm having a sinus infection," or like anything wrong with your throat and stuff, he'd be like, "Drink some whiskey," and he
This
wouldn't
guy
actually give you like antibiotics or actual medicine. He would just recommend you drink some whiskey.
It's a great doctor.
Like,
I mean,
no,
Growing up for us, it was tequila.
I mean, I'm sure.
So I was like, 10
Wait,
years
no, hold on.
just
No,
throw
time
a
out.
drop
Sorry,
of
no,
tequila.
Chip. I'm gonna cut you off. What do you mean no? You were saying, Sarah. You're saying no. That's
I'm saying that doctor, oh my God, I probably could have sued him for malpractice at one point for something completely unrelated. Like he was
Well,
not.
but that's a genius way to
Did he leave a watch in
help
somebody?
people out. I mean,
No, he gave me medication that could have like blew up my brain.
well, okay, but are you now one of the greatest doctors in the world, or
No.
no? I think you are, but
I didn't know that you went to the VA.
He probably did work for the VA at one point. The sad thing about the VA is like I refuse, and maybe I'm just like an idealist. I refuse to believe that people go into that system not wanting to do the best for their patients. And I
You
just
make
like
it
look at it
overwhelmed.
sometimes and I'm like, how did we get here?
is it bad? I don't.
Well, so
I need some
I
context.
don't know if I ever told you, Pat, or not, but like I get like really bad migraines and stuff, right? So fluorescent lights really fuck me up. And what
Is
the VA
that from like being in the military, or is that just you've always had that?
it was something that developed whenever I was in the military, right?
I was
They,
going
like,
to say, I'm
yeah.
assuming you have a TBI history.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the military is like a TBI from somewhere at some
I mean,
point.
what's that
right?
mean? I don't
Well,
know.
Traumatic
Oh.
brain injury.
But for my headaches, what they prescribed me is OxyContin.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, I'm not going to do this. Like, there's
Yeah.
no way I'm going to be doing OxyContin or anything like that, because even when I had my knee surgery, I didn't take the pain meds because I worry about like addictions and stuff like that.
Of course.
So for me, I was like, I'm not going to take these fucking OxyContin for a migraine.
Yeah.
That's the VA.
But also, like, knowing that the majority of veterans have a TBI, fluorescent lights are not like migraine friendly. Like, they're just certain things that you should think about when you think this is my population. Like, I work with people with a really high reactive to noise and stuff like that. I tell them, you need to tell me exactly when there's going to be a fire drill, because there are certain people that I do not need in this building with those sirens going off. Like, that's not fair to them, right? And like things like that. Like, there are things that you can do to accommodate that. And knowing that pretty much every veteran, if you ever test them, has had a traumatic brain injury, like, you should be making sure your facility is accommodating for that. There shouldn't be fluorescent lights. There shouldn't be like any kind of strobe lighting of any kind. Even like the tones over like intercoms and stuff should be different than what would be used in a regular hospital. Like it's not rocket science. But I didn't design the VA. I'm sorry, Tip.
So
where you at on that beer?
Halfway.
where do we land then on the VA overall? Like I always thought the VA, just as an outsider, someone who has not served or had any real interaction, I always thought that they like did a good service to people, but
It's okay if it's all you got, right? But
Yeah, I guess it's better healthcare than nothing.
yeah, so like for me, I have another like additional insurance through like my employer, and I would much rather use that. There's times where like I don't know if I ever told you or not, Pat, but like I'll cough up blood from time to time, just like randomly coughing up
No.
blood.
you've not told me that.
Yeah, like it's been a thing for what, like 10, 11 years. And whenever I go to the VA, they'll be like, there's nothing wrong with you. Like they'll do all the scans and stuff. There's nothing wrong with you. You should be coughing up blood, right? Like it's a normal thing. But if I go to like a normal, emergency room or
Like
anything,
an actual doctor.
well, I have to get like the VA has to approve all that stuff. And that's the thing that sucks is like you have to get referrals from the VA because once you're government property, you are government property.
So really it winds up being the whole system around like the care. It's even worse than like with regular insurance companies. They'll say you have to get this test and this test before you can get this test, right? Or we have to pre-authorize this and it takes this long and blah, blah, blah. With the VA, it's like an added layer to it because you have to get all of those tests through them before they'll let you go somewhere else. So like, and then
Wrong.
the system
That is-
itself
that
is
is-
overwhelmed.
That is wrong.
It's sad.
It sounds like the VA makes things harder to get things done. Is that fair to say?
And they're not. And
It should be the
don't get
opposite.
me wrong. Like I
I'm
say, I
not
think
saying-
people who
I'm
go
not-
work there try, but they're also super understaffed. Like
Yeah,
everywhere.
no, I'm not shitting on VAs as like individual, like
Yeah.
it's I guess, but like it should be easier for people to go to a VA and get things done. It shouldn't be harder.
One
Like
would
that seems so counterproductive. It should be you go to a VA because it's not your last resort, but like that should be the
You've earned that. Like you have,
that's
like
what
at
it
the
is.
very least, what we
That's
have
what
to do
it
is
is.
make sure that you can live your life
That's
after
what-
your service.
That should be the place you go that helps you the most, not the place that makes it hardest to get things accomplished
Yeah.
for you. Like, God, like what you've done should be enough to get you anything you really need. It shouldn't be the opposite. It shouldn't be easier for me to get something than for you, for example, Tipton. Like,
So for me, like my only issue with the VA is like, okay, like I totally get you're understaffed. That's basically everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Make it easier for us to get a referral to go somewhere else instead of having to jump through all these hoops and all this other stuff. Because back in January, whenever I got COVID, like I'm covered by the VA for like all of my insurance stuff. They're not because I need another 10% for my family to be covered, right? But when I got my COVID test, the VA didn't cover that COVID test. So now I got to do that, get that out of pocket, do all this other stuff with it because I didn't talk to them first before I went and got a COVID test.
Mhm.
And it's like so counterproductive and like all this other nonsense that they do. And it's just like,
It's
how
like
much
a
do
lot
I
of the
really want
worst
to deal with?
things about insurance, but even worse because like they know this too.
it's an extra hoop.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be.
Mm-mm.
Like it should just be super like, oh, here's my, I don't know, whatever. Let's just say is there like a VA card or
Yeah.
there is. It should be
you
that
have
simple.
like a veteran's ID through the
It should,
VA.
be,
that
it
they
should be
issue.
that simple. Here's my veteran's ID, bang, done. Like that, it should be that simple.
Well, you see, and even with that, like if I just go to like a normal emergency room, because I've had to go a bunch of times once again for the blood, for the headaches, all that stuff, right? I have to wait for them to send me whatever paperwork it is that they send me, and then I have to hand deliver it to the VA.
So it should be as simple as like you have your ID, and if you're whatever registered or however you want to like set it up with the VA, if you're like aligned with them, It should be that simple. You're good. You go into like an ER or whatever. Here's my card, aligned, everything's good, done. But it sounds like it's not that easy at all. It sounds like it's like 15 extra steps.
No, it's much more difficult because if you have an emergency and you go to an emergency room and you don't go like on base to like the Army Medical Hospital or anything like that, then you're liable for whatever they want to charge you. And then maybe, just maybe, the VA will reimburse you if worse comes to worse.
It's just insane. Just insane.
And it's even worse for people who live like really far from a VA.
Mm-hmm.
Because then everything they do, they have to justify why they can't go to the VA clinic or VA hospital. Because like there are the VA hospitals and then there are the clinics. El Paso is a clinic, not a hospital.
And Sarah, I assume it's also worse for people who aren't as susceptible to be like, I'm gonna go through the VA. Like, I'm sure it's like, I don't know how to really.
Yeah, when you think about it, you've got to. I mean, to lower you a little bit, Tip. You do have a vulnerable population. Like you have people who have a lot of trauma in their background.
That's sort of what I'm trying to add. It's like people who aren't as willing to just like put themselves out there and be like, I have something that I need to get handled. Like, or even people who might be with the VA that don't admit that they have something wrong with them or something like that. Like there's something that they need to get taken care of. Like,
exactly.
I can't imagine that the VA is like pushing people to like get help that they might need.
I mean, yeah, it's messed up. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, like I said, I don't think people are there. Like the people who work there are there because they're like, I'm gonna, And even like I think the way they tried to set up the system, they're like, this is something that should work in theory, but then when you look at it in practice, it doesn't.
Yeah. I guess my biggest like question would be like how to get people involved. I guess that sort of look at it and they're like, I don't really want, like the VA is like over there and like I'm gonna deal with it myself, I guess, or aren't even thinking that the VA is an option. Like,
well, you see, that's like my main thing because like I haven't been to a doctor or a hospital in like 5-6 years. I guess since I left Connecticut, because I came back here, and by the time that I came here, the VA here was considered like the worst, like the absolute worst in the country.
That would have also been right after the shooting at the VA happened.
Yeah.
I was working at Beaumont.
There was a shooting in El Paso at the VA?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It was like a physician that got killed, right?
Yeah, it was a physician that died, and I happened to be on spring break at the time, but I was working at Beaumont and like through Beaumont at the time. So I had everybody like lighting up my phone, like, I know you work at Beaumont. And I was like, I'm not there this week. But yeah, that would have been right about that time. And then around then, like just before that shooting happened was when it really hit the news of the whole VA crisis across the board and El Paso being like the #1 worst.
You see, because like whenever I lived in Alaska, that's whenever I first started like going to the VA and all that stuff. There was one VA in all of Alaska, and it was still one of the higher ranked ones because they actually, like, if you were in Anchorage, you had all the coverage you needed. But if you were outside of Anchorage, because of how remote everything in Alaska was, there was a veteran that his family got like his approval to go like, see a doctor for like his brain cancer that he had because he had a tumor 6 months after he passed away.
Wait,
that should never happen. Like brain tumor immediately.
So wait, he had the tumor and asked for help, and it wasn't until after like 6 months later.
That's when the paperwork got like sorted out.
It's just wrong.
And you see, and with me, like I feel
Alaska.
Was that?
That was in Alaska that happened.
Yeah, and like.
How can that happen in Alaska?
Like, I tend to understand because like a lot of things get lost in Alaska. Like it's just...
like, in fairness, there's like nobody in Alaska. Like,
but if there's nobody in Alaska, it shouldn't be that hard to handle.
That's my point.
People in Alaska.
But you see, that's also the thing. There's only 12 highways in Alaska.
Yeah. That's the other part of the problem too, because they'll do it based on like, if I lived in the middle of nowhere and there was not a VA hospital for, let's say I had to drive 500 miles to get there. But as the crow flies, not like driving on the highway, but like if I was a bird flying over the world and it was only 400 miles and that's the limit, then I have to go to that VA clinic or hospital. And then also, if you add on top of that, like someone in El Paso needing a service that the clinic here can't offer, but the hospital in what's the nearest one? Phoenix?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque does have a hospital, not a clinic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if that's the closest one, then I need to look at like, how do I accommodate either for my family or taking off time of work, of the extra travel and the staying there and them having to help me with that surgery or whatever it is. Like, it's even worse because now I have to go that much farther out of my way. And you get people going even farther depending on where they live. And I mean, think about it. If you lived in, because there's not one, I think we would be the closest one for Midland, Odessa, no?
Yep.
Someone living in Midland, Odessa, every medical appointment or every mental health appointment, I'm sure they have virtual now, but they didn't before. Like every one of those appointments, they have to come all the way to El Paso for.
And that's
and
a 4.5-hour drive.
Yeah. I mean, you think about needing to get blood work so that then at your next appointment, then right there, you've got 2 full days of your life that you have to dedicate just to getting to your medical care.
See, and that's like where like my mindset is, because like I haven't had any blood work or anything like that done since what? I guess, yeah, since Connecticut, because it's the headache of having to go to the VA back and forth. And yes, a lot of it is like, you know, during the pandemic, all that stuff was closed off anyway.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, okay, well, what's the benefit if I go and like I do all this extra stuff? And, you know, because my answer from the VA since 2012 has been, you're fine. Like, there's nothing there that's causing you to cough up blood at least once or twice a week.
So, Tipton, Ezzy, who Sarah Ezzy is someone that Tipton and I worked with, who runs the board. She's a board operator for us at ESPN Radio, and so her main job was, she's no longer with us, but she would, you know, have to like move like dials up and down a lot and stuff like that. But she had major shoulder problems, and all she talked about the whole time was how hard it was to get the VA to like sort of support her for her issues. And like until she left, she had major shoulder problems that the VA would not help her with because they just, I don't know, for whatever reason, like I didn't fully know the process because I wasn't like talking to her the entire time about it, but all I know is until she left, she had major shoulder problems that she was trying to get the VA to help her with that she could not. And that just seems so wrong to me. Like it should not be hard for veterans to get the help that they need when all we talk about in this country is how much we want to help veterans.
Yeah. And when you look at how it's also a population of people who are already distrusting of service providers, of like government agencies and structures just because of what they went through while they were a soldier. I mean, the number one thing with like any kind of trauma is someone was in a position of power over me and I couldn't trust them. So if you get that and now you're discharged from the Army and your body and your life still isn't your own and you're trying to like take care of that, and you're still running into those same issues and concerns, like it really is, it's absolutely depressing. It's really sad, especially because like we owe them so much better.
Well, and you see, one of my like biggest issues that I have, and I think Destiny is one of like a few people that I've ever told this to. Whenever our daughter passed away, I went and I tried to like go get, you know, mental health services and things of that nature. And I remember walking into, you know, as an active duty member, walking into the hospital, you know, the little clinic on base and stuff. And the psychiatrist asking, well, what the fuck is wrong with you today? And then thinking to myself, like, oh, okay, well, obviously you don't give a shit. So I'm just going to like tell you what you need to hear so I can get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and that's so sad.
It's not sad. That is fucked. That is fucking wrong.
So I actually had a kind of a similar situation, but it was kind of different, where they knew the baby wasn't going to make it in utero. They were kind of trying to figure out, do we need to terminate this? Like, what do we need to do type of thing? for the safety of, at that point, trying to save the mom.
Mhm.
And I remember automatically that we were like, well, we have a stillbirth miscarriage specialist. Here you go. Like, and I don't know if that was like unique to here in El Paso, because that is not a very common specialty that exists.
I mean, how could it
But
be?
even then, like trying to get those appointments with the Army, I think it's a little bit better, but it's still not the easiest. And it really depends on like what it is that's going on. Because I used to do those like suicide screening assessments and like things like that. But with the VA, it's just like, I mean, I know someone who went into a really serious, like very, very bad way after they canceled an appointment after like 6 months of waiting for that mental health appointment. And then they canceled it. And it was just like absolute chaos, you know?
6 months.
Yeah. For like a first initial appointment. Where in any other mental health setting, like if we can't get you in a timely manner, like that fits what you need, we have to, like, we are legally bound to refer you out. I mean,
there are some mental health situations where, like, literally, legally, the government or whatever, the police could get involved, but like 6 months, that's insane.
Yeah.
Well, see, and like on top of that, I guess it was last year, right? Whenever the VA was going to try to like take away benefits from me.
We're not going. We're doing this now, Sarah.
You want me to get another one?
Yeah, get another one. We're doing this now. This is a thing.
All right, I'll be right back.
I love the just like the, oh God, why am I doing?
Yeah,
this?
no, sorry. This is now we're just doing this. This is an important conversation that we're having here.
And you see, one of the things that happened to us is like because of the way that I am, right? Like I'm not going to go to the VA because I obviously know what's going to happen, and you know it's again not like a fault of their own. It's like a system thing, right? And I just don't want to waste the time and do all that nonsense. So last year, I guess like in March.
I don't mean to cut your whole story off. Is it really that shitty to work with the VA that it's at the point where you're like, I don't even want to like involve, like I don't even want to deal with it at all?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
But so they sent me a letter and we're like, okay, well, you know, we no longer deem that you have, you know, XYZ, and it's like PTSD, manic depression, bipolar disorder, things of that nature, right? I've got no problem like admitting that I've got some of these things.
I was going to ask you.
Don't just go away.
Yeah.
Like, but they were all things. These were all things that you were dealing with and might still be dealing with.
Yeah. And they were just like, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and take this benefit away. You're going to go from 90% to what, 70 is what they wanted to say. And that's like a financial hit, right? Because you kind of depend on what some of this money and stuff is. And I was like, okay, well, how do I appeal this? They're like, well, you need to get, you know, seen by a physician and this and that. Again, 2021, in the middle of the damn pandemic, right? 8.5 months. And during that entire 8.5 months, I'm talking with Destiny. I'm like, I don't know when this check is going to, you know, when we're going to do this. We got to start saving this way. We got to, you know, reorganize our finances because it's a big step down whenever you look at it that way. And I sat there and I kind of like had that little moment of clarity where it was like, how many other people do they do this to where this is their only source of income? Because we're very lucky in the fact that, you know, early on, it was our only source of income. Whenever I lived in Connecticut, it's basically what allowed me to live in Connecticut. But how many other people are out there that don't have the buffer of, you know, a wife that works and then having your own job with yourself? And then the additional stressors, because if it was a stress to me at that point, if it was my only income, what would that stress be like? And then how dare you, without even seeing somebody, be like, yeah, you don't have that anymore.
And this is why every 22 minutes, a veteran commits suicide. It's awful. It's horrible. And knowing
tragic. It's tragic is what it is.
Like knowing that and knowing that this doesn't make it better, like it's just not.
So they never gave you a like any sort of opportunity to like, I don't know, appeal is not the right word, or like, I don't know, contact them or like, Were they just like this? That's it. You're done, or like
They gave us the opportunity.
did they
to-
make it hard? I guess for you to.
Yeah. And that was the thing, is like I had to be on so many phone calls and doing so much like additional stuff on top of like my daily routine, the things that I had to do, just to be sure that I was going to be able to maintain what it was that I was already diagnosed with. And it was that thing in my head. It was like, okay, well, if you diagnosed me with this,
Yes.
you haven't seen me, how are you going to say, okay, well, you're good now?
So, Sarah, I hope this doesn't put you in a weird spot, but what is the thing that comes to you most, I guess, from like someone who served? Like what?
I didn't serve.
No.
Coming from people who served and their struggles and whatnot.
What do they bring to you most? Can I ask you that? Is that fair? Or
I mean, yeah, because I think for me, what we've heard most, or like what I know of most, I worked with active duty soldiers.
Right. That's kind of why I'm curious. I wasn't sure if I didn't want to like put.
Well, and that was a while ago too. I mean, but I mean, most of that was like difficulty adjusting to being in the Army. Having
in the Army, like actively, or
well, I mean, think about it. Think about who the Army appeals to most. You've got 18-year-olds who typically marry their high school sweetheart with absolutely like no. I mean, I'm talking like marrying them before they're even 18 type of thing, and having no real plan or understanding of what that is. They've signed their life over to the military now. They don't realize what that means. Like when everybody was talking about, oh, they can't force the COVID vaccine, I was like, I was a volunteer with the Army and I had to get the MMR vaccine. Do you know what the MMR vaccine, the warnings that comes with for a woman who could bear a child?
No.
They literally tell you if you have had the MMR vaccine within the last 6 months and you get pregnant, you should probably terminate that pregnancy. Like that's so to say that, oh, they can't force soldiers to get the COVID vaccine. I was like, I'm sorry. You signed a contract that said they will put whatever in your body that they want, and they will not even tell you what it is.
So
like,
whenever I went through basic training, like I remember my parents gave me like vaccines and stuff, but we didn't have like the traditional vaccine card. They gave me 21 vaccines in one day.
21
in one day. Yeah. So it was all through like the arm.
2-1.
Yes, 2-1.
Mm-hmm. And I remember the last one was like the anthrax shot that they had to give me in like my ass. But it was like, okay, you can't span this out.
Wouldn't be the first thing you had. Never mind.
Well, and they make you do things that are, I mean, before you can be deployed, they make you take out your wisdom teeth, whether they're healthy, like whatever, it doesn't matter. You're going to do that. Like there are just so many things, like your body no longer belongs to you. So when you look at a soldier who has just signed up for the military, they probably haven't considered a lot of their life choices because your brain's not fully developed until age 27 for men. And like they don't really have the part of your brain that makes decisions.
Oh, sorry. Real quick, my internet is so bad that everyone looks like they're talking about 20 seconds behind what they actually are. Can I just refresh real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's throwing me off real bad. I'll be right back.
And that right there is another win for Pat's internet over him. He has disconnected 1 million times in today's show.
Seriously?
Yes. So we will see if he's better now. He's
Watch,
back.
he doesn't even come back. There he is.
We're good now. Everyone looks fine now. It was just like I was hearing what Sarah was saying, but her lips were about 20 seconds behind what she was actually saying, and it was throwing me off real bad. So.
But yeah, so it was a mix of like that, of like, oh my God, I'm 18 and I have no idea what I'm doing with my life. And here I am. And I just signed my life away and I have a baby on the way and I don't know what I'm doing type of thing.
Is that like the type of person you dealt with? Like, what have you dealt with most from, I get the military perspective? Like people like that or people
and PTSD, but not necessarily like full blown, super obvious PTSD. It's more like a subtle PTSD that still counts, but it's not the things that we think of as like stereotypical. Like,
was it people who didn't even realize they had it, or like,
yeah,
like
and it's really tough
as
for them
bad
to
as
hear
it
that
might
they
have
have
been,
it.
or
yeah, and it's really hard for them to hear that they have it, or even like for them to admit to themselves, like, I mean, you get people who were in not necessarily combat zones, but not realizing, like being in South Korea,
Yeah.
and not realizing the level of stress that they were actually under
Yeah.
because of the latent concerns there, and not being willing to admit that that is trauma.
Yeah.
Because they weren't actually shot at, or they weren't, in a vehicle that overturned, or like things like that. So they're like, but I didn't have it as bad. And it's like, it doesn't matter. You were still living in a situation where you weren't sure what was going to happen and whether or not you were safe.
Was it people like, because, sorry, Tip, this is just so fascinating to me. I love the fact that I get to talk to you both, and this is like such a cool conversation for me. Sarah,
you get me talking about trauma and brains, and I'm like,
but I get to talk to you about that, but I also get to talk to Tip about actual like military service stuff, and so like I get this is once in a lifetime for me. Was it people, not sort of realizing that they would have even had trauma, I guess, like,
yeah, or not wanting to admit that what they experienced still counts as trauma.
Yeah, that's
someone
kind of
else
what
had
I
it
mean.
worse.
Yeah,
and that's kind of like I said earlier, like it's not a competition of who had the worst week. Like
right.
it's not.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, did people think that because they didn't get both of their legs blown off in combat, that their trauma wasn't as significant as other people's?
Yes. And they don't deserve to now be afraid to go to the grocery store or things like that. And it's like, especially when you look at a developing brain, the way that any kind of really high stress situation like that affects it is it shoots it full of things like cortisol and like all these different hormones that really light up and activate your brain. Because if you think about it, if a bear showed up right now, if we were all in a room and a bear showed up, which of us is going to survive? The one who stood there and thought rationally, what is it that they said to do with the bears? You look them in the eye? No, you don't look them in the eye. You're supposed to play dead. That person's dead, right? Wait, I was supposed to fight the bear. I'm going to fight the bear. That person's dead. The person who ran is probably the person who survived the bear. That's the genetic component that's passed down generation to generation. When you're in any kind of a high stress situation, that same fight, flight, or freeze response is kicking in and is going to help you survive, which means anytime after that, you have told, especially a developing brain, this is how you survive. When you're under stress, you run. When you're under stress, you fight. When you're under stress, you freeze. And you wind up kind of giving that control over because your brain is doing its best to keep you safe. So when we were surrounded by a bunch of people and we were really unsafe in Iraq, we fought. So now when I go to Walmart and there's a whole crowd of people, I start to get really anxious and fight, like ready to fight. And my body's going to pump my blood faster. It's going to take in more oxygen. It's going to do all the things to ready my muscles to fight someone. If I ran, it's going to be the same thing. So when you look at especially the fact that most of these people their brains are under that fully developed stage, especially with their decision-making part of their brain being the last part that forms, you're teaching that brain that the world is an unsafe place.
So curious now, sorry, Tip, I'm just hijacking this at this point. How old would you say? You've been talking a lot about like developing brains and stuff. Like, what is the age range about for those people, I guess?
Meaning like when they would go in for services or things like that?
I don't know. You keep talking about like people who.
Well, I'm talking about the military generally. If you look at when someone's most likely to sign up, it's at age 18 or 19. And they're normally there for 4 to 6 years.
Okay. So 18 to 20, let's just call it 23, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Is that...
And it's rare that you have, we had a couple of captains that would come in and we were always really happy to see them coming in because they really pushed behavioral health among their units a lot more. And when it's coming from command, it's got a whole different like side of it. But I think the thing about it is that even a fully developed brain, when you introduce trauma, it will regress to an earlier time of trying to make sure that you're still staying safe. And it will fundamentally rewire how your brain works as if you had a physical traumatic brain injury. Brains are so freaking cool because their whole point is that we're trying to keep you alive. The problem is that after you're no longer under threat, it's confused and it can't tell that it's no longer trying to fight to keep you alive.
Is that like your brain was you were trained to be ready for a threat, or
I mean, in many ways, yeah, but also if you look at it like, they say, oh, well, this kid is so young, they won't remember what it was that happened because they were only 2. We've actually found that, especially because of the way that their brain's developing at that time, they are impacted by that trauma even more so, but now they don't have something to tie it to be able to process necessarily. So even when you look at like a fully developed brain, you may as well, like, hitting them with a really serious traumatic event, like, say their whole unit dying around them and them being the person who survives, or any kind of situation where they're in that really serious, like, life or death situation, you are basically taking their brain and whacking it with a hammer and seeing where the damage falls.
so. Okay, now I'm curious, Tipton. Hey, welcome to your own show. Do you ever feel like you were whacked with a hammer?
There are times where I do, but like my main thing was kind of like that. I don't want to necessarily call it like survivor's guilt, but that guilt of being like, maybe I don't deserve, what I'm getting right now, because I have a lot of friends that didn't get 90% disability from the VA like I did. And
Can I just to not to cut, but why do you feel like saying survivor's guilt is not fair?
because it's not like I was in any like peril or anything like that, right?
So,
It's more of a like, I don't deserve the stuff that I'm getting, so why should I sit here?
Let me cut you off again then. Sarah, is that not what you're saying about people who don't feel like they sort of deserve what they're getting? Is that what sort of he's saying? Not to like put you guys in a weird spot, but like Tipton, you saying like, I don't feel like I deserve this, to me feels wrong, but also it feels like what Sarah's talking about, where like people don't feel like they deserved what is, I guess, what they should deserve. I don't know how.
What it is that they are currently getting, like, they don't feel like they qualify for that because this wasn't as bad as that, or
yes,
whatever it might be. But the thing about it too is, if you look at the difference between one person and the next of how trauma affects them, so much of it comes into like what your childhood was like, what kind of resiliency you've had and traumatic experiences you experienced before, what kind of supports you had at that time, as well as what supports you have now. Literally, like, I'll use myself as an example. The other day, my husband texted me and he said, sure. Or he said something like, yes, that's fine. And in my mind, God, I hope my mom's not watching this right now or ever sees it. It was in my mother's tone of voice. And I literally responded to him. I was like, wait, like, is this actually fine? And he was like, yes, I said that. And I was like, okay, but I read that in my mom's voice. And he said, I am not your mother. And I said, I know, but the voice in my head is.
Tipton.
Not a life or death situation. It's still coded there.
Sure. Tipton, do you, as someone who served in the military, does that happen to you? Do you have things where you read a text or something, or you hear someone say something and it like sends you to like, oh, that, I don't know, person said that to me? And
we see like a lot of my stuff stems from like not even like military. It was like life before the military, because again, like, I'm the youngest of 11, so my family was huge. There wasn't like a lot of communication and stuff like that. I think I even told Sarah this before. Like, there's people in my family that I haven't even hugged, right? Like, here's the bombshell of this, right? Like, I've gone through this entire time right now, not letting you, Pat, as one of the people that I consider a really close friend, know my brother passed away a week and a half ago, right? Or I guess 2 weeks now.
I didn't know that. I guess I wish we didn't do this live on air, but
I don't give a shit, dude.
I did know that. I wasn't sure if I should reach out to you and say, hey man, sorry. Hate that happened. If you need anything, I hate being that guy during an event like that. As someone who's gone through it, like, there's nothing that's weirder to me than getting a text from someone that says like, if you need me to do anything. And so I didn't want to be that person to be like, hey, Tip, if like, You know how I feel about you at this point in our lives. Like we're like, you know what I mean? Like sending you a text
every Friday night. Your friends, your brothers.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I don't know. I that's my least favorite scenario is trying to text someone about someone who passed away because there's nothing you can do, and
because you have your own trauma tied to it.
Exactly.
And you see, with me, like I totally understand that too, because like it took a lot. I think it was about a week or so before I even mentioned anything to anybody about like my brother passing away, right? Yeah. And it took me even longer to like message his wife because in my head I'm sitting here thinking like, what do you say? Like, there's nothing that makes it better.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, well, send her some flowers. Like, you imagine how many flowers she's been sent right now? That's just a consistent reminder.
It's just another set of flowers.
Yeah. So for me, I was like, okay, well, like, how do I navigate these waters while also navigating, you know, the stuff for myself? Because again, that's an important part of my life. Like my older brother to me was like a superhero. I know I like said this on like my show and stuff too. And for me, like a lot of the trauma that I had, and it took a lot for me to actually realize and understand and accept this, was the things that happened to me as a kid. Because growing up where I grew up, we had drive-bys fucking every week. And it was like a normal thing. Like there was a kid, you know, in 3rd grade that got his head blown off right next to me. And it was like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is just the way that it's going to be. So going to the military and knowing that that was going to be a thing, I was like, okay, well, this should be fine. And there comes a point where you realize, oh, okay, well, it's not fine. You shouldn't accept it like that. But it also takes a lot for you to forget the way that you grew up. You know what I mean? Like, however long of imprinting that you had, that's the way that you were made.
Yeah.
And it's
if you don't remember it all explicitly.
What was that?
Even if you don't remember it all explicitly, like you can't lay it out, it's still there. We say that neurons that fire together wire together. So the moment that you're eating that ice cream and your friend's head gets blown off next to you, now that memory is associated with ice cream. You could be eating ice cream later on 20 years and it hits you like that, but you don't even necessarily know why.
I was just going to say, I feel like when things like that happen, like you shouldn't forget them or you shouldn't try to move on from them.
But people do because, and it's the same type of thing. I love talking about brains. Brains are so freaking cool. Okay,
this is one of my favorite conversations ever. By the way, I love that we're doing this. This is so great.
So because
I'm actually going to cut this up into a podcast, like a separate podcast, just so you all know.
If you ever want to talk about brains, you know where to find me, Tip. Yeah. So because brains are trying to keep you alive, I want you to think about the last time you got blackout drunk. Why do you think you blacked out?
I don't even know the last time I got blackout drunk.
Okay, well, think about someone who is blackout drunk. What do you notice they're probably like they're doing? What is it that their body is trying to do in that moment?
I mean, I could try tonight. Do you want me to try?
No, I don't.
I think it's trying to protect them. It's trying to stop them from drinking.
So your body switches. Memories.
I can tell you. I could tell you the last time I tried to get blackout drunk. Do you want to know that?
No. So I want you to think of this being your brain.
It's really fun. It's really fun to get blackout drunk.
Oh wait,
but also the next morning it sucks, and also I have a lot of trauma. But anyway.
Okay, so this is your brain. He's happy.
Is it blue? Is my brain blue?
No, it's not. Anyway. So if this is your brain, I want you to imagine everything you know about your brain, but we're going to like subtle it down, like drop it down to the most basic level. Okay.
So my brain is blue.
I'm a lightweight. So here we are.
Tiny penis.
No.
What?
No. Okay. Anyway. So if this is your brain, and I want you to think of like, we're breaking it into 2 parts based on how it functions.
Sure.
There's your higher level of thinking, which is things like doing math. Having a technical conversation like this, right?
I'm screwed. I was terrible at math. I'm screwed.
So things you have to think really hard about. Okay?
Yeah.
Your lower part of the brain, and not like physically, but the lower functioning are things that you do automatically. So what are things you do without even thinking?
Blinking, breathing, stuff like that.
Even walking, right? At one point when you were a toddler or like an infant, you didn't know how to walk and you had to really think very hard about it. And then it became natural and an automatic response.
Stuff that just happens is the lower part. Stuff that you try to do is the higher part, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Sure.
So what happens in a traumatic situation, your brain stops focusing on the higher level of thinking. That's why chess boxing is so difficult. You're boxing, you're in a physical threat, but now you have to switch to your higher level of thinking to play chess. Right?
Yeah.
It's so freaking cool because brains are awesome. So anyway, you're training your brain to, in a life or death situation, be able to do chess. So when you're in a traumatic situation, all of this higher level thinking, decision making, math, chess, all that shuts down. Your body kicks into high gear for the lower level of thinking, because those are the things: breathing, running. If you're blackout drunk, breathing, vomiting to get rid of alcohol, not choking on your own vomit, all of those things. So in very rare circumstances, making a memory is going to be that higher level of thinking. How many memories do you actually have stored in your brain, like that you can call up like a picture?
A lot.
How many of those moments, percentage-wise, of your life do you have that you can call up like a picture with 100% accuracy?
Of my life?
Your entire life.
Oh man, like I don't know.
A very
2%?
small portion.
2%, 1%, like
if that. Right?
Yeah.
So when you are blackout drunk, your body is saying, dude, I need to make sure you don't freaking die right now. I need to make sure you're breathing. I need to make sure you're standing upright. I need to make sure you're not choking on your vomit. How am I going to make a memory? Why am I going to bother physically remembering this when I need to keep you alive? The same thing happens in traumatic incidences. Then that's why people will say, I don't even remember. It's still coded in your brain because it was that really traumatic, hard situation, but it's not there as like a file you can pull up and look at.
So curious then, if someone is in a, I'm not sure if you've even dealt with this, but I'm just going to ask you because we're here. If someone goes through like a, I don't know, traumatic military, not even traumatic, but just like a general military like incursion, like there's a shooting where there's a back and forth shooting, like, do you feel that people remember that vividly or?
Yes and no. And here's why.
Okay.
And this is part, and I will cite the Walmart shooting here in El Paso. I have a thing where it came out and it made me so angry. But so in many of those situations, people will also say, I hyper focused and I was recognizing everything because they were in that survival mode. Now, whether or not their brain was
like an
storing that
adrenaline
memory,
thing? Is that like adrenaline's firing on all cylinders?
because your adrenaline's rushing.
aware?
Exactly. And you're hyper aware of everything that's going on around you. That's why when they look at ADHD in kids, for some of them, it's genetic and it's coming down. But for some of them, it's actually a trauma response where math is not the threat. I need to scan and make sure nothing else in the room is a threat for me right now. So when it comes to memory of a traumatic situation, and this is why within treatment, we're very careful with how we record exact details of what someone remembers, because it may not be 100% accurate. A good example was it came out after the Walmart shooting here in El Paso. Someone said, I was throwing water bottles at the shooter. Video confirmed he wasn't. He was actually shot. He was on the ground and whatnot. And people started to vilify him of, why would you say that for clout? Blah, blah, blah. When you're in that moment, your brain is trying to make sense of what's going on. And so if he hallucinated or imagined or thought about it afterwards, thought about it afterwards to justify what was happening, that can be
okay. So question: is that a justification? Was he trying to like? Did he think he was doing that, or is that like I got shot and I was trying to like not even trying to, but like he was shot and in his mind he was doing this, but in reality that wasn't the case?
Exactly. So that's why in one of the most common forms of trauma treatment that we do with not little kids, up to 18, is called trauma-focused cognitive behavior therapy. And you do a full-on trauma narrative. You go through every detail of that memory after a lot of pre-work so that they can handle it and blah, 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 right? The protocol for that treatment is that you destroy that narrative. Because if I was called into court, and let's say I was working with a kid who was abused from ages 6 to 8 by her uncle, right? And I'm sitting in court and they say, all right, what day was it you did your trauma narrative? Well, it was around her 7th birthday and that event where he abused her after that. Okay, well, no, he actually was out of town on her 7th birthday. There's no possible way he could have abused her. In reality, it could be that there were 10 different situations that blended together to be that one instance of abuse. And some of those details may not line up exactly with the actual details of it, because our memory in those situations is both incredibly amazing and also incredibly subjective.
Okay, so now we go back to the VA. How often does this come up with people coming back from combat, I guess, where they will okay, 2 questions, I guess. How much does it come up, and does it even matter if they misremember stuff?
Whether or not it comes up,
I'm curious, Tipton, what you think about this too, obviously.
the frequency of how often that comes up doesn't matter. It does not matter, because the fact of the matter is their brain sees that as the reality and the truth of the situation. So when I'm sitting there in court and I am there to testify on what I worked with, I've destroyed that record. And I'll be honest with you, do I remember every detail of every court case or every case I've worked with? No. So I can honestly say under oath, I don't really remember the exact details. And ultimately, because, we don't want to do harm to our patients, right? Yeah. But it also comes back to the fact that it doesn't matter what details are exactly right, what details aren't. I could have a video camera of exactly what happened. The fact of the matter is that child, that veteran, all of those details are still very real for them. The other part of it is I think a big reason why a lot of veterans don't seek services for their PTSD is they don't feel like it's bad enough. Like, it's not as obvious that they are avoiding things. Or even like if we think about our Walmart shooting, there are people who are like, well, I can still go grocery shopping, I'm fine. And it's like,
do they think it's too small to bring
up?
Like
the interruption to their lives is too small. I can go to the grocery store. I just go on Sundays when I know the Cowboys are playing. And I'm not a Cowboys fan, so it doesn't matter. And there's no one there. Okay, but if you were a Cowboys fan and you're telling me you're giving up going to see Cowboys games to go grocery shopping because that's the only time you don't feel threatened, or you're going at 2:00 in the morning, or things like that. So I think veterans and soldiers do a lot of things where they will accommodate themselves without realizing that what they are doing is accommodating their trauma.
Tip, do you ever think you felt that way? Do you think you've ever put stuff away because you were like, it's actually not that big of a deal? Like, I don't really feel like that's not that important, I guess. Do you think you've ever?
All the time, really, because like I said, I have zero problem admitting where my faults are, because I won't go and actively seek help until I have to, or a lot of the times I'll be like, I'm a workaholic.
I'm sorry, just to sidebar off that, what do you, if you're okay answering this, I don't want to put you on the spot again live, but what do you think the help would be that you would want to seek, if you're okay answering that?
For me,
you say I'll give you a second to think about it. You say I don't know if I want to seek help to answer that question, sort of. What do you think that is? Is there something that at least you'd be willing to share with us that you feel that you don't want to share?
So while Sarah was talking about the whole, what does your mind do whenever you black out, right? It's protecting you from whatever the memory of that is.
Sure.
I've mentioned this a million times to Destiny and other people as well. It's hard for me to remember literally anything from before I was 7 or 8 years old. There's very few memories that I'll pick up there, and a lot of it is okay, well, I'll try to find a very happy moment of oh, well, I wore my dad's shoes once or something.
Yeah, sorry, just for context, that you were adopted then? Is that?
Yeah.
When you were what, 7?
No. I was adopted at birth, but I'll be 100% transparent right now, because
why do you think it was then that at 7 or 8 that you?
Because we grew up in a very physically, again, and I always try to explain it away this way. Both of my parents grew up in the middle of the Texas Panhandle and in Oklahoma in the middle of 1930s depression United States, right?
Yeah, that's a tough period.
So for us, it was a lot of upbringing of, if I got like an 89 on a test, well, that was 10 spankings, and our spankings was with a horse whip.
Why'd you get a B?
Why? Yeah. Like, and that was really kind of the way that, we grew up, and like I explained it away that way. Like, okay, well, they grew up in a different era than what we have right now, right?
Yeah.
So for me, like, I would love to try to figure out what it was that was back then, because I have no problem completely disassociating myself away from any type of issue, right? Like, I talked to Destiny, and maybe this is going to make you, Pat, feel in like an awkward position about this.
No.
You're one of the people that I consider an extremely close friend because
Yeah.
I actually continue talking to you.
Yes.
I make an effort to actually be like, okay, I need to talk to Andrew, which is Sarah's husband. I need to talk to James. I need to talk to Pat. There's people from my past that, even in my family, like until my brother passed away, I hadn't spoken to my dad in about 3.5 years. And it's because it's like, okay, well, I don't need whatever that brings up, because it does bring up a lot of those questions that I don't think I'll ever get the answer to, right? Like the all-encompassing why. Why did this have to happen this way?
Yeah.
And I feel like with me and, my...
briefly, Tip, sorry, just to respond, because you brought up me. Hey, you're also one of the people that I make an actual effort to talk to. So,
Well,
anyway.
I am glad.
Yeah, there are like 5 people in my life that I actually want to talk to, and you're one of them. So anyway,
Well, it's just because you want to hear my voice.
It's
But-
voice.
But you see, like, whenever it comes to like my military stuff, right? Like, I
don't really know. I'll be honest. The reason that we're having this whole conversation is because I don't really know. We've never really talked a lot about you or James, and I guess the situation, it's pretty similar. We've never really talked about your guys' military stuff. Like, I mean, we've kind of in passing talked about it and like sort of joked about it, really, but like, that's not a small thing that you guys did. It's not like a thing that is only a joke. Like, you guys did some serious stuff. You served in the military. That's no just passing joke.
Well,
And
you see,
we've kinda made it, but
and for me, like, I have friends from like high school, from like back in the day, that passed away in action.
yeah.
My initial goal, whenever I wanted to join the military, like right out of high school, because 9/11 happened my senior year, was I was going to go die for my country. If I made it to 21, that was going to be a failure in my mind.
Did you join because of 9/11 or?
I did, but a little bit down the road. See, I had like a major knee surgery my junior year, and because everybody was going to the military at that point in time, the Army was like no, the Marines were like no, the Navy was like no, the Air Force was the only one that took me. But that was about, like, I think I was 25 years old whenever I joined the Air Force.
And
And
when
that
was it about? Like what? 03?
I'm not that old, dude. Come on now. That was 09.
Oh,
So for me, it was a lot of like floating around, finding like odd jobs and doing things of that nature, trying to like, okay, well, this is who I'm supposed to be. Oh, okay, well, that's not who I'm supposed to be. Maybe I'm supposed to be this person over here. Maybe I'm supposed to, do all this stuff, and like just kind of floating around and not having like a purpose, right?
Yeah.
Whenever the Air Force is finally like, yeah, dude, we'll take you. Like, we'll just put a little bit of makeup on that scar, so that way nobody sees it. You'll be all right. I don't think I've told very many people this, but I was in jail 3 weeks prior to going to my basic training.
And when was that? About
2009.
9? Okay.
Yeah, because I went to basic training in July of 2009.
Can
July
I ask
7th,
you? Can I
2009.
ask you what you went to jail for, or is that?
It was just the normal young dumb stuff, right? Like, again, like I was floating around all the place. I
Shooting
didn't have like family to rely on, so I didn't have like insurance on my car. So I got like a bunch of tickets because, of course, if you have a Mustang and you're young and dumb, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah.
And it was ultimately like,
Right.
okay, well, you've fucked up here. Go to jail for 3.5 weeks, and then hopefully maybe we'll be able to hide this paperwork and you can go to the Air Force. And
All right.
luckily, they were able to hide that paperwork.
Sarah, I have a question for you, but I also have to pee really bad, so I'll be right back. Don't please. This is very important. It's a 9/11 question, so don't go anywhere.
Don't go out. I like how he's got like the commercial pat going on right now. Like,
Yeah, that's a good. I feel like that's a good tease, right? Is that not a good tease?
See, I was actually thinking, go to the bathroom, you nerd.
Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I feel like that's a pretty good tease.
Oh, we're going
it's
to
a
talk
great
about
tease.
things behind your back. So go ahead.
No, talk about them, please do. But
Yes.
anyway,
So I was thinking about this while like he was asking you all these questions and stuff. I was like, that's why he's a producer, because he thinks of like all these questions just off the top of his head and stuff like that. I was like, that right there, that makes him why he's in the position that he's in. Like he is great at it. But I wanted to ask you, like, just as we were kind of talking about like all these things and stuff like that, what was it that made you say, okay, this is the way, like this is the field that I want to go to? Because whenever I first got out of the Air Force, I was like, I want to do psychology, right? And I went through about a semester or almost 2.5 semesters of, all the hardcore psychology stuff. And I thought to myself, this ain't for me, because it was bringing up demons in myself that I didn't want to, confront at that time. So what was it that made you say, this is what I want to do?
My demons and my background and my trauma. So I didn't know about trauma when I went into social work. I learned about it along the way, and really it's actually a young emerging field, so to speak. I mean, 30 years ago, no one was talking about it. And in the past 10 to 15 years is when people really started to kind of double down and do lots of research and things like that. So for me, when I was working in nonprofits, I had my bachelor's, and I was kind of feeling like, okay, this doesn't feel like what I want to do. Like, I want to help people. I want to do things that's worthwhile. And I was looking like, what do I want to do for my career? And I took one psychology class in college, and it is the worst grade I've ever gotten in my entire life. I didn't fail it. It was a C, but still it was enough that I was like, that is not for me. But when it came down to it, and I was looking at what I wanted to do, like in the long term, social work actually offered the direct impact to people and communities, as well as the opportunity for that like not managerial, but like bigger picture effect as well. So the long and the short of it is, I chose social work because it was a very strategic like career. Even if I can't hack this, I know I'll be able to find a job doing nonprofit management or things like that. But in reality, the real reason why I was like, I want to do something that helps people is because of my own trauma in the past. And it's kind of part of that, like making sense or making meaning of it, which is like one of the biggest things that you can do with someone who has trauma. I am knowing it's hilarious because when I tell people a lot of the things that I experience, they look at me and they're like, you? I'm like, yeah, me, I know. But I think the thing about it is, and where I don't want to discredit you, Tip, in your life, or when you're like, I'm not bad enough or things like that. The biggest thing that trauma leaves you with is also a level of resiliency and the ability to bounce back from adversity. When I'm in a situation like, when I was 15, I was in a really bad car accident. We rolled it 5 times. My best friend almost died. That's how I got this. Like, it was awful, horrible, right? 4 of us almost died. In that moment, I was able to, the car is upside down. Some of us got out. Some of us couldn't get out of the car, like things like that. I was able to stop and think about how I needed to unlock the door to get out of the car, and then how we had to get, my friend out of the car in case there was some kind of a, movies tell us that a car is going to explode or like whatever. Like, I was able to hone that in and then say, okay, you go find a house where you can call because none of our cell phones have reception. You go and do like all of the things that needed to be done, because I am very much, with my trauma history, I am the person who in the heat of the moment, I can say, stop, X, Y, and Z, let's go. And then I break down later. That resiliency is what you have too in so many things that you do in your life. But that I don't want to discount for anybody who's had trauma. Like, you have that. It builds in you to where you can handle adversity and other future traumatic events with tools that other people don't necessarily have.
Before I let Pat ask his question, even if it's just like a real yes or no answer from you, do you think that moment right there where you were able to say, look, I can actually do this, where I can focus in and say, this is what I need to do to help people, do you think that was something that was like a catapult to help you get into like the career that you chose right now?
Not
You're on
necessarily,
mute
because
right
I
now,
kind of
Pat.
learned that later on. I think I went into social work because I wanted to work with teenagers who had substance use issues, flat out. And that's because of my own trauma. I don't care. I mean, I didn't have substance use issues. My family, like, I have some very serious.
Real quick, I think my question's kind of related to this, so it might inform this answer, I guess.
Okay.
Do you think you're still holding on to any of those feelings or anything from that?
So the long and short answer is yes, in many ways, in certain ways.
Okay, follow up. Do you think you're holding on to any of that, and do you think that has helped you now?
So yes and no. I think I also did. I come from a family that doesn't believe in mental health, or didn't at the time. So when I went to counseling in college because of some very, very stressful situations, I felt like that was like my really low point. And literally the therapist was like, this is a really fucked up situation. Like, it makes sense that you're feeling this way. And ultimately, even walking into that, I had because I had supports outside of my natural home environment, outside of like in a lot of different areas of my life that helped me through that. Because that's the biggest, best protective factor for someone who's going through a traumatic incident, is having supports there, whether those supports know or not, that's what's going on in their life. I had already worked through a lot of it on my own. And then also I've worked through it formally in therapy. As a therapist, there are certain things that I will acknowledge, and I'll say, this person reminds me way too much of my brother. Because I mean, I have that ongoing right now. Like, this person reminds me too much of my brother. It's not healthy for me or that patient for me to be working with them.
I was going to ask if there are things that resonate with you that make you feel the same way, but
yes. And so I love to work with people with substance use issues, not because that particularly like affects me in a negative way, but a lot of it is because I always see it as, if I can help that person heal their relationships in their life, like, I always kind of like, sometimes I do look at it, it's like, that could be my brother.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, if it's too much like that, I know that I need to step away to protect myself. Or even like with the Walmart shooting. I mean, I was there that day reacting to, I wasn't there at the grocery store. I was actually supposed to be there, but I wasn't because we called the plans off because it happened before. But I was there then helping those families, and then in the weeks after as well. All of this stuff I know has impacted me. This week, like I said, has been really tough, and my team knows it too, but we all have a lot of specific training for how to make sure we're checking in on ourselves, checking in on each other, and then doing the things that we need to do in order to not let it really break us.
Did you have a question, Tip?
Yeah. So what I was going to ask is, like, what would you say? Because obviously y'all are trained professionals. That's how you know, okay, it's best for me to check in on a friend, right? I'm the type of person, and Pat alluded to this a little bit earlier whenever we were talking about my brother and stuff, where I don't know how to check in on somebody.
Yes.
Because to me, it's like, I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to give them, whatever feeling that it might be that's going on. How would I be able to, in a healthy manner for both me and my friend, be able to check in on them?
It's a great question.
I think it really just depends on what you know about them.
Sorry for mild context. This is the thing that I struggle with most when I'm trying to talk to people. I do not know how to approach people when things. Obviously, I've got some trauma that I've dealt with, so I always feel like I'm a burden on people. So I never know how to approach people to tell them that I'm sorry that this thing's happening to you, and I can relate to you in some way. And I just don't know. So yes, I just wanted to give the context, but to Tip's question, yes, I don't know what to do, basically.
You're going to love it. The answer is it depends. It really depends on the person. It depends on your relationship with them. It depends on what you know about what they need. So we all give and receive love in very different ways. So for someone, getting those flowers may very well be the reminder that they're not alone. Whereas for someone else, it's the reminder that something happened.
Yeah.
Right? It all completely depends on the person. So I would say it's based on, like, if I know that Tip is the kind of person who does not want me reaching out right now, just based on how they are, how this person reacts to things, then that's not the best course of action. And I'm reaching out for myself and not for him. So it kind of comes back to thinking, like, what is my actual motivation and what it is that I'm doing? And do I know whether or not that's what that person needs?
So
Some people need to work. I mean,
yeah.
I know someone who two different examples. One person who lost their father and needed like 6 weeks off to really recover from that. Versus, I mean, I love my father dearly and I don't want him to die. But like, if my dad died, I would probably take that week. I would go to the funeral and I would go back to work, because that's part of how I survived that. The day of our shooting, one of my friends who's a counselor texted me and said, I know they're asking us to respond. I am not in a good place right now. I can't do that. I need to step back. And I said, we've got you. Don't worry. Because for her, she was now at risk of potentially doing harm, right? Both totally valid responses to what happened. Whereas for me, I was sitting here by myself. My husband was like, I got to go report. Like, this is my job. Like, I have to make sure the information getting out is correct. And I was like, you're going somewhere that's not necessarily secure. This isn't safe. I was sitting here by myself. I needed something to do, something to where I could help problem solve. It depends on the person, what they need in that recovery moment.
Yeah. So go ahead, Dip.
Well, I was going to ask, does that like change over time? Because so personally for me, whenever my daughter passed away, it was one of those things where I was like, I need anything to take my mind off of it, right? And it was, I'm going to inundate myself with 12 to 18-hour days. I don't care. I don't want to think about it. Yep. Where with what happened just this week, I felt the need, like personally, where I was like, I need to take a day, just something for myself. I went to a baseball game just, because I didn't want to work. I just wanted to escape from all that stuff and just be away from it. Does that change eventually, or is it just like we just deal with things, even though we're supposed, like in our mind, we think we're supposed to deal with it this way, but we can also deal with it like another way?
Can I ask a question before Sarah answers that? Tip to you. It might be too personal and you don't have to answer this, but you just brought up your daughter. How do you think you handled that? Like, do you think that you do you think you've processed that completely?
No.
Okay.
And like I'll be completely honest with that, because I remember whenever Destiny got pregnant, like I was so estranged. Like, again, like I have these, long periods where like I'm estranged from my family, because my island is where nobody can bother me, where nobody can hurt me, basically, right? So whenever Destiny got pregnant, that's whenever I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna, rekindle this relationship with my mother. And I remember just feeling
this was during when everything was going on with your daughter. I don't know how to like exactly frame this, but
okay, well, so she passed away because
I don't want to get sensitive about your daughter. I just want to know like sort of the timeline about like when you were saying that you were trying to reconnect with your mother. Was this when your daughter?
No, so
after, or
it was like right whenever we found out that my daughter was pregnant, because
when Destiny was pregnant with. Okay.
Yeah. Destiny was pregnant with my daughter. My daughter was pregnant. Destiny was pregnant with my daughter. Because it had always stuck in my mind, because my mother adopted me whenever she was 54. She was so much older than what I was. And it was always like a little thing that stuck there, because she said, I don't want to die until you have a kid. She said, because I want to see my youngest kid give me a grandchild. And I was like, okay, well, there's something, semi-sweet there. We didn't have a great relationship, but there's something semi-sweet there. So whenever Destiny got pregnant is whenever I said, okay, well, his internet cut out again. I love your internet.
What happened? Sorry, what did I miss?
No, literally nothing. Me laughing at your internet.
I'm gonna step out for a second and get some water.
Okay.
Okay.
But
So wait, apologies. Just again, timeline. Would this have been your first child, or
yes.
okay?
Yeah. So I purposely held off on having a kid because I've got like 60 plus nieces and nephews, right? And I was like, I want to experience life before I have a kid.
Sure.
And I, just having all that stuff in my head about what my mother had said, I was like, I want to fix this because you always have that empty part in your heart, right? Like you want to fix the relationships that you had in the past.
Sure.
And I remember just feeling like such a failure and a letdown because I wasn't able to give her a legitimate grandchild that she was able to hold. Our daughter passed away whenever we lived in North Carolina. We were by ourselves, again, that little island. And she passed away due to like a premature birth. Like her lungs hadn't fully developed. She wasn't able to breathe after, being born.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where like I remember, kind of pacing because I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, I have to be there for Destiny. I'm
Sure.
used to being everybody's rock. Like in my family, whenever my brother got a divorce, I was the one that helped him through that. Whenever my sisters were in pain or something was going on, I was the person that helped them through that.
Of
So
course.
for me, it was always like I have to be this emotionless individual.
I was gonna ask you, was anyone ever there for you? But I'm sure Destiny was, but for you when that happened, was there anyone who came to you?
You see, and that was something that I had always kind of questioned, and like I kind of understood in the back of my mind that it happens this way because whenever the mother loses a child, that's huge, right?
It's-
Because you're
it's-
carrying
yeah.
that child.
People are gonna go to the mother, of course.
Exactly. And I remember feeling a sense of guilt in myself because I was like, how come you're not asking me how I'm doing? I didn't get phone calls even from my family members outside of one sister that was like, hey, how are you holding up?
But Destiny did.
Exactly. And I remember thinking to myself, like, you're such an asshole for even thinking that right now, because obviously she's much more important to this child than what you would have been. And then, like, as I got older, I was like, no, dude, you're just as important. Like, the child needs their father,
Yeah.
right? And I've even spoken to Destiny about this because it's something that we've it's the unfortunate flag that you bear whenever your friends know, okay, this person lost a child. I can send other people to them to kind of help them through this process, right?
Yeah.
And I was talking to a young man, I think he's like 22 years old, and he lost a daughter. And he's like, and I have no idea who to talk to. And in my mind, I was like, okay, this is where we can create like a support group type of thing, right?
As men, you're saying.
Exactly.
Like,
Because we're not supposed to cry, right? Like even now, like I have such a hard issue with this because like I would love to just be able to let loose and be this emotional person,
yes.
but I'm not. And even right now, like whenever it comes to talking to my father, my dad's 92 years old. This is the first child that he's going to have to bury. Having to tell him and being like, you know what, this stoic individual that I am. Whenever my sister came over to my house at, 11 o'clock at night, bawling out of her mind, had to be in my mind, I had to be this person. I still haven't really truly let it out.
Oh,
Because I don't know when I'm supposed to. Because again, in my mind, you deal with this, no one sees it. And maybe whenever I'm in the car one day, because I love driving my Mustang, that's when it's going to happen.
that's unfortunately, that is sort of the stereotype that men have to deal with is that, things happen. You have to bury the emotions. But I just want you to know that that is not what you need to do. That like you do not need to bury your emotions. You can let them happen. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know if it was, maybe a couple weeks ago right before I had COVID. So I guess 2 weeks ago, I had a full-on breakdown because there was just a lot of stuff going on in my life. But it was like I was with my mom and my sister, and I had a full-on breakdown because it was just time to have one, I guess. But like, tip, don't feel like you got to hold back your emotions for anyone. Like, your emotions are what they are, and sometimes you just got to let them happen. So.
And I know, like, I was talking to Destiny. I was like, I was actually thinking about this because, like, after everything happened, like, she comes and she gives me this hug and she's like, Just let it out.
Yeah.
And the first thing in my mind was, and I didn't mean to voice it, but the first thing in my mind was, no, there's work that needs to be done. Like, we need to make sure that everything is taken care of for, like, he had 9 kids. Like, I got to make sure that they are okay. Right? Because now he's leaving a hole in their hearts. The oldest one is 27. I was 29 when I lost my mom. I remember what that felt like.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, okay, I've got to make sure they're okay before I say I'm not okay, if that makes sense.
So, Sarah, I'm curious. You've heard a lot of what's going on here. I've got a couple questions, but one, just what's your like initial reaction to what you've heard? How do you feel about the trauma of me and Tipton, I guess?
So this
Also,
turned into a therapy session. I'm sorry.
The main question I really have is how do you feel about men who have strong feelings that feel like they do not have the platform to release them?
So that is, and it's actually something I deal with as a woman, even because I grew up in a family where you don't cry. I cried last night after everything that happened. It finally boiled over because I got to the postal annex where our mailbox was 2 minutes before 7, but the door was already locked. And it was like the breaking point for me. I was just like, of all the things.
That's what can do it, man. Anything can do it.
Exactly. So I think the thing is that everybody processes and grieves and feels differently. And that doesn't mean that it's not as valid of a way to feel or a way to let it break you down. The important part of it is that as long as it is not like negatively impacting your relationships, your ability to function and go to work, like those are the things. If you're not drinking too much, then because of it, that's part of why because I come from a family with a lot of addiction history. Part of why I'm like, I'm upset. I don't want to drink right now. But it comes from like, what are the ways that work for you to get through that? If it's working, fine. If you're actually not like hurting yourself more, if that makes sense. Because sometimes you're like, I'm going to work through this. And then it's like, oh no, well, I just did 10 hours worth of work. That's going to take 40 hours work to undo. Right. The overall stigma of it, I think, is it is okay to not be the person who cries in that situation just as much as it is okay to be the person who does cry.
Do you think that men hold back their emotions intentionally?
Yeah, because emotions are scary and hard. And then men tend to...
Well, yes, that's true, but
okay, but I want you to think about what is.
I would argue that that's not why men hold back their emotions. Men don't hold back their emotions because it's scary and hard. Men hold back their emotions, I would argue, because they're told not to.
Because it's scary and hard for other people.
No. That's
because
not.
It's why.
No man. Tipton can tell you this. No man is told to hold their emotions back because it's scary and hard.
No, that's not why they're told, but it is why they are told, because I'm your dad or I'm your mom and I don't want to deal with you being that way. I'm scared of that. That's hard for me.
That might be true, but it's not. That's what you're saying. What you're pointing out is an explicit sort of instruction almost, and most guys
are not explicit like that, but it is the reason why behind and society wise, right?
What I'm saying is most guys are told, don't cry, because be a man.
Exactly. Which is a problem. But also when you look at and this would be a therapy session, right? What emotion words do you even know?
Is this not a therapy session?
I know, right? What emotion words do you even know in order to express yourself? How many emotions can you think of off the top of your head to be able to explain to me how you're feeling, especially in a situation where you're under a lot of stress and that higher part of your brain is not thinking?
Are you asking me or in general?
This is a hypothetical. The easiest
I can
emotion,
think of like one.
What's your one?
Happy.
Okay, well, that's not normally the one that comes to mind. It's normally angry.
Oh, the other one was sad.
So you get you get like the big ones. You get happy, angry, sad, maybe scared.
Scared, interesting. Why scared?
Maybe.
Okay.
If you ask someone just like randomly, like name all the emotions you can think of. The thing is that
Happy,
scared
sad,
normally
angry.
will fall under
Wait,
angry.
Sorry, Sarah.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Yeah. Your emotions.
I think it comes down to the exact same ones. Like
Happy,
I won't necessarily call it scared. I would call it like fear, right? Because to me, like there's the fear of failure, there's the fear of letting my children down, there's the fear of those types of things.
So
I'm
is
not
it so
terrified of it, but it's one of those things that kind of lingers there.
happy, sad, fear,
Happy, sad, fear, anger.
anger?
The reason why anger, if you think about it, especially for boys, it's more acceptable for boys to express in terms of anger, whereas for girls, they withdraw and they go more the sad route because society-wise, we train them that way. We respond more to the girl who's crying versus the girl who's being angry because we just dismiss that as her being hysterical. A boy who's angry and getting into fights is getting the attention that he needs to be able to resolve what the issue is. Think about the last toddler you saw throwing a temper tantrum.
So
They
can I ask you?
probably got what they wanted. That reinforces the having the anger response. And anger gets you what you want. Look at Karens, right? They're angry. People are trying to placate them because they don't want to deal with that anger. It scares them what the power is that is behind that anger.
So can I ask you a question then? Because you just pointed out girls that are sad and girls that are angry, right? Like in those two situations, you pointed out boys that are angry, but boys that are sad do not get the attention.
Boys that are sad are told you're not supposed to be sad. So instead, they're
sort of
angry.
that's sort of what I'm getting at. Like
Exactly.
so you pointed out the women's version is sad and angry. The man's version is just angry. But nobody
because they don't know how to express that sadness. Yeah.
But because nobody pays attention to the sad male.
They also don't pay attention to the sad females because typically
Okay.
when you think about which kid in class is going to get the most attention, the one who's getting into a fight or the one who's sitting there quietly,
The fight.
right? So as adults, or the world has taught our brains, if you're angry, you scream and yell, even though you're actually hurt, right? This is the response that you're going to get. You're going to get what you want. Anger is easy. Anger is simple. It gets us what we want. When
Sure.
you actually start to peel back those layers, it's more like hurt, jealousy, being distraught, confused, frustrated, right? And it's a lot more complex than that. We don't teach, we do now, but the time frame when we were growing up, before that, we didn't teach that to be able to say, I'm not actually angry right now. I'm really scared for my safety, and my anger is what I'm masking that in.
Do you think there is currently a difference in that in men and women? Because I feel like there is, but I'm
Well,
curious.
there definitely is. And
I
that's
feel
a lot
like-
of that comes from that society expectation. Of
That's
what-
sort of where I am. Like I feel like men don't have the option to be afraid or scared or nervous about anything. They're expected to be, I don't know.
And then if you look at the opposite side of it, as women, we aren't allowed to be confident about things. We're supposed to be nervous.
That's fair.
right?
That's yeah.
Like it causes that dichotomy. And if you look at what schools are doing now, a lot of schools have like social emotional learning and things like that to help kids learn those things. So because without the language to label it, we can't have those conversations. We can't try to mitigate that risk. I mean, if you think about the last partner that you were with and actually having like a really vulnerable conversation with them.
I don't have a sand dial, so but anyway.
But if you like think about the last time, like it took a lot. I come from a family of screamers and yellers. Andrew comes from a family of calm, rational talkers. You have any idea what those first fights looked like for us?
Probably not great.
Well, the thing is, I knew this about myself and I knew I was toxic and I knew I was dangerous. So I would say, I'm not having this argument. I'm walking away. He
So,
would see
okay.
it as this argument's not worth having.
Tip, I'm curious. When you first got into a relationship with Destiny, what was your sort of dichotomy? Is that the right word? I don't even know. But what was your sort of relationship like And that's it. Did you find it at the beginning, and did you see a development in how you had conversations or arguments or sort of that type of thing?
So it's very similar to me, kind of like how Sarah was talking about. But I think both Destiny and I came from families of you're just gonna yell it out and sometimes come to physical altercations and stuff.
Did you guys ever do that, or
What was that?
did you guys ever like have that relationship, or was it
No.
like did you both, since you both came from that, did you come?
So we actually pride ourselves on the fact that like we haven't really had a ton of fights. Like obviously we've had some because if
Sure,
you're together
sure.
for 17 years, they're going to arise.
But not
a
not to
lot of
that.
the times we won't like. I hate to yell. Like I know whenever I raise my voice or if I yell, it can be a terrifying thing. Plus, it hurts my voice. I'm not going to do it, right?
Yeah.
And she's kind of the same way. Where like if I were to yell at her or if I were to raise my voice, she will kind of recoil, and that doesn't help anything out. So I try to be a little more rational, and be more calm and soothing. And I know my voice lends itself to that as opposed to being angry.
Is
So
it like
for me-
more conversational than like confrontational?
Yeah,
Which
because
means you have
I
to actively kick your high part of your brain into gear and not your lower part of your brain.
Yeah,
because to me,
top blue part, not the bottom blue part, and the
So-
tiny penis part.
So to me, I'm super cognizant of like those things, right? Even whenever it comes down to my kids, I don't yell at my kids. I try not to spank them. I'm not gonna say I never have because I have, but to me, I developed this thought process where it was like, okay, I remember what it was like for me as a kid.
Yeah.
Where if mom and dad were yelling, I was confused as to what they were yelling about.
Right.
Why are you so upset at me right now? Like, just talk to me. Talk to me as if I'm a person. So what I'll do, like if Jericho and Jinder do something wrong, I'll raise my voice to get their attention, and then I'll say, "This is what's wrong. This is how it needs to be fixed, and let's try to work on it going forward." Because I'm super cognizant again of not wanting to continue
Yeah.
the trends that it was that my family went through. Because I look at like a lot of my brothers and sisters. Like I said, I've only got 2 kids. I got 60 plus nieces and nephews. That means everyone else had a shit ton of kids, right?
That's a
And I
lot.
remember them having kids at such a young age and it being so frustrating for them that I don't know what the relationship is like between mother and daughter or mother and son, father and son, and so on, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that mine could be the best that it could be. And I also feel like there's times where like I'll say I'm doing the overcorrection on it, right? Where I'm, the too nice dad. And I have
Or
to
too,
kind of
or too angry, or yeah, but that's just part of it,
to-
right? Like,
to go down a different route.
yeah, that's just part of it. Like sometimes you hit a level that might not be perfect, but I feel like you're in a good space. I mean,
Well, and again, like even being 38 years old, right? Like I still don't understand, and I don't feel like I'm an expert parent or anything, right? Like my kid's 9. I don't know what it's like to be 9 years old in 2022. I don't know what it's like to be a 4-year-old in 2022, because whenever I was a kid, we didn't have all the stuff that we have now. We didn't have internet bullies. We didn't have, school shootings at the rate that we have them now. It was a completely different way of living than what it is now. So I try to like put myself in their shoes and think of what the conversations are like, because to me, these kids are so much smarter at this age than what I was. And they're able to rationalize things a lot more. And
I don't know if it's smarter, but at least it's more worldly informed.
exactly.
They're also coming from a home environment that is more nurturing so that they can explore that information.
Yeah, so I was going to ask Sarah, do you see a difference in like people or in kids, I guess, now? Like, is there a difference in people that you talk to in a younger generation versus an older generation, like in how they just communicate? I guess I don't know. Like, I feel like people, I don't. Sorry, guys, don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I'm 27 and you guys aren't. So like, I'm gonna have a different way of communicating than you guys are. I just said you aren't. I didn't call out anyone's age.
No, I think a part of it is
But let's be honest. Tipton, I'm sure you've seen this a couple times in our group text. Like, I'm sure there are ways that I talk or communicate or express myself that are going to be different than you guys do. Like, do you?
Yeah, I've never seen somebody use the word lit as much as you do.
I never use the word lit. That's a bunch of lies. That's a total lie. I'd never use that word. But my my point is just, I guess, Sarah, as an expert, how do you deal with sort of different generations of people? Like, how is that hard for you to navigate? Like, sort of different eras.
no, because I have formal and technically like informal training in navigating that.
All right, so you're great at what you do. Got it.
I'm very good at what I do. No, I think it's that part of it is being able to recognize that regardless of what someone's age is, their background, culture, anything, always being aware that you are meeting them where they are, and you will never know what it is that they have or don't have, either the language that they're speaking in terms of like whether they have those emotion words or not.
Do you think you've ever had any issues with trying to like sort of relate to someone of like a
No, because I always enter those in terms of like, I know nothing. You know everything. And I'm here to try and help you. I can help you rationalize it with things that we know. I can help you work through figuring it out for yourself.
So the philosophy doesn't really change no matter who you.
No.
You could be talking to someone who's 90 or 15, and the philosophy is the same still.
I don't particularly like working with kids younger than 12 are uncomfortable for me, just because there's so much that I'm like, you should not have to be rationalizing through this. And it's a little bit harder for me to like do that. But I mean, yeah, I've worked with as young as 6 and as old as 94. And it's not like, even working with a 6-year-old, like I'm okay with it. Mostly because then you also are bringing the parents in, right? But I think the biggest thing for it too, when you look at like the difference between generations, and this is the coolest thing about the internet, younger generations have access to so much other information that we didn't have growing up. Yeah. That they can have learned that and gotten those words. I mean, if you just look behind me, this is a comic about hearts and brains and how they are ends. You look at things like ADHD, Alien, like all these different things that are available online where they can look at it and say, oh, I'm not the only one experiencing this. There are other people, and this is what it's called. Versus if you look at, like, for me, going through some of those traumatic incidents and things like that, not realizing what that response was and just kind of like having to make sense of it on my own. Yeah. So there's a lot of, as much as the internet can be a horrible place, there's a lot of that beautiful ability to identify with others, to learn that language and absorb it. And that sets them up so much better than those of us who were like, I think I'm the only person who's being abused. And I have to be okay with that because that's just life. Versus someone being on the internet and then saying like, am I the asshole in this situation? And other people are like, no, you're in an abusive situation. You're the victim here. Right?
So, can I ask you a question that me and I don't know if Tipton's curious about it, but I certainly am, and I feel like that you might not ever get asked as someone who is an expert in this field.
I don't feel like I'm an expert, so but
well, I mean more than me and Tipton, that's for sure. Tipton's an asshole, and I'm also one. But
no, I'm a dick, and you're an asshole.
You don't have to answer this, but I'm just curious, and feel free to say I don't want to answer it. I don't really care. Do you feel like there are traumas that you haven't worked through as of now that are still sort of outstanding? And maybe there aren't. I'm just curious.
Well, no, I think it's just, so for every person, I think you have to decide how much of your trauma you're going to allow to affect you in what way. because there is never go back.
That's a professional answer right there, Tipton. She's answering it like a professional.
But
I'm asking about you specifically. Do you think about you're having those traumas? I'm not asking about what the traumas are like in general.
If I were to say no, and if anybody ever tells you that no, my trauma does not affect me or any of my daily actions, I would be lying, because a lot of that is encoded in your personality and how you react to the world.
Sure.
I have not been back to that Walmart where that shooting happened. That Walmart is not my place where I go normally for groceries. It is not like I don't go out of my way to not go to that store, but I have also not. And because part of it's because I'm like, I don't have to go there. There were some people who felt like they had to go back to like beat it or to prove they weren't afraid. Whereas I'm just like, I'm okay with that not being a part of my life.
I don't know if you remember this or not, but like I was doing a show from the Hooters that is literally behind that Walmart. And that happened
when that was happening, Tip?
No, so like I did my show on Wednesdays, but like I would go and I would swing by and like I had a great relationship with like management and stuff.
Yeah.
And then that shooting happened on a Saturday. Was it Saturday or Sunday? Well, either way, it doesn't matter. It was a Saturday though, because I had to go to a movie screening that was happening at that time. Pat's internet cut out again.
Sorry.
But it was on a Saturday, right? And I just remember thinking to myself, like, I was terrified to go to the Hooters. It wasn't the Walmart itself, but it was right behind where that Walmart was. And that to me was like one of those things that's like in my mind where I was like, okay, well, why am I feeling this way? And then it was just, okay, well, I'm going to put it on the back of the shelf. I'm going to put it on the back of the shelf.
Was it just fear? Were you just afraid or?
Yeah, because again, like whenever you peel back the layers, right, and you saw the reason why that individual came here to do what he did, it was, oh, okay, well, I matched that. And to see the support that individual got from people was mind-blowing to me. The fact that people were like, oh, yeah, no, he should be doing that. It was like, okay, well, how many of them are going to come over here and say, I need to finish what he started? And I remember just thinking to myself, like the very first time I did the show, following that week, I think we took about like a 2-week hiatus, and I go back and there's this, beautiful memorial that everyone put, on the fence line back there, and just being overcome with emotions to the point where I even told the people at Hooters, like, look, I can't do a show today. And it takes a lot for me to say I cannot do a show today.
Amen.
So for like navigating through that thing and like having to go through, what the trauma was with like that whole Walmart and stuff. I went to that Walmart one time. I walked in after they, fixed it and did all the stuff that they did, and literally just walked back out because I cannot be here at this moment. That was like,
have you been back there? Or?
I go to the Hooters. I'll, drive by and stuff like that, but I haven't gotten to the point yet where I can actually physically walk in there. And it wasn't like I didn't know anybody that was involved in it. Like, of course, you got like the 6 degrees of separation and stuff.
Yeah, but
to me, it was just such a heavy feeling.
Yeah.
And like Sarah said, like, it's not my typical Walmart. The only association that I have is that, yeah, I'd go to that Hooters, and I'd go into that Walmart every now and then if I needed like an extra piece of equipment or something. Like, that was literally my relationship with that place. And now it's become like almost, as weird as it is, like a place that you try to avoid.
Yeah.
And like, even for me, driving from the east side of El Paso to the west side, I have to drive by that Walmart every day almost. And I make like a conscious decision to just, kind of put the blinders on and not look at what's going on over there.
So I'm curious, Sarah, when you hear Tipton talk about something like that, like, I don't know. Well, I guess what's your like first reaction to hearing something like that? Like what does that make you think of? I don't know.
I mean, that's a typical avoidance response. But the thing is,
I just want to say, I feel like we're all at this point, like, let's just cut it loose. Like, nobody's holding back at this point. We're all here right now. So like, don't hold back and try to like,
no, but here's honest to God what it is.
Call it like you see.
Honest to God what it is. That's fine.
Okay.
If you are able to not negatively impact your life, safety, and like ability to provide for your family type of thing by not going there, what's the harm? If it was the only grocery store in town and you're saying, I drive an hour away to go get groceries because I can't go back there, then it's like, okay, that's kind of a problem. I mean, even people who live there and that is their normal grocery store, there are grocery stores within, 10 minutes. It's not an undue burden. So like for me to say, and I'll tell my patients that even, it's like, okay, I haven't been back to that Walmart. I don't really feel any need to. Do I actively avoid it? There may have been 1 or 2 times where I'm like, nah, I'm just going to wait until I get to another Walmart. Whatever. I don't care. But really it comes down to like, how much does it matter? If it is something that you're saying, like, I can't live like this, I can't have there be somewhere that I can't go, then yeah, go. Like, we'll figure it out. But I mean, really, when I look at it, like you were asking, like, are there traumas that have impacted you and blah, 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 that I haven't resolved?
Sure.
The thing about a trauma is it never really leaves you. There's a scar behind,
Yes.
Not necessarily like a physical scar, but it's that emotional scar, and it's always going to be there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I guess my question was, is there something you haven't confronted?
I mean, there are certain things that a lot of it too. Like, I live 1,000 miles away from my closest family member for a reason. Because I don't have
No
to.
judgments there.
Yeah. Like, I don't have to do that. And there are.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you think that there are things that might be in your past that you shouldn't have to confront? Like, I feel like there are a lot of times where people feel like they need to address every issue that they've ever had, or every problem that's ever occurred, they feel like they have to confront. To me, I feel like, Teb, I'm curious what you think. Like, there aren't issues that you always need to address. Like, sometimes things just happen and you can just let them go.
Mm-hmm. And it really is what is
case by case
impact.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if I was sitting here really sad that I don't have as much like daily contact with my family, seeing them face to face all the time, then obviously that's a negative impact. But when it comes down to it, and there are people here who will be like, you don't talk to your family every single day. And I'm like, no, I get that that's weird for you growing up in this Hispanic culture or like like that. And they look at me like I'm insane. But at the same time, I'm like, but that's not what I need or what I want. It's different. And so it really does come down to like, do I need to confront this particular thing? Like my brother, who I'm not on good terms with, when he, hello, Andrew, I love you.
Andrew gets it. Yeah, Andrew gets it.
Like when he
gotta talk it out sometime.
When he was in prison and he called me and I would answer, I was like his last person that he would call, and that was fine with me. I would answer and I would talk to him, and it was more for him than it was for me. It didn't cause me harm. I was like, this means more to him. It's not important how I actually feel about it right now, because that doesn't matter as much. If I didn't want to do that, I would have just ignored the call. And is that ignoring the problem? Maybe. Is it dealing with the problem in the way that works best for me? Maybe. Like it just, I think there is no way to fully resolve anything, because there's always going to be that like scar that's left behind. But that's okay.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Tip, I'm curious from you. And did you want to say something? Do you have something?
Well, I was going to ask you a question, but I'll.
Oh yeah. Please, let's ask me a question. Nobody's asked me anything. Let's go.
So and I'm going to say this as nice as I possibly can.
No, don't ask it nice, because ask it. I
feel like you've kind of forced into being in the driver's seat of this conversation, right? I feel like what you're trying to do is
just let me address that real quick. I haven't felt the need to. It's just I'm very curious about both.
I was going to say, I feel like this is coming
really like you guys have fascinating lives, and I'm a journalist at heart, and I love talking to people about their lives. So anyway, but back to you, Tip.
But the question that comes down to me is like, okay, well, I'm one of these weird people that I feel like everything is going to happen the way that it's going to happen, right? Like that's just the way that it's going to be. I feel like there's a reason as to why you want to continue asking like these questions, learning a little bit about ourselves. Is that because you kind of feel like maybe there's a connection there to like you and I? Like you and I obviously have, I don't want to say similar upbringings, but there's a lot of parallels that are there. Is there like something that this midnight therapy session, as Andrew called it, is there something there that kind of is helping you out? Is there like a trauma that you kind of have there that you feel like this might help me out with kind of what I'm going through right now?
I mean, not as explicitly as I guess you've just asked it, but I mean, there's definitely some stuff that I've been dealing with. Like, I had a grandparent that died that I was very close to, and it's been super hard since she passed away. Like, she was outside of my what's the word for your like direct family? What'd you say?
Or immediate?
Yeah, immediate family. Outside of that, she was the closest person to me by like such a long way. It's not even close. So like, it's been really hard for me to get past that. I haven't gotten past that, and I probably never will. But outside of that, it's really just I'm just curious about people. I like talking to people about themselves, and I like learning about people. So and Tip, we've known each other. So Sarah, I don't know if you know this, but Tip and I got hired at literally the exact same time at ESPN Radio. We were in the exact same sort of class, I guess, coming in together. So we've known each other for 5 years now, I guess. But we've grown super close in those 5 years. So like that's why we're here. But no, I mean, there's not, I guess, to answer your question, there's not an exact reason why I feel the need to ask you guys questions. It's just I'm curious.
So Sarah, what would your response to that be?
I think that curiosity is always coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Because those questions are there and kind of lingering. And I think ultimately too, it comes back to even like you talking about your grandmother, right? Whenever you think about pain or like that loss, and whether it's physical pain or emotional pain, it's there for a reason to tell you that something's wrong.
Yeah.
Your grandmother's, I'm sorry to break this to you, never coming back, which means that will always be wrong. And it's okay that pain is always there.
Yeah.
And it's okay to give yourself the space to hold that pain. And everybody grieves differently. Like I said, I mean, same situation. Dad passed away. One person's at work 2 days later. One person's out for 6 weeks. Like, it's okay. We all deal with it differently. But that's exactly what it is that, whenever you have that kind of pain or those situations, it's like, why is this? And you can look at it as because my grandma's gone and that sucks. But you can also look at it and kind of try to reframe it for yourself of like, I had that relationship with my grandma, which was so amazing. And I'm so grateful for it. It still hurts.
That is, I'd say that is about 90% of the time. It's that.
Yeah, it's that I miss the fact that I had this, and I miss it, and that's
not even that. It's not. I'd say about 90% of the time, it's like we had this incredible relationship, and that's what it was. And then there's the 10% that pops up every once in a while. That's like, damn, that I miss that. That was the case. You know what I mean? Like,
and I mean, it's okay. And but I think curiosity, like the curiosity for it, does come from like a why, and it's almost like that philosophical existential, like, why are we the way that we are?
Yeah.
Right. Why is it that even like two biological twins growing up in the exact same household have totally different personalities? Why, like that? And there's not an answer. It's just because of all of these different things that go into it.
But it's really fun to ask those questions.
It is, which is why I love brains and I love having those conversations, because it also normalizes the fact that there is no normal. Like there is no
answer.
Yeah.
See, I love that you had said that about like the two siblings, right? Because like I remember being younger and holding such resentment towards one of my older sisters. So my biological sister and I were both adopted basically at the exact same time, right? And she ran away whenever I was 14. And I just remember having like that sense of, okay, well, you're supposed to be the person that's here for me.
So
And
how
you're like
old
a
was she
sister.
at that point, Tip? How old was she when she took off?
She was 15.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So she's only 18 months older than I am.
Oh okay.
Right. And my biological mother, so my adopted parents adopted my biological mother, right? That's the reason why they adopted my sister and I.
Wait,
Yeah. Funny side note, my biological mother is my adopted sister.
I would love to draw a
I love the
genogram
fact that
of
his
your
mind just blew
family.
right now. What was that?
So a genogram is like a map of the family, and it includes like lines that indicate like types of relationships and like things like that. And I would like the genogram for your family would just be absolute chaos, and that sounds like so much fun.
yeah, it really is. But also, my brain is breaking because
Well, it is also what 4 o'clock in the morning where you are.
no, it's only 2:45.
Let's say it's
Oh,
almost
wait.
3.
So your biological mother is
My adopted sister.
okay, sure.
And so she had done the same thing where she ran away from my adopted parents whenever she was 15, 16 years old, right? She had my sister.
Wait, who are we talking about? I'm so wait.
So biological mom was adopted, then had 2 babies that were then adopted later.
Yes. But the reason why they were adopted is because she ran away as well. So there's
Okay.
a lot of parallels between my biological mother and my biological sister.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
And I just remember thinking to myself, like, oh, okay, well, why would you follow that footstep? Like even if you hear us speak, the way that I talk is so much different than the way that she speaks because she's got like, you know, the accent and she'll kind of talk like this because she's super Puerto Rican, right? So for me, I remember thinking to myself at a younger age, like, this is like, why are you so different than me whenever we had the exact same upbringing? And it didn't take until, you know, I started doing like my classes in psychology and stuff where you realize even though you could be in the exact same area,
Yeah.
the way you're looking at it isn't the way that someone else is looking at it. And I remember just like kind of thinking about that and saying, oh, okay, well, this is why. This is the why. This is why you're so different than what I am. And then finally saying, okay, well, I can let go of the, you know, that anger and hardship and all that stuff because that was the answer to the question that I needed.
I was gonna ask you, do you have any sort of anger towards how you were, I guess, raised, or like
A shit ton.
what is it though? Like, what's the anger like about? What I guess.
To me, like, again, like whenever I told you all about how I try to raise my kids, where like I don't want to raise my voice, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
It wasn't a joke where I said that whenever we got spanked, it was with a horsewhip.
sure.
Um,
Yeah, no, I didn't think it was, but
there were a ton of times where like my dad being in customs, he would use his handcuffs on us behind our back and then just go at us, right? There were, you know, times where we were, you know, a dog collar was put on us and we were tied to a tree in the front yard and there was a sign staked out while people were walking by like, oh, this is an embarrassment of a human being type thing. And it was just kind of things like that that we constantly went through. I remember breaking my arm in 2nd grade and being so terrified to tell my parents that I walked around with a shattered bone in my wrist, a fractured forearm, a dislocated elbow, and a dislocated shoulder for 3 days before anybody noticed anything because it was my right hand and I'm left-handed. So I could just easily hide it because I was that worried about it. Whenever we got home from the doctor, I got my ass kicked because you should have told us. So it was like, and we had a rule where we weren't allowed to go see like the school nurse or anything like that. That was just super weird the way that my parents were. We weren't allowed to go see the school nurse. So I was like, well, if I'm not going to go see the nurse, why would I tell you that I'm hurt? Because if I had gone to her, I would have got my ass kicked.
Yep. The nurse would have reported them for abuse, which is
Are
why
there
you're not allowed to go.
are there things that you do in your adult life that you were sort of programmed to do from childhood? Like, do you still? Okay, Sarah, go. Oh, you raised your hand. Go ahead.
So when I would have been 11, maybe 12.
Wait, okay, real quick. Is this like a common thing? Because you seem real like, okay, go ahead.
It is a very common thing. So for me, I was like 11 probably, and I was skiing with my family. And at the very beginning of the day, and this was maybe my 5th or 6th time skiing, what have you. No, sure. I would have been a little bit older. I would have been like 12. Right off the bat, the very first rundown, a kid cut me off, and the little powder pups are learning how to ski. Like, think Ginger is running around on skis, and so as an adult or as a 12-year-old, right? Pizza, yes. So this kid is out of control and I'm either gonna hit him or I'm gonna hit the snowbank, the tree, whatever it was. I made the decision at the wise age of 12. I would rather not hit this little 4-year-old. I would rather hit the tree.
Smart.
Yeah. I get to the bottom of the hill and I'm like, something wrong with my shoulder. I don't know what this is. And I get to the top of the hill and I tell my mom, hey.
Did you go down or something, or like?
Yeah, I took a nasty fall.
Oh, okay.
So I tell my mom at the top of the hill, and I'm like, Mom, I think I screwed up my shoulder. I don't know if I dislocated or what it is, but something's not right. And her reaction was, are you seriously going to ruin the day of skiing for everybody because you hit your shoulder, and we're going to go all the way to the emergency room. We're going to pay a bunch of money, and it's not going to be anything. I went through that entire fucking day skiing with a broken collarbone.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I said, Mom, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't lift my arm. It hurts like hell. She took me to the emergency room and kept the entire time. It's probably nothing. I can't believe you're overreacting. You were bitching about it the whole day. You ruined the day anyway. Rah, 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 rah. Sure enough, the doctor was like, well, this is the cleanest break I've ever seen. It was like, fantastic. And it took me years because my family doesn't go to the doctor. We don't do that. And it took me years of not going to the doctor when I needed it and really having to work on that myself of like, I was puking for like 4 hours straight. And finally I was like, I need to go to the emergency room. Like, I made that decision of this is like, I do need to give my body what it needs. And I've worked very hard on finding that balance of, am I overreacting or is this what I need? And it's difficult. And
I struggle with it a lot.
Yeah, there are things like that you carry over. Like, I had shingles when I was 21.
Oh my God.
And everybody, the day that I got it, I had these like weird blisters. And I was like, what the heck is this? It's hot and it's itchy. And I was like, I'm going to go to the doctor. And everyone told me it's just a spider bite. What's the matter with you? Why are you going to waste money going to the doctor? I can't believe this. Blah, blah, blah. And I remember my doctor saying, Sarah, have I ever told you that you're a hypochondriac? And I was like, would you tell someone that? Like, is that actually something you would tell them? And he was like, maybe, maybe not. He's like, you have shingles. Like, this, like, you have never come to me when you weren't like really seriously in pain or in having an injury or something like that.
Shingles are like.
I haven't given birth. I have not given birth, but I have had kidney stones. And when I found out I had kidney stones, the doctor said, this is the most painful thing I've ever experienced. And I was like,
shingles are like
shingles heads and tails above.
Unreal, like terrible.
She told me like it could be shingles or it could be kidney stones. And I burst into tears because I was like, shingles is the most painful. And I was awake and not fully anesthetized when they cut my face open. Like, shingles is the most painful thing I've ever experienced. I've not given birth, and she told me that and I burst into tears. She's like, well, it could also be kidney stones, which is the most painful thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I was like, great, fantastic.
Tip, did you ever have anything that like, sorry.
No, but like, it's very common where you have those things.
Yeah.
That then you carry them over and you really have to think really hard sometimes of, is this that I am overreacting or is it that I'm underreacting?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Tip. Have you ever had anything where it like, I don't know, people didn't think that it was like a big deal or whatever. And you were like, no, this is a thing. And like, I don't know, you held it over. Like, no, this is real. This is an actual issue. Especially from childhood. I did. So
yeah, I mean, like all the like childhood stuff, the PTSD and stuff like that. A lot of people will still be like, "Oh, that's not real." You know what I mean? Physically, like whenever I was in the Air Force and I completely ruptured my ACL. I think I told you, where my knee, instead of doing this, went like that, right?
Yeah.
I popped it back.
I've heard that your knee is not supposed to do that.
Wait, it's
Go
not?
figure.
Damn
Like,
it.
I don't know. Maybe it could, but I've heard bad things.
But like I popped it back into place, and like I said, whenever I was younger, I tore my ACL in my right leg. So on that one, it didn't feel the same. Like I was able to kind of walk a little bit. It just kind of felt, tingly and all that stuff, right? And I remember, going about my day as normal, going to work the next day and be like, my knee's really sore. Like I need to get this looked at. And finally, after 2 months, the Air Force decided, yeah, let's get this guy an MRI. And they're like, you've ruptured your ACL, you've ruptured both meniscus, you tore a PCL, you tore your MCL. It's going to be a lot of surgery.
Yeah.
And every single person in my shop, except for like a few people, were like, you're making it up. I had to go to surgery 2 days after they did the MRI because they were like, you've already got like, the signs of gangrene developing in your knee. Like, if we don't do this soon, we might have to amputate shit. So they're like, we're doing this surgery. And I was like, and I remember trying to like, vigorously defend myself of like, obviously I'm not making this up. Like no one chooses elective knee surgery.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Nope.
So, and for me, and I've told this to Destiny a bunch of times, with me and the, athletic background that I had, loved playing basketball, loved playing football, baseball, all that stuff. My biggest fear is not being able to walk, just the simple act of walking.
Because you have kids. Is that why?
Well, and this was before I had kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So for me, it was like this, terrifying thing. And then like not having the support of people and then finding out, 2 months after I had the surgery, it was going to be an 18-month rehab just to be able to like run and do stuff like that. And then shortly after that, the Air Force being like, well, if you can't deploy, see ya.
Deuces.
Really,
Yeah.
really that simple, right? And that's where you realize, okay, well, it's a business decision. At the end of the day, it's all business, right? But just having like
that
that
explains all of the VA in that one, what you just said right there. That explains all of it.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
all right, well, you can't. Sorry. See ya.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's still something that like a lot of people like ask me, like, did you really have the surgery? I was like, did you not see the scar on my knee? Like I remember the day that I had the surgery, like I got home, I opened up the brace, I opened up like the wrap and stuff around it just to take a picture and post it on social media so that the assholes in my shop could be like, oh, he actually did have surgery. Just for them to be like, no, you didn't. And kind of like trying to like think of myself in that position, right? Like I find myself doing this a lot because I think like a lot of people do this, right? Of like, maybe you're not as hurt as you say you are.
So,
And that's
okay.
always like my first reaction, right? Especially with my kids. Nah, it doesn't hurt that bad. And then it's like, no, you had that. Don't be that asshole.
This is a tremendous question for Sarah. Sarah, how do you deal with people who say they aren't as bad as they actually are? Like, do you recognize someone who isn't like admitting that they're worse than they are, I guess?
Yeah, all the time.
Like, can you see that right away? Like, does it like click in to you?
So the biggest one, the biggest and most obvious one would be someone who has like some sort of a substance use issue, or like they're not willing to acknowledge how some of their behaviors have like impacted them.
But like, okay, let's.
But when it comes to trauma, well, so when it comes to like a traumatic experience, so, and it's actually funny because I have my handy dandy little diagnosing manual right here on my desk.
Oh, fancy! Oh, look, it's got tabs and everything.
It does, and it's got an otter because I had a kid who said the book was really boring and needed to be exciting, so it's got an otter.
Tip, you've never one time brought any single tab to this show. We've done this show how many times? You've never had any tabs for anything in this show. Sarah comes once, or I guess what is this? The third time Sarah's been here, but
Oh no, I think I've been here more.
Tabs.
Anyway, so one of the main things about PTSD and like trauma is there's some sort of like an avoidance factor. Either you avoid things that remind you of it, or you avoid thinking about it, or you even avoid acknowledging how much it's impacted you.
Is that like the fear? Like you just don't want to.
Well, yeah, 'cause think about it. If you acknowledge the impact that it's had on you, then that just like blows up everything, right? Like it's bad. And if you're avoiding things that remind you of it, it's to make sure you aren't having flashbacks or nightmares or like all the things that are associated with it.
Yeah.
But really what it comes down to is if they are coming in for treatment, it's either because they've realized that they can't or don't want the way that things are, or someone in their life, which is the more common issue, someone in their life has said, I'm going to divorce you if you don't go to this. Or, Dad, you scare me when you fly off the handle like that. And okay, well, there's something else that's wrong. So if you can help them identify, like, at the very least, can you acknowledge that there's something that's not quite right and there's a reason that you're coming, then, you know, there we go. The best thing about it too is like, okay, Tip can take a picture of his scars. He can like do that. The best thing about mental health is people say, well, it's all in your head. And it's like, you know what? You're damn straight it is. And you know what the most powerful organ in your entire body is? Your brain.
That was not the the brain, yeah.
Like it tells every single other part of your body how to react, what to do in every single way, shape, or form.
So it's super unfortunate, Sarah, because you froze as you were going to say what the most powerful organ.
Oh, I did.
Just
So
like
the most
as you
powerful
were going to
organ
say
in
the
your-
brain.
It is the brain, and your brain controls everything else.
Wait, are you wearing a hand puppet?
No, I have my
No, it's the brain.
Oh! You held. It looked like you had a hand puppet, like the way you. I was like, does she have a? That would have been awesome.
All right, y'all. So we've been doing this portion of it for 2 hours now.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
I was about to say, I think
Yeah.
maybe for now we call it a day. Maybe we revisit
We
this
did it
sometime
all.
later down the road.
Yeah.
I'll agree to that.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning now for Pat.
It's 3, but that's fine.
You live in Great Britain at 7 o'clock in the morning right now.
It's only 3. It's okay.
So all of your British fans are waking up to a nice, fun, trauma-filled conversation.
Yeah,
So
you know,
somehow we
sometimes you just gotta talk about trauma. That's like
Hey, I love talking about trauma. Trauma is my jam. I love brains. Like this is like
admit this actual show ended technically about like 3 hours ago, and we've done this ever since. And this might be my favorite show we've ever done because this has been so much fun to just.
And all because I decided to prove a point and tell you fuck you to your face.
Exactly.
Don't you ever tell me peer pressure doesn't work.
And
Also, I feel bad for James.
No, that's the end. You've ended it. That's it.
I feel bad for James is all I was going to say. He missed it.
Yeah, what he's